Well, I hope all of your weekends were amazing. Ours was amazing. We took yesterday off, so we didn't have a video today. We do have a video tomorrow, but now we're back in studio, ready to rock and roll. It was a big weekend in Indianapolis. In fact, it's big. The weekend is bigger than in Indianapolis than it is probably anywhere else because of the race. And Nate and I got to go to the race, and it was awesome. So that was a lot of fun. And yeah, now we're back ready to rock and roll. We've got a Dynasty startup in approximately 23 minutes. So let's get right back into it. Welcome back, everybody. Drop a like on the stream if you would. Make sure you're subscribed as well. If you play Dynasty Fantasy Football, tomorrow we will be doing a rankings video, a running back rankings video. We've got quite a bit to talk about today, including but not limited to the Brendan Sorsby stuff, which evidently his eligibility request got denied by the NCAA. So that's huge news. And I know we're going to get a lot of questions about how Dynasty Leagues should handle that. And so we're going to be talking about that today as well. Kind of talk about what we think about Brendan Sorsby as a whole, because I think at this point, the odds are pretty strong. You know, on one hand, we did just see Trinidad Chambliss like fight his eligibility thing in court over and over and over and over, and it was appealed until he finally just ended up playing again. I'm not quite sure that's going to happen with this one. The offenses are fairly serious. The dude was betting on the hot dog eating contest. So that probably means it's pretty bad. Not to mention he bet on his own team. We won't talk about which team he was on when he was betting, but he was betting on a team, any individual team. So welcome, and we got to talk about Josh Jacobs as well. So Scott, let's go ahead and get the Josh Jacobs loaded up there. We'll talk about that probably first, which sucks because we just recorded our running back rankings video where I talked about how Josh Jacobs was like my favorite at price, and I liked him as a blah blah blah. Like he was the running back 13 last year, and he like and now it literally means nothing because as of less than a couple minutes ago, right? It's 4 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago. Josh Jacobs arrested and is facing 5 charges. Now we need to say this is all alleged because we don't want to get sued, but
he would definitely sue us too.
Well, of all people to come after, you and I have the biggest target on our back in all of sports media right now.
The biggest.
Like it's a huge target.
Huge.
So
very large.
Nathan literally read me the headline right before we logged on, so I know almost nothing. I'm going to read it here. The Hobart Lawrence Police Department he announced that he's facing 5 charges in events that took place on the 23rd. That's all I see in that one. This one had it. Or Nate, you had it. Okay, here we go. Arrested on Tuesday and charged with... Excuse me, phone. Charged with allegedly battery, domestic abuse, criminal damage to property, domestic abuse, disorderly conduct, domestic abuse, strangulation and suffocation, and intimidation of a victim. So none of that sounds fun. It doesn't sound particularly. I don't know. He's probably going to get suspended this year, almost certainly. Probably for.
I don't know, with domestic violence, the NFL is pretty so-so, and a lot of times those cases are pushed back a year. So it might not be this year; it might be next.
I think everybody that has Josh Jacobs is hoping it's a year from now, but that obviously sucks for his value. So. Yeah, we're going to have to be monitoring that situation. Obviously not a ton to report on yet. His dynasty value was already sliding. We've been seeing him go in like the 7th round recently. But you look at his underdog ADP right there, just to give you a little snapshot of like what he's looking like in the redraft community so far as well. And he was, being drafted at the 2-3 turn as the running back 14. So, yeah, that's a pretty significant. We've lost from that range recently, probably Malik Neighbors and Josh Jacobs both. And so from a dynasty standpoint as well, you don't really love to see this. So now we have to wait that out, and the legal stuff can be complex. Like Nate said, they could wait a year. They could suspend him now, but he's what, 20? He's 28 going on 29 years old.
Yeah, domestic violence suspensions are usually no more than like a few games tops. I mean,
I wonder if our lawyers are in the chat.
Yeah.
Our lawyers here.
Alvin Kamara, you had like video footage of him beating the crap out of somebody, and he got suspended for 3 games.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm thinking. If he does get suspended this year, it will be about 3 games,
probably 2 to 3 games.
But But yeah,
And I don't think they will, unless it's a really, really quick trial and they don't try to draw it out or anything like that, which would be very abnormal. I would assume it's drawn out and is more of like an 18-month type of thing. We're probably not even having a suspension discussion until 2027.
So I don't even. I don't know. Blake says NFL players never face consequences for domestic charges.
No, they rarely do. The NFL likes to stay away from it. And again, the consequences, if they do have consequences, and it's usually something that's like very set in stone of like the NFL can't get away from it when it comes to like optics of not punishing an NFL player for domestic violence, then it's usually a very small punishment, relatively speaking. I mean, compared to like betting, where they'll just, suspend them indefinitely, which is usually like a year.
So, I mean, I guess assuming that his value does start to drop in Dynasty, what's the move there? If you own him, I guess let's start there.
You definitely hold him.
Yeah, I think so. You have to.
And yeah, depending on what the price point is, I mean, I would assume a lot of people will freak and he'll probably lose a round to a round and a half of value. And I will draft the crap out of Josh Jacobs. I'm just being honest.
In Dynasty, you mean? So if he's going where?
Mid-eighth? You're only ever drafting Josh Jacobs if you're contending. And if you're getting him at a cheaper price than you're already getting him at, that's just, from a Dynasty perspective, that's a bonus. So...
Yeah, I mean, I think he could even drop into the 9th round in Dynasty.
I know, that's what I'm thinking, like a round and a half probably, because he's already going late 7th.
Yep.
So
that could end up being the move there. Obviously, again, you're not. If you have Josh Jacobs, you are not selling him at the moment. I think that's the most important thing, because it's probably going to be the optics of his value or his situation, and especially short-term outlook, is going to be a lot worse than how it actually is in reality. And so, you never really want to sell a player immediately after bad news anyways. I know a lot of you guys already know this and I'm kind of used to this. Like, you kind of just have to ride it out and keep your head above the waves with this kind of stuff. But yeah, definitely not selling right now. Almost 100% holding. In terms of buying, if there's somebody who is panic selling on Josh Jacobs, it's not an injury related thing. And it means, again, like people have been pointing out, and like Nathan pointed out, it is a domestic violence thing. And as unfortunate as domestic violence is, and as much as we don't condone that, of course, like it's Dynasty, and unfortunately, I can own my Dynasty team and not condone that.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same type of thing. Like this, we'll say the same thing about Jacobs as we did with Judkins last year. Like the game of Dynasty has nothing to do with what they do off the field. Like you're playing their market value and the ebbs and flows of where they go in startups and where they're priced in your league. And depending on where they're priced in your league, you can get a value in or you cannot.
So like NotPixel says, do I send an offer for Jacobs for a 27 third? I mean, yeah, you would take Jacobs for a 27 second. Like, yes, if you guys can send your seconds for Jacobs, I would. I'm not sure how much is going to get done. Gibbs fan says Josh Jacobs denies all allegations. Important info hasn't been released. That's from the Josh Jacobs lawyer. And so again, there's a lot to play out. Mm-hmm. And while people make their biggest Dynasty mistakes the second after bad news comes out, there are also people when you're playing in home leagues, casual leagues, or leagues where people are just overreactionary, which is most of the Dynasty community, where you can actually take pretty good advantage of people who are too reactionary. Somebody said that. Gia says people are always too reactionary, and that's you could put that on a sign and put it here in the studio and live by it and play Dynasty by it, and you'd probably win your leagues every year. People are always too reactionary. That's 100% the case all the time. And so, if you can take advantage of it, probably worth sending a little offer there for that. Not sure how many people will actually panic to the point where they'll sell him, but I think there will be some people. I think it's going to be a chunk of the market. So it's just time to rug pull your league mates with your Jacobs shares. I mean, you can definitely go get him, I think, if you want to. Yeah. Yoda says, y'all don't beat women. I beat women at Dynasty and fantasy football sports, yes. That is the extent to which I do. So, I don't know about Nate, to be honest with you. Nathan beats me. We just don't talk about it. John says 10 free blueprints at 1,000 likes. Sure. If we hit 1,000 likes, we'll do that. When Scooby darted a discount after he introduced Trump. Yep. Well, as you may have guessed, we did not move him down in our rankings because of something political at all. So if that were the case, then we'd be moving players up and down our rankings all the time. Who freaking cares, right? So, he's not going to score less fantasy points now, one way or the other. So, and that's the extent we'll talk about that, because who freaking cares? Low-key forgot about Judkins, which proves your point. It's borderline irrelevant. Exactly. That's exactly right. So, what's up, Rob? Good to see you. King of the North. So, all right. Yeah, so, this is a unfortunate situation, but you got to kind of play your cards right in Dynasty in order to get the most out of your Josh Jacobs shares, or maybe get some Josh Jacobs shares. So the other thing that we can touch on here, we've got about 12 minutes until the draft tonight, is Sorsby. I'll let you start talking about Sorsby here as we get our I'm going to get our draft to Scott.
Yeah, so supposedly the NCAA denied his appeal to be eligible to play for Texas Tech this year at the college level. What makes this interesting is a couple of things. Obviously, we have yet to see everything play out. I know they're kind of waiting on, I think they're still waiting on some sort of verdict from the local judge in Texas who happens to be a Texas Tech alum.
Well, there was already a judge in that case, and he recused himself.
Okay,
and I think that will continue to happen.
Here's the thing that makes it interesting is unlike there are a couple of unlikes. Unlike the Trinidad Chambliss situation, you do not have a million years to try and fight this out, because we have less than a month now. June 22nd is the deadline for any players who found themselves not eligible to play for 2026 in college now have to report to the NFL on June 22nd to be eligible for the supplemental draft. So if Sorsby doesn't do that and he somehow finds himself not eligible still to play in college in 2026, you're looking at him having like an entire gap year, which at that point, he'll be a part of the 2027 class. What I think realistically is going to happen is whatever decision is officially made, which we're going to find out pretty soon. Like we're going to know very soon whether it's official or not that Sorsby is going to enter the supplemental draft for the NFL this summer. I think it's important to discuss again. I think that was the other thing too. The difference between him and Chambliss is purely an age thing when it comes to eligibility. And that was a battle in and of itself. For sports gambling, dude, if athletics has told us one thing, if athletics has told us anything, the one thing that they have demonstrated time and time and time again is the most severe of penalties that will come down on a player is when it's related to sports gambling.
100%.
Jameson Williams bet in the Lions facility on basketball, and he was suspended for dang near half the season.
Yeah.
Like
they will not tolerate
it. And I understand that's the NFL, it's not college, but you may as well treat college like the NFL now because there's so much money involved. There ain't no way that this is just my personal take. There is not a chance that they're going to let him play in 2026 in college. No way.
I think it's highly unlikely.
I think it's very unlikely. So what that results in is a pretty significant conversation about what we do with Brendan Sorsby when it comes to introducing him to our league economy. And I think there are questions that a lot of people are going to have. And I'm just telling you right now, there are going to be some dynasty leagues this summer. There are going to be some dynasty leagues that once Sorsby enters the supplemental draft, some of these leagues are going to cease to exist and they're going to get nuked because people are literally going to throw that much of a fit about the policy of adding Sorsby to their league. We're going to try to help you guys come up with the best way to get him into your leagues without it being like unfair or just downright like cheap like Fab. I don't think Fab is going to be the right way to introduce him because really, I mean, basically anybody who has $1,000 Fab or whatever your budget is, 100% of their Fab and hasn't spent it on anybody up to date.
I mean, I can tell you my proposal for the leagues that I'm in. This is almost certainly what I want to do.
Is 27 supplemental.
I just want to do a supplemental draft. Yeah, exactly. I want to do it exactly like the NFL.
And if you will, and I think that's what we're gonna do is basically we're just gonna let every single league. We'll probably just have a sheet or whatever, and people will submit to a person who's not in the league, probably one of our team members.
Well, yeah, we'll get Waffle to do something like that.
And they'll just send these guys DMs and they'll say, this is what I'm willing to give up in 2027 draft capital. It can only be 27 draft capital.
And the tiebreaker is this year's standings and records.
Exactly. Because
it's still a this year draft. It's still a 2026 draft.
And the reason I think that's fair is because Like you're talking about a guy who's going to be introduced into the league who has a chance to play in 2026, which essentially means he's a 2026 class member, but he just wasn't going in the 2026 draft, right? So you have to essentially pay future capital to get him, which obviously, like we'll talk about what future capital value that we would be willing to pay for him once we know like what an NFL team is gonna spend on him. That's all yet to be determined, but that's probably the route we're going to go. And then obviously like the easiest situation to monitor is, hey, if you haven't had your 2026 rookie draft yet and you're waiting to have it until July or August, which we see a good number of teams have their rookie drafts in July and August, like just throw Sorsby into that class and you're good to go. But yeah, like the fab is a big one. Like that's a big question right now if we would implement fab.
No, I wouldn't. Everybody's going to drop all their fab.
Everybody will drop all their fab, which means you basically, these people are at a disadvantage of the ones that were dropping fab on normal.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Normal waiver level players before anyone knew that Sorsby was even going to be in this conversation early in the offseason.
What would be the tiebreaker out of startups is a good question.
So out of yeah, good question.
I haven't thought exactly through it off the top of my head. I think you just have to do a lottery. I think you just have to do a lottery. So
yep.
You'd probably just have to.
Yep.
What you probably would need to do then is, if you haven't used your fab, bid your fab, and if there are people who max out their fab and you have 5 people that bid 1,000 or everybody bids 1,000, then you just have to do some kind of.
Or
lottery.
what you could do is
unless somebody else has a better idea.
Well, what I would probably do is I would do a lottery after the bids for the 27 picks. So like if you do a blind bid, like the supplemental draft style, coming out of a startup, let's say that 5 people bid a first round pick in 2027.
Then you do the tiebreaker.
Then you do the tiebreaker being, just the odds.
That's really the only way you can do it. So that's probably how we would do it out of a startup. Yeah, but let's talk about the strength of the actual prospect in Brendan Sorsby. I'm looking at the 2027 quarterback Bakery at the moment. Let me just give you a little bit of a rundown on his stats. Obviously, this is actually a prospect we're fairly familiar with. This dude played at IU early in his career before he went to Cincinnati, and then obviously was going to play for Texas Tech this coming year. The 2027 Bakery, as I understand it right now, is using placeholder analytics for 2026. Almost certain that's true. I'll have to ask Ryan on that. But as it sits right now, he would be in the same tier as like Sam Levitt, Drew Messamaker, Trinidad Chambliss, even Josh Hoover. Not necessarily a great tier when you're talking about as like Bakery generated draft capital grade. We'd grade him as like a 3rd or 4th round pick in the NFL draft.
Yeah, that's going to be tough.
I would not probably give a first for this guy. Like I just
no. The only way that we would be willing to have that conversation of dropping a first on Sorsby is if someone paid a 27 second in the NFL to get Sorsby. And I don't think that's going to happen. I think you're probably going to be talking about 3rd round draft capital tops, just because the value of that future capital is a lot higher than a guy who technically wasn't really ready to go pro. Like again, he went back to school for a reason. He probably wasn't told that he was going to get high draft capital. So again, unless they blow our socks off and they're like, hey, this guy who technically wasn't supposed to go pro, we're going to spend a future 2nd round pick on, like that's the only time I'd ever say you might, if you're a contender, maybe give up your late 27 for him if you want. But even then I would definitely be not super excited.
I don't think I would. I mean, you're going to be giving it up for a guy who's going to be drafted this year. He's going to be a backup quarterback when he's drafted. He's not going to go somewhere and start, I don't think. I mean,
unless Cleveland
picks him up, which I guess is possible.
And the Jets.
I just don't necessarily see either of them doing that. Like, what pick are they going to give up? I think they give up their 2nd and their 3rd, and
I would bet their 3rd.
Exactly.
And if it's their 3rd, I'm not spending any more than a 27 second.
That's where I'm at as well. So there's your advice. I mean, in terms of like the level prospect he is, I think he's a good college player, a good, not great prospect. And so I don't think he's a 1st round caliber prospect. Obviously, what he would have done in the best situation of his career as a redshirt senior at Texas Tech, still
that would have been his stock booster for sure.
I mean, it would have been the best way to see what kind of prospect he is, but he's a little bit on the older end. Now he's going to be 23 this coming year. He's 6'3", 235 pounds. I don't have any projected athletic testing for him or anything like that, but what I do know is in terms of his archetype in the Bakery, He is labeled as a mobile passer. I'm trying to find the mobile passer. Mobile passer means is the archetype we give when they have greater than 2750 passing yards and between 400 and 650 rushing yards. So like just for general reference,
this dude ran the ball a crap ton last year. Did you see his rushing stats last year?
Yes. So just for reference, the other mobile passers here we're talking about in the same archetype as the top guys being Burrow, Baker, Caleb, Drake May, Jackson Dart, Winston, Mahomes, Daniel Jones, Trubisky, Levis. Okay.
That's funny that Burrow's in that tier, actually.
Yeah, I mean, Burrow had a 500 something yards at LSU's last year. And then when you kind of filter it down to like, what is his, build archetype combination? Obviously, you're getting really specific there. His build is categorized as a tank, which means he's tall and he's heavy. The best guy out of that group by far has been Drake May. The next tier down was Jameis Winston. Then you get down to Deshaun Kaiser pretty quickly there. And then Joe Milton is in the upside light tier, which as of right now, that's where Brendan Sorsby would be. And so, again, I just don't think there's a ton of historical backing analytically, even projecting what he would have done in the best situation of his career to say, oh, we're going to comfortably spend, if you do it supplementally, a 27 first on this guy. Like, I don't think that's probably wise here. But, yeah, we will. And then, somebody said, I think the NFL will suspend Sorsby. And that's also true. That also could happen. And that's happened before, right? I mean, where somebody came through the supplemental draft because they weren't eligible for college and the NFL actually suspended them.
They suspended Josh Gordon, didn't they?
That might have been Josh Gordon, yeah. I don't remember. But Levi says, so he's basically a combination of May and Burrow. That's exactly right. That's exactly what he is. He does have a lot of upside.
He had dang near 600 rushing yards, which in college is really tough to do. Because they factor in sacks as negative rushing yards.
Yeah. Nagasuma says, Sorsby's better in his stats. Look, I agree with that. Since he's supporting cast was rough, go Bearcats. Yeah, no, I mean, again, I think in Texas Tech, with some pretty good weapons there, we would have been able to get a good idea of what this guy's ceiling was in the NFL. So, but we got 1 minute till the draft. There's kind of your scoop on Sorsby, the prospect. Sorsby, the situation. I saw somebody mention you could just leave him in the pool for the 2027 class, which you theoretically could do that. The problem with that is I think there is some sort of strategy involved in projecting the guy instead of drafting after we've seen a one season sample size of him. But it's not the only fair way to do it, but it is I think that is a fair way. I feel like there was a downside to that. I can't remember what it is though. So, if Sorsby's a Colt, he's the best ever though, right? That's exactly right. Yes. No, if he's drafted the Colts, I mean, we're going to rank him first overall, obviously. So, but yeah, hopefully that's enough. Hopefully that's enough context and information as we kind of wait to see. All he needs is some kind of, I think, injunction. I wish Alex were here; he would tell me. Or Tom.
He filed that injunction. It was denied.
No, I think this was the initial case. No. This wasn't even a court case. This was just
NCAA.
This is just the NCAA. So the court case is Monday, I think. So yeah. I think he's filing for it, and it hasn't been denied yet.
I gotcha.
I think if it gets approved, he could play this year. Is the thing. So
yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Domain Bad Batch, a league that is of the people, for the people, by the people, is drafting tonight. By the way, quick little call out here. We do have the Domain League Network that all of these people are a part of. They've joined, and we are getting started here. The Domain League Network, if you would like to become a part of that and become a commissioner, what we do is we basically recruit good commissioners to run leagues for our supporters. We pay your year one buy-in, and then we fill our leagues with only our members, our paid members, so you get, hopefully most of the time the best members possible. And if you would like to apply to be a commissioner, I think we are looking for more commissioners right now. To run more leagues, to do more live leagues. So again, you do get your first year buy-in paid if you are a commissioner. So you can apply if you go over to the Discord to Domain Leagues. There's a little button there that says apply to commission a Domain League. If you guys are interested and you want to get your first year buy-in paid and you're a stand-up person that's not going to screw people over and cause trouble, and you can, that's the kind of people we're looking for. So we're not looking for the troublemakers. But we're rolling here, and Bijan Robinson goes first overall. Again, tomorrow's video, you will see we unveil our 2026 Dynasty running back rankings. I mentioned in the video that Bijan is my 101 in Dynasty. I have my reasons. Some people don't like my reasons. It's okay. I understand. I think it's a big tier guys up front, and Bijan's my personal favorite. And I think he has the best combination of ceiling, floor, safety, low risk.
Safety, he's a running back.
Yeah, well, yeah. There's some of that, but he goes 101 there. So, and then Allen goes 102. I'm assuming this is somebody tell me in the chat. I'm assuming this is a 6-point passing touchdown. And Gibbs goes 1-3, and then JSN 1-4. So we'll see how this thing sorts out. I'm gonna have you, Scott. Will you get the tool pulled up and put the draft link in there? So we'll pull up the ADP tool and we'll kind of track this as we go. Yeah, it'll be a little bit tough without name dropping, to be honest with you, but we'll try. We'll try. What was your most memorable league since playing fantasy and why? Well, I have to go probably Flock League 2024. Yeah, that's the one. Why? Because I won, baby. Because I was the first Flock League champion ever. Because I'm immortal because of that league.
Yeah, I don't know how the Flock League couldn't be the most memorable
David
league that we would be
David
in.
says he never got a swag box and we hate him. Did we send the swag boxes? Yeah, they're sent. So it should be. Did you do David Yoda's? Or David Yo? Did you do that one? I'll tell you, David. Yo. Yep, yours is sent. Yeah, we're a little bit slow on the swag box right now. Sorry about that. We didn't have the purchase data from the site, so we couldn't pull your guys' usernames to get your sizes and stuff like that. So yeah, and Becca's doing them by herself. But again, it wasn't even Becca's fault. It was I couldn't even get the information to Becca. So they're coming. Sorry, it's a little slow. Have we discussed Josh Jacobs? Yes, right at the beginning of the stream, we spent about 15 minutes talking about that. So yep, just
that's our rewind voice.
Mr. Snatchback says he's hyped for Thursday's live. We have some different settings, had a ton of trades. I'm excited for that. This one's going per usual so far. The top, 7 guys, top 7 cornerstones go here. Then Amon Ra, Jaden Daniels, and Ashton Genty. Again, I have seen Daniels recently. I have seen Daniels move up into the late first tier a little bit more recently, which is interesting. Not that
I don't know, Alan, are you?
What?
He said, "Am I still owed a swag box?"
Did you buy one? If you did, then yeah, you are owed one.
Yeah.
How many did we send out today or whenever? 24.
24.
Today, so
I've gone out
yeah,
today.
if you did order a swag box, check your email, check your junk and spam. We emailed you asking for your size information for your t-shirt and stuff like that. So yeah, somebody asked what I can do to get a live team blueprint. Here's the link, my friend. Again, become a domain member. And if you are a domain member, then just go to the top right corner of the site and do personalized advice. So who was that? I said that. Nolan Farts. Nolan Farts, what's up?
Yes, C Fox, I can take care of you there.
Nagasuma says he didn't get one. Did you? Or what did you order one? Ask Tom. I don't know. Chris. Oh yeah, you got that one? Yep.
Yep.
King Raccoon says first time here early in the draft. Good afternoon. What's up, man? Good to see you. Genty goes there 110. We're looking at 111 right now. And Lamar goes. I wonder. So did somebody say if it was a 6-point? Yeah, 6-point. 6-point. Cool. Okay, so then yeah, you saw Daniels and Lamar go a little bit higher here. Go over to the ADP tool real quick, and we can see these guys kind of rolling off the board here a little bit.
Chris, I just reissued one of those vouchers back for you, so you're good.
ADP tool. There you go, Chris. You got it. Here, make us small. Make us baby small. So yeah, we put in. You basically to do this, by the way, if you haven't done this already, you put in your. You refresh this page, right? Okay, I'm just making sure. So this is because go to keep trade cut real quick. I want to see make sure this is. Listen, you have player category mode on too. Let's see if Rice made it down to 7th. No, this is old data.
Hey.
Go back to the draft. You need to refresh that. Do like a hard refresh, Command R on that.
Okay. Hey, Frody.
There you go.
Just try to go to the site and hit the sync Discord button. If you sync Discord through the site, then it should give you those annual Motherflocker rolls.
Yep. Yep. Okay, so you can kind of see here, keep trade cut, obviously much higher on the tight ends. And we'll go back to domain here. This is going to give us the best idea. This is, if you're a member, this is on the site for you to use during your startups as well. Yeah. All right, let's bounce back to the draft here. There's a look. Neighbors, love, go there. We do have 4 point and 6 points in the pool, and my idea was to balance those out and average about a 5 point. You can make manual adjustments for quarterbacks based on your own kind of opinions of how high you want to take them. So, Frody's annual mother flocker Discord's telling me out. I'm not when I play a commissioner. You read that.
Chain Reaction has already taken advantage of the Josh Jacobs freak out. He just sold Marshawn Lloyd for Hunter.
Oh my gosh. No, that's a great move. Oh my gosh, dude. So that's the other thing I guess that could come from this is you could sell Marshawn Lloyd for, I guess, a lot. Neighbors goes 112 there. Obviously, lots to talk about Neighbors recently. I don't know if we've been live since the Neighbors stuff came out where they basically said, Harbaugh came out and said that it's not a normal knee injury and he's working through it and it's not easy. So
yeah, I know.
Not stuff you want to hear necessarily.
No, dude, he's going to miss he's going to start the year on the PUP list. Like they're making it sound like they don't even know when he's going to be back.
Yeah.
Which is pretty wild.
I know. So, but obviously, again, you can see here, like, it didn't affect his price here that much. Like, he just went at the 112.
No, I think naturally what you'll see is the closer we get to the season and people look more and more at production, the guys who they know are going to produce will rise, and those are pretty much every single productive vet. And then the guys that they don't think are going to produce or know aren't going to produce are going to dip a little bit. So you might see a little bit of a small dip with Neighbors going like 1-2 turn, maybe sliding to like the mid-second, but I don't think he'll fall any further than that. The guys that would jump him would be, Jefferson, guaranteed production, Love, guaranteed production, Bowers, Caleb Williams, those guys that just went, they could all end up going over him, but he'll pretty much just slide from like the middle, like top to middle of that tier to the bottom of it. He's too insulated long-term for the community, in my opinion, to freak out too much. It's just, the immediate lack of production is going to result in a small discount. If you can get him for a bigger discount, then, it's probably worth having a discussion about him being like a really, really big buy. But time will tell on that one. I think we'll know more in August.
I think you're right.
Yeah, no problem, Freddie. Glad it worked out for you.
Jefferson obviously went. Appreciate you, Rob. Yeah, if you want to know whether you should make some moves with your picks, do it before. If you're going to keep all your picks and pick, do it after. I mean, I don't think it matters. We're happy to look at it either time. Caleb obviously goes there at a 6 point. You saw Jefferson there. Drake, London. Jefferson was a pretty good value there at 2-3, by the way. London goes and then Hampton. Obviously, Hampton has been going a little bit higher more recently, so...
Oh, Marion. Oh, Marion. Oh, Marion. That's my breakdown on Hampton on that pick right there.
Good work, Nate.
Thanks. And there goes CD's Lamb at 2-7.
Nice. He's been falling a little bit recently, too.
Yeah, I think I've decided that CD Lamb's new value is just mid to late second now, apparently. That's just what it is. Kind of wild. I get it. I mean, people are worried about Pickens, and Lamb's ceiling did seem to be a little bit capped compared to what we saw without Pickens in years past. Not to mention, he is going to be 27 pretty soon. So... what are we when we're investing him at first round prices where he was going last year? Are we investing in him at cap ceiling prices? Probably, but I do think he's one of the better picks in the second round. Can't lie. I had a couple people shout "Happy Birthday, Nathan" throughout the Pittsburgh Marathon since I wore the Nike quarter set.
That's awesome. That's really funny. More than one person, too.
Oh, man. I think it's...
You guys
I think it's funny that when someone sees domain logo, they think "Happy Birthday, Nathan." Like, why can't it be like Hey, it's domain. Like, woo. Value.
We
Judkins.
we have about 25 likes and we're giving away a blueprints, by the way.
Birthday. So. Okay.
Joe Burrow goes there again, 6 points, so he moves up a little bit. Good pick there. And then Devon Achane, we talk about in the running back rankings video tomorrow, so you'll hear kind of a breakdown on him. We did have, spoiler alert, him and Hampton in the same tier, and so I like that pick. In case you guys didn't know, today is Nathan's birthday. Happy birthday to Nathan. It's Nathan's birthday.
It's not.
Dude, come on. Okay, seriously, you do this every year. Every year on May 26th, you do this. Every year.
On May 26th.
I'm not even kidding. Today's Nathan's actual birthday.
It is my mom's birthday today.
You and your mom were born on the same day? That's crazy.
We were not born on the same day.
That's a fun fact. Do you use that as your fun fact for like interviews and stuff?
My mom was born today, and I was
not the same day. You were born some years later. On the same
No.
Not the exact same year, but you were born. So happy birthday, Nathan, in the chat, everybody.
Not on the same
Let's get it going. Let's get the positive vibes moving. Did James Cook just go with the 212?
We're actually getting pretty close to me being... oh my gosh. Well...
Game tight. He's calling his shot. He's going double running back and takes James Cook.
That's not the first time I've seen James Cook go in the second round, actually. That's probably the second or third time.
All right, we've got an offer from David Yole in the birthday league. I'm very sad because my team label in that went down to purgatory, and it's my first ever below a balanced team on the Flock site. So they Flock site can blame one. But code domain. Yeah, let's see.
That's not a terrible trade.
Okay, well, read it to me. I haven't read it yet.
Malik Neighbors and Jadarian Price, we would be receiving. We would be giving up Omarion Hampton and Christopher Olave. Obviously, this type of move would take us from, being a little skittish this year to definitely not in it again for another year. I don't hate it. I do think that my projection, this is me thinking out loud. Again, I literally just said this before you even sent the deal, so I'm not trying to work you. Like, I really do believe this. And the gap between Neighbors and Hampton when we get to the end of August is going to close. And I think they're going to be a lot closer in value than they are right now, which is about a half round. And I don't think that's because Hampton is going to rise necessarily. I think it's because Neighbors is going to go down to the bottom of that tier just because of the production being baked into his price or lack thereof.
Mm-hmm.
So when you factor that in, them being close to value equivalent probably for most of this season, you're looking at the gap between Price and Olave being the thing that we would have to make up a little bit. Mm-hmm. I know this is an initial offer, so Yoda, I'm assuming that you would be willing to work to like shimmy a little bit. But it's not a bad initial. You don't have any future capital really for us to talk about. You have a lot of high-end assets.
We got a
unless we can find something to bridge that gap between Olave and Price.
I
would probably be more inclined to hold right now.
Yeah, but y'all like Price and you're tanking this year. We do like Price, but again,
but we're not going to
overpay relative to market just because we like a player. Otherwise, we'd be basically dumb on everything. That would be like
paying for tanking, which we're not necessarily in a rush to tank.
Look at that name.
Triple tight end.
What's the tight end premium on this league?
1 point.
Is it a full point or is it a half point? If it's a half point, wow. I got a nice Colston Loveland card right there. It's very pretty. And then Herbert goes against 6 point. You saw Dart go 3-1, so
hey, watch this.
If it were up to Abdul Carter, Dart would have gone much lower than that. That was funny for people who got that. That was funny. Wu-Tang asked if I liked his offer. What league is that, Wu-Tang? Okay, it's a half point. The problem is, generally market hoarding is not a super strong strategy because it also leaves you with a pretty glaring need. But tight end is probably the one position where I think people they think more than any other position, and they're right. They can get away with just punting the position. And so it's a little tough to sell those guys. So we'll see. Do either of y'all play in FFPC dynasties, or you only play in? We only play in sleeper. We only have about 11 or 12 leagues between the two of us. We don't have near enough time to allocate to all of our leagues like we'd like to. And so Jonathan Taylor selected there. Again, Jonathan Taylor, I think the one concern people have is last time he had as many points and touches as he did like last year, he came out the next season and got hurt right away.
He pooped.
And so he poo-poo. And so with that, though, you're probably going to see JT. JT's what? How old is JT now?
He's 27 and a half.
And then his contract, he's up for an extension.
He is up for an extension.
So what do you think that's going to look like? You think the Colts are just going to bring him back?
At this point, I think they will. He's kind of the motor of their offense. I would not have been of that opinion a year ago, but I thought they were going to blow it up after 2025, and then they ended up being like good for more than half the season. And then things fell off.
Yeah,
because everyone got injured. So yeah, no, I think they'll probably give him a Saquon type deal, is what I would guess. They let a lot of people go that I didn't think they would let go of, and I think it's because they want to maintain their core.
Right.
So, what do you think the odds are that we actually add another receiver?
I'm not
like a veteran.
I don't know. This year?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Because Debo would make a lot of sense. Debo's still on the market.
I forgot Debo hasn't signed.
I don't think they won't. I don't think they'll sign Tyreek because I don't think he makes sense. But Debo's cheap. Like, he would not cost very much.
No, he wouldn't. I mean,
not necessarily a dynasty relevant conversation, but like as a Colts fan, and for like scheme, like he would be a perfect gadget guy. He'd be really nice to have. Yeah, JT at $15 million, which was what he was owed last year as well. Like $15 million prices this year is totally reasonable. And he will be unrestricted after this season. So
yeah,
they honestly what they might be doing contractually is like, let's see how you play in the middle of the year, and then we'll extend you in the middle of the year.
Yeah, because I guess what they'd save $13 million by cutting him, huh?
This year, but they're not. They're not going to.
Oh, that's 26.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. So this is the true last year.
He'll be unrestricted.
They already didn't cut him. Oh, wow.
So I would bet if an extension doesn't come before the season, it'll probably be during the season.
So he's 27 this year. Man, I really think we can get 3 good years out of him still.
Me too.
I think we should re-sign him. Honestly, I think he should just retire.
I would probably re-sign him. Again, the way that they've been operating for the last 12 months is, not necessarily a rebuild type of outlook. Like, they just paid big money to Alec Pierce. They just paid Daniel Jones for the next couple of years. They are very clearly kind of dedicated to this type of play for the next couple of years at least. So as long as he wants to stay here, that's fine, but that's up to him. He's kind of been a jerk in the past about, getting extensions. So if you hear news heading into training camp of like JT's holding out, I wouldn't necessarily be shocked.
Which I hate. It's probably the number one thing I don't like about Jonathan Taylor, to be honest with you, and the only reason I probably wouldn't want him on the team is because
he openly trashed our city and our owner. So
really never. I haven't really ever gotten over.
I never got over that. Yeah.
We do have a.
Obviously enjoy how he plays. Like, he's awesome.
Yeah.
But no, like,
we do have a baby QB run here in a 6-point Hurts, Mahomes, and Trevor. Let's bump over the ADP tool real quick, and then Warren goes there as well. Tight ends are flying off the board for a half point here. Go ahead and zoom out. I'm not going to name drop here. I'll let you guys kind of see. All these people have access to this tool, so you can kind of see who's gone off the boards according to where they normally go in domain drafts. And so pretty standard so far. Obviously, Warren typically goes 4-11. You can see his spot over there already off the board here in this draft. And so, you can see who's the best players available are. I'm not going to mention their names, but pretty standard outside of the one pick, again, was Warren. And Warren obviously just went off the board. And it looks like Kenneth Walker just got picked as well. So, yeah, people think Keenan Allen's he's gonna just go back to the and Olave and Igbuka were the two best players on the board, according to domain ADP. Which again, you guys are also determining domain ADP, so I wouldn't read into that too much. Go back. Let's go back and look. Go switch to non-domain ADP. So this is ADP from non-domain leagues. So change your baseline from domain to non-domain, and then you can see there still are guys that go in non-domain leagues in the 3rd round that are still on the board here. And then go to keep trade cut here real quick. And I use these just as much as I use, and you can see a lot of red there. And that is, again, because quarterbacks on keep trade cut are generally super inflated. It's a 6-point though. And so I think maybe you're tracking closer to this than you would a domain league. But this is kind of how I use the tool. Those are up, everything, all this ADP was updated this morning, by the way. So it's all very fresh.
They're fresh. What about their legs? They don't need those.
Something's back on the menu, boys. Yeah. Sorry, just quoting Lord of the Rings. Yeah.
It's probably my most quoted loader line.
You and a lot of people I know. I feel like everybody quotes that scene.
Because it's the funniest.
Because it's very funny. Brock, if Purdy goes there, a pretty good pick. 4-4. Again, 6-point, and you got, 2 quarterbacks for Camille's, JS and HN, and then you got Mahomes and Purdy, a dual QB there, so. Thanks, Anna. We appreciate that. Do you see the Yanks might get Scooball? What? Actually? Hey, Eli, go to the post page on the site. Go to the post page on the site. Dude. Okay, this Sports Illustrated thing says Dodgers predicted to land Scooball. Where do you see that at? Where do we see that? I didn't even know this.
It's always the Dodgers or the Yanks.
Yeah, well, the Dodgers have been way worse than the Yankees in recent years. Way worse. Way worse.
They've both been just as bad.
No, they haven't, dude.
They have.
That is such crap. No, they haven't. The Dodgers were so stacked. I'm not saying we couldn't, but the Dodgers definitely.
Hey, I'm equally as annoyed with both.
Well, thanks.
Yeah.
You should be annoyed with your team as well because they do the same thing.
Not nearly as much as the Dodgers and the Yanks. What are you talking about, Willis?
Fact check that.
The Cubs don't make a lot of splash free agency moves.
Total payroll for both those teams, 291 versus 219. Not as far as you think it is. They both were among the highest spenders.
That is a $70 million difference.
Dude, the Mets are at 334.
That is diabolical.
Yeah, Stan
Mets, are you kidding me?
Yeah, and Stan sucks. It's
Jeez. Awesome. Oh my
sorry,
gosh.
not Stan.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, Sato.
Thank you. Good Lord. Soto. Soto.
Yeah, sorry.
Stanton has kind of sucked though.
Anyways, no, I was talking about the snatching up the best players from every other team in the league.
Yeah.
Which is what the Dodgers and Yankees are infamous for doing that.
I know.
And the Cubbies don't do that near as much.
I know. I know. That's why I don't win as much.
It's usually
CMC mid 4th. Go to the where does it normally go in domain league, Scott?
We got Bregman. It's great. But
domain. So in domain leagues, you usually see Christian McCaffrey going off the board. Okay, he's been going late 4th on average, so that's not too terribly high, compared to what we normally see him go.
Yeah, I know, Zon. That's.
And then I wish they made Nico, Ladd, then Bo Nix. Again, Bo Nix at the 4.8 for a 6-point passing touchdown league. I really like that price. And then Tyson consistently going there. Interesting. Actually, Tyson slid a little bit more in this draft than he normally does, but Henderson goes there for 2. For 410. Did we hit the 150? We did. All right, let's give away a free blueprint here. First one of the night. We get to 250. We'll give away another one. Let's do Nathan B-Day 69 in the chat. It is Nathan's birthday today, so we will roll with that.
But
Nathan B-Day 69 in the chat. No caps, no spaces to get in the blueprint giveaway. As Rashee Rice goes off the board right there.
And so Chase Brown and Walker got the 3-1-4 turn.
I don't think this is a terrible. Now let's go back to the ADP tool for this as well. I'm gonna keep
good values in the 5th
bouncing
round.
Back and forth here to kind of show you some of the. So Rice on average goes 406 in domain leagues, but again that includes drafts in the pool that were before his suspension. You go to Keep Trade Cut now, for example. Keep Trade Cut, obviously probably the most fluid, up-to-date source of this rankings. He goes 7-10. So he just went 3 rounds earlier than where he's supposedly priced at in the market. And there's a huge market disconnect with Rashee Rice right now. In terms of what I prefer, I probably prefer a little bit lower than where he just went, but much higher where he's going in, according to Keep Trade Cut.
You think based off of flip back over Scott to the domain baseline? You think people might be using the tool?
Yeah, I think so. And I think that's kind of what I'm cautioning people. Like the ADP sample has not necessarily caught up to the Jacobs news, the Rice news, the Neighbors news, right? And so you have to kind of take everything with a grain of salt when you're using a sample that includes drafts spread across, 20 days, right? So,
yep.
LOL Scorch says, I'm driving right now, but how do I sign up for the free blueprint? I've got the link pinned in the comment here. Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. Nathan BD69. That's to get in the giveaway. If you're wanting to know how to get the free blueprint regardless, it's pinned. Code domain annual motherfucker. Xander says, Nathan, my birthday twin. Is today your birthday? If so, he's your birthday twin. Judkins goes 412. Nathan would know a lot about that. Judkins looks pretty good coming off of his injury. I don't know if you've seen any of the clips. He's moving pretty good. It was a bone break. And again, like you'd rather have a bone break. I came back from a broken leg in...
Much rather have a bone break than a ligament tear.
I came back from a broken leg in like 5 months.
Yeah.
Wasn't a compound fracture, but...
Those bones, man, they do crazy things.
Bones heal much faster.
It's actually wild. Scattaboo is pretty much ready to go.
Yeah.
He's up and hopping too.
Dude, they're all still on that call. Holy smokes.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Fernando goes there 5-1, and then Saquon Barkley, like Nathan said, jumps up a little bit as well. Barkley on our ADP tool normally goes where? I think it's later 5th, early 6th, maybe.
Dude,
right?
our boy Saquon is like 29 now. Isn't that crazy?
He's an old boy.
Yeah,
he's had a great career.
He has had a great career.
Injury honestly, it really did kind of
actually
redeem his whole career that he got a Super Bowl out of it too.
It did redeem his whole career, and it's just crazy to see like Saquon after all of the hills and valleys of his career with
6'2".
situations.
He went around
injuries as well. I mean, talk about an injury-riddled career as well.
Khalil.
This I think is a testament to like what the installation capability of a running back really is with like the draft capital that someone like Saquon Barkley has.
Yeah.
Is, if the talent is there and people know the talent is there, you'll have a guy's value that's elevated for so long and for so many years, regardless of how many injured seasons he may have or how many ups and downs he may have from an efficiency standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's always going to be in more than just a relevant range. Like,
yeah,
I mean, it's wild. This will be his 8th year, right? This will be his 9th year.
Jack has a question for you, Nathan.
That is crazy. Jack said, Nathan, have you been into fitness lately? I played spike ball yesterday. I'm really sore.
Outside of that?
Outside of that, not especially. Maybe it's the black shirt.
Maybe. And then, Jack, if you have any follow-ups on that, feel free to just drop them in the comments. So, yeah, just leave it on Nate.
Just leave what? Oh. Hi.
We'll just sit here for a minute.
Nice.
And Brees does go there 5-3. So, Lemon goes 5-4 as well. Lemon and Tyson both went. No, back to Nathan. Lemon and Tyson did go back to. It went pretty late here. So, Just waiting for a follow-up on Jack's comment here.
Is it a D's nuts joke?
There it is. There you go, Nate.
Fitness this? Seriously?
No, look. There it is on the screen, Nate. Come on.
Oh, nice. I didn't even see that come in.
It was probably on all chat. So congratulations to Jack on that one. Jack, will you give us your flock username? I'll give you about 10 free trade questions for that one. I'm proud of you. All right, a couple more minutes on the blueprint giveaway. In the this draft is very interesting, guys. This draft's very interesting. You know, Barkley went a round higher than he normally does. Kyron Williams, I think, just went a full round. Go to the ADP tool, Scott. Where does Kyron normally go in domain drafts? I'm pretty sure he just went, 604 is where he normally goes there. It hasn't updated yet. There he goes, 604. He just went a full round higher as well. Are there any weird running back bonuses in this league that are causing some of these running backs to jump up so much? This is very interesting to me. Or people just taking their guys? I don't blame you either way.
Man, I keep saying this every draft, but I swear every draft that we've done the last couple of weeks has been whack.
Yeah,
like,
it's been. I like it. I love
changes.
The parody, man.
It makes it so
entertaining.
Really nice. It makes it a lot more entertaining because we honestly went on like a 2-month run there
where exactly
every draft was the same, and it was starting to get really boring.
I should get in one more drafts.
Mm-hmm.
I should do one more.
Yeah,
I could do it. We could do one more draft. How about that? I could do it though. I could do another draft. We could do it. We could do it tonight. I could do it. I was gonna tell you something. Oh, did you see Aaron's comment? Aaron's here.
No.
Here, put it up, Scott.
What did Aaron say?
Yeah, Aaron Schnitzer, 12.
Oh, hi, Aaron. Thanks. It's not.
Attaboy, Aaron. All right. We'll do one more minute on the giveaway. Nathan B Day 69 in the chat. We've got 86 people eligible right now to get a free team blueprint. We're going to draw here in a minute. Good thing I just traded away Jacobs for KC. It looks like a great move now. I probably would have done that before, to be honest with you, especially like reload, rebuild. That's a smash. I feel bad if you're reload with Jacobs right now because you have to certainly wait. So GH Steel says, what should I pay for Jacobs now that he got arrested? I mean, people were talking about getting it done for like
a bag of chips
for like seconds. And yeah, if you can send a 27-second, I wouldn't pay it first for him.
I've literally seen multiple people in this chat since we started the stream saying Josh Jacobs is never going to play football again.
Yeah,
like
crazy.
That's crazy. It's the same reaction every time something like this happens. Do you know how many people are actively playing in the NFL right now who have been domestic violence people? Like, oh man. The NFL has shown time and time and time and time and time and time, and did I say time again, that really, they don't care that much about domestic violence allegations. And that's like, again, you can have ethical conversations about that. I'm happy to have ethical conversations about that, but that doesn't necessarily have to do with my Dynasty team.
Scott, can you pull up on another screen? Can you pull up my portfolio page, the My Teams page on Flock? It should be logged near my account. We're going to see how many shares of Josh Jacobs I have. Let's see how bad the damage is.
Unfortunately, it's about to probably double for me.
Thanks.
I'll play this game every year, man. If you guys are going to give us another Judkins case, like,
okay, now go down.
We'll have every Josh Jacobs.
Just move us to the other side real quick because the portfolio is on the other side. I want to see how many Josh Jacobs shares. My freaking percentile keeps dropping.
Yeah, exactly, Frody. Like,
okay, search Josh Jacobs there in the search bar on the right side.
Especially when it's an alleged case, like. Oh, man.
I have one share. Let's go. 7%. That's it. Guys, we are so up right now. What about neighbors?
That means you can get them for cheap.
That does mean I can get them for cheap. That's actually...
I'm
playing all domain leagues.
Yeah.
2 shares in neighbors, not bad. Okay.
I don't know. He's going on the block in a lot of domain leagues right now. So...
2. Okay. I will say this. We'll go back to the draft.
Zach said Marshawn Lloyd's hamstring strained as soon as he read the Jacobs tweet. Somebody in this chat said Marshawn Lloyd's to the moon, and I was like, yeah, he's probably going to get to the moon before he steps on the football field. Like, this dude will never play a snap, I swear.
So, Zach, somebody just said that they sold Marshawn Lloyd in a Dynasty League for Travis Hunter. You know what's really funny is we were super high on Marshawn, and he did.
I know he didn't.
Nothing.
Nothing. His receiving chops in college were like bar none. They were so good. And then he got the day 2 capital. We were like, oh my gosh.
Okay, so
we were like, he's Aaron Jones replacement, and then he decided he's gonna get hurt every time he walks. So
Burden went there 5-6 where he normally goes. Kyron again was a round earlier than he normally goes as well. You got Rome, he normally goes there. Price normally goes there. Marv normally goes there. Dak actually went about 10 spots lower than he goes. And again, this is the second 6 point in a row. Dak went consistently 4 or 5 turn in every single one of our drafts for 3 months. And the last 2 drafts we've done have been 6-point passing touchdown leagues, and he's dropped to the 5-9 and 5-10 in both of those. So I don't necessarily know what the dealio is there. Scadaboo is the top running back in the next tier of guys. Barkley we have in that tier as well, but he goes 5'11", and then 2 solid wide receivers. And it's interesting if you're looking at this one spot here. He went quadruple running back to start, and then now is loading up on 2 wide receivers that are not the sexiest values or names in Dynasty, but they both are the wide receiver ones on their own team. Theoretically, obviously with Smitty, you're talking about AJ Brown getting traded, Mekhi Lemon not being the one this year. We are assuming these 2 are the 2 wide receiver ones. You're 2 cheap wide receiver ones to pair with 4 running backs that all 4 of those guys could make up a third of the top 12 running backs in fantasy football leagues this year from a PPR scoring perspective. And so from a contending point of view, I don't think that's a terrible build right there. So very interesting though, right? All right, let's do this. First giveaway. We'll give another one at 250. We're at 185 right now. First giveaway winner is Christopher Fox. Congratulations, my friend. So we owe you another one. So we'll get you. I think you've got one in for tonight too. So we'll give you another voucher. Will you give C Fox his voucher real quick? You won.
Oh, another
one. Congrats, C Fox.
You deserve it, C Fox.
All right. We'll end this poll. We'll do another one at 250. So we're rolling here. This draft is rolling pretty well. Brian Thomas. I think I saw some clips on Twitter with Brian Thomas today. It's almost Twitter clip season, officially, because we're gonna have.
Oh, I've already seen some Twitter clips. It's very, very entertaining right now. Very entertaining.
Zach says he recorded a Dynasty running backs rankings video. That's really funny because Paul just did his today too. So there's literally going to be freaking 4 of those out this week. We're all we've all got our freaking cycles synced up at this point. Are you guys moving him down your rankings at all, or did I miss that? Well, honestly, I don't know. I don't know
if I will. That I would. I have as many questions about Bashal Tutin as I do Josh Jacobs. So
yeah,
I don't know how much further down I can drop
him. If
him.
Anything, we'd move him down
put him in the
tier.
Henry tier. Because we do have Henry separating. We'll do. We do have Henry separating.
Can you make that change
with Javonte and Etienne? So
we move Jacobs down to the Henry tier.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hey, you want?
So there you go.
Hey,
we moved him down A tier.
Hey,
what?
You want to do a Jacobs thing right now
on the stream?
Yeah, for the video.
All right, here we go. Ready? Cut this in. Here you go, Sherry. Well, it would be an hour and 5 minutes.
We're at 103.45 right now.
Actually, we're at 104.25 right now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nathan,
everybody smile. You're going to be on the video.
Yeah,
Here
smile.
We go. Smile.
Say hi.
Full screen. I'll do it. I did that.
Yeah, you just switch over when we talk.
I did that too.
Yep.
It's going to look a lot worse. Okay, here we go. Hi, everybody. It's Avery from the future, and I'm here with our beautiful people on a live stream, and we just got word that Josh Jacobs did some bad things, and so this does allegedly did some bad things. So this does affect our ranking of him. We're basically cutting in breaking news. This is big news in our world, and so we're gonna move Josh Jacobs down to the Derrick Henry tier. I think a lot of people, long story short. Sandra said, hi, Mom. I think long story short, I think a lot of people are going to sell too low on Josh Jacobs. If you have Jacobs, I would hold him. I would look for potential buy opportunities if people are panicking. What you're looking at for this type of suspension is usually like a 3-game suspension. So we maybe could expect that this year. It could be next year.
I was going to say that's if it happens this year. Generally, the NFL with domestic violence cases waits until all of the legal stuff is done and decided and, all closed up. And that sometimes can take well over a year. If you remember the Kamara case, for example, we had video footage of Alvin Kamara beating the crap out of somebody, and he was suspended 3 games the year after it actually happened. So if you are going to see a suspension for Jacobs, like I wouldn't be in a hurry to say that his 2026 campaign is in the dirt.
So that's the latest and greatest. We technically didn't move him down in our rankings. We just moved him. Well, we did. We moved him down a tier. We didn't move him down like relative to other running backs. He's just going to go down a tier. So hopefully you enjoyed that. Shout out to all our beautiful people in the chat watching this live stream right now. Back to our normally scheduled program. Okay, thanks, guys. You guys were great.
Wow, Grape.
Wow, grape.
Wow. Let's put Brendan Sorsby in our running back rankings.
Do another cut. No. Scott said, actually.
Oh my gosh.
Oh man. Okay, so catching up here. Bucky 6'3". We talk about Bucky on the video. You'll get the full scoop tomorrow. It's, we did get some news on Bucky. These last from Bowles. Wu-Tang says, I was so nervous to be on Pilot Grip. Yeah, that's right.
This is actually my first Domain video collab. I'm honored. Hey, this isn't your first Domain video collab.
You've been on the channel. You've been on the channel before. We've had like approximately 0 people ever collab with us, but you are one of them.
Yep.
One of the few proud. We did get some Bucky news today.
The collabers.
I never know what to think of Todd Bowles. Todd Bowles is like, I have such a weird opinion of Todd Bowles. It's like, okay, he won a Super Bowl, but also I think he might be a bad coach.
He reminds me so much of, at least the way he carries himself.
Wait. I'll be guess.
Well, I mean, there's only one answer.
Jim Caldwell?
No, Tony Dungy.
Really?
The way he carries himself, he's like Tony Dungy. Like he's very mild mannered.
I think he's more like Caldwell in the sense that he was mild-mannered, but Caldwell wasn't as good of a coach. I think Dungy...
He also is defensive, and Dungy was defensive as well.
Yeah, I guess.
So, anyways...
I view Dungy in a much higher light than I view Bowles, to be honest with you, but...
Well, I don't think he's the same coach. That's not what I was saying. I was
just saying he's Dungy, which is fine.
Like personality-wise, he reminds me of Tony Dungy.
Freddie said to pray for him because he's got a colonoscopy tomorrow. He's doing the clean out right now. That is rough stuff. Actually, Nathan can relate.
Dude, I can relate.
Nathan gets colonoscopies for fun, like voluntarily.
No, I don't actually.
If we get 250 likes, we'll do colonoscopy 69.
That wasn't super enjoyable, but I did have playoff baseball to get me through that night, so that was nice.
Jonathan says, as a Bucks fan, which again, if you are a fan of the team we were talking about, I'm not even kidding here. You are more credible than I would hope people would give us a little bit more credibility on the Colts than anybody. But that just means a lot coming from Bucks fans. 100% a bad coach. Dungy was so much better. Yeah, Nathan basically just said they were the same. So you guys heard it here first. It's a bad take. Anyways, ignoring that.
Oh my gosh.
AJ Brown. He goes there 6'4". Obviously, June 1st is when? This weekend, right?
What?
June 1st Monday?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
So
can you believe we're already over a month removed from the NFL draft?
No.
That's kind of crazy.
Well, Aaron also says he's a bad coach. Ownership loves him, though. And again, he won a Super Bowl. Otherwise.
No, he didn't. Arians did.
Arians
was a head coach. Bowles was a DC.
That's right. He didn't win a Super Bowl. It was Bruce Arians. Mm-hmm. Duh. Oh, yeah. So why do they still have him then? That's because ownership loves him. That's obviously why.
Because it was supposed to be a throwaway job after Brady left, and he made them a consistent playoff.
He is a very good defensive mind. I will say that.
And their defense.
But they also had a stacked roster.
I will say their defense was really good for those first couple of years. In the last couple of years, it's kind of fallen off a bit.
Yeah.
They have not been a super consistently good defense.
Brock says, as a Colts fan, do I know more than y'all who are Colts fans? I would say we're probably going to call it equal.
What?
You might know more because we have to focus on all the teams like we focus on our own team now. So you have to kind of spread our brains around here.
Yes.
Fannin and Kraft, again, half-point league, but they both do go 6th round. We normally see Fannin and Kraft. Even recently, I've seen Kraft can go here. Fannin has gone all over the place. I'm not quite sure where his market value is going to settle. I love Higgins in the 6th. It's a great pick. Goff, Love at the 6'10" and Ward at the 6'12" in a 6-point passing touchdown league. It just feels like incredible quarterback value for Carter here.
Incredible.
Mr. Incredible. Incredible. Carter takes Genty and then goes Jefferson and Pickens, which I love. The Travion pick I'm not a huge fan of, but that's just a player take. And then Brees, it's a little bit less sexy. But to follow, a 3 running back, 2 wide receiver startup with your quarterback 1 in the 6'10" in a 6-point passing touchdown league, and your first pick is Jordan Love, you have to be happy.
I feel like we have to equalize the standard. Like, if we're going to elevate guys up top for it being a 6-point format, why aren't we elevating the guys at the bottom as well of, relevant tiers?
Aaron makes a good point.
What?
He said Arians did, but Bulls did win that Super Bowl because they held Mahomes to no touchdowns. That is very true. It was the defense.
But he's not playing the head. He's not playing the head coaching role. Like, I know what you mean, but
well, Zom says he lost his Seahawks street cred after the draft. After you came on, you were like, they're not taking Price, and then they took Price. It was awesome. That was a good pick, by the way. Jadarian Price is a beast. Anybody who doesn't think so. Is Zach still here? Zach, what do you think about Jadarian Price? You're a film guy. I like his film.
I think he likes him.
I think I do too. I just can't keep track. I hope he does.
Zach, you better like Jadarian Price.
Like him. Concepcion goes there 7-1. And then you see Derrick Henry go there 7-2. Actually, Derrick Henry, go over to the ADP tool here, Scott. I think that's a round higher for Henry. Henry 801, and he goes 7-2 here. This is the current board. I'm not going to name drop any of these guys. I'll let you take a look at the best values available according to what source are we on right now? Domain. All right, let's go out of this. There are some values here. I don't want to necessarily spoil anything. Wow, interesting. Okay, he went. Baker was a crazy. How did you? Okay, so let's look at A-Chase's draft here. Let's highlight the 1-8. Amon-Ra St. Brown, London, and Wilson. You go triple wide receiver to start. You do get a running back 1 in Kyron, but you take him early. You reach on him, which is fine. But to have Nix and Baker with this team is in a 6-point. This team is almost certainly going to be very, very competitive this year. That is great.
Muy bien.
That is a really good draft. You nailed the quarterbacks.
Nailed it.
Yeah, and I'm not sure exactly who I would have taken. You know what I probably would have done there in hindsight? Hindsight's 2020, but I would have taken a running back in the 2nd, and then I would have taken Luther Burden or Odunze in the 5th. So then you would have had Hampton or Achane, and so that would have been my. But hindsight's 2020, right? You can't know that going in. So did Jackson Dart complete his Anakin to Vader arc when he introduced Trump? I don't know. I know it's a joke, but you literally as a Dynasty owner should not care any one single bit about any of that stuff. Trust me. Although Jackson Dart's one of my favorite players in the NFL, probably top 10 for me. The dude is a duck hunter that when he duck hunts, puts eye black on where Anakin has his scar on purpose. Like, he and I are very similar people.
He's a Star Wars nerd.
And he's kind of a redneck too. Like, he's me. Like, we're almost the same, except he's way better at football. Like, and richer and all that. But outside of that, people wouldn't be able to tell us apart, I don't think. Okay, take it off. We're not doing this.
Avery's new truck.
That's not my truck. All right, Waddle and Jameson Williams go there.
That was great timing, Scott. Well done. That's why I pay him the big bucks.
Yeah, give Scott a 25-cent raise right there.
Almost as big of a raise as your truck.
It's called a lift there, dickhead. Sorry. I think Kyler's a good pick there. You guys know how I feel about Kyler and May and Kyler for Nagasuma there. Nagasuma goes CeeDee Lamb, Nico, Romadudze, T. Higgins. I like that room. And you got JT in there as well. That's going to be a competitive team this year. Lots of really good drafts here. I feel like the middle's kind of crushing it. Sadiq goes 7-10. Stafford goes 7-11. I think I took Stafford in the 8th in a 6-point because he scores so many points in this format. So the Ducks are the symbolic children from Order 66. That's funny. Jane said, "Nice truck, Avery." Thanks.
All right. My gosh, I just saw the Adult Swim.
Hey, Alex, we need a lawyer breakdown on Jacobs. I don't think you were here earlier.
The Jar Jar ghost Jar Jar tormenting Vader Adult Swim clip just came up in my feed again. I was like laughing all over.
I recently watched I showed Savannah and she did not
Miss
care.
All sparkly glowy.
I showed Savannah the escalator one, and I literally every time I watched
Stormtrooper,
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 my lord, Stormtrooper,
Stormtrooper,
Stormtrooper.
Go yourself. Oh my gosh.
And then Darnold and Stroud. So, you know,
Annie Banani, what happened to you?
The interesting thing here is Game Tight takes 2 quarterbacks here at the turn because he, you know, had the start I was talking about earlier. I don't necessarily think that's a reach in a 6 point for either of those guys. I think he was probably hoping to get Stafford, and maybe that's why he went ahead and took 2. But Darnold at the 7-8 turn and Stroud at 7-8 turn and a 6 point, I think is good value. Tootin goes there, 8-2. And Jacobs did go 7-9. And so we can kind of unpack that a little bit. We're getting a lawyer breakdown from Alex. I'm sure he's typing. So you see Jacobs drop. I mean, Scott, where have you been going in ADP for domain leagues before this? At the same spot, right? 7.5 to 7.9, so about a 4-spot drop. I mean, you haven't really seen a tangible drop yet. By the way, you can see the guy who is the clear ADP pick on the board. I think him not going yet is perfect.
Wow, may as well name drop. Jeez.
We didn't name drop, dude. I didn't say his name. All these people have access to this tool, so and he goes there anyways. I think he should be going closer to this anyway, maybe a little bit later. I'm fully prepared for people.
Price point for more.
I think I'm fully prepared for DJ Moore to do nothing this year. By the way.
Oh, so am I. But you know what else I'm fully prepared for? You know what else I'm fully prepared for?
What?
The August Twitter clips.
Oh yeah, true. No, he's a good market value.
He's a great market value play right now, and then I
just feel like him going at like 7th, 8th round prices, like he actually doesn't have that much value to go up if he gets some hype. Because I feel like it's already high. Well, I guess we're gonna find out, dude.
Yeah,
I'm sure you're right, but I just don't like it. I will not draft DJ Moore at this price. Like I think he's probably cooked, but it's fine.
I have no faith that Moore will do anything, just like I have no faith that anybody will do anything in that offense since they haven't done anything in that offense for the last, 2 years. So, Josh Allen very much can maintain high levels of production, and no receiver requires high levels of production in that offense for that to be true.
And we're into the ugly range now. Swift, Terry.
Biana.
Kyle Pitts is Biana. Kyle Pitts is a good pick here at price in the 8th. Fresh contract, and was the tight end 3 last year.
I really like Alec Pierce in the 8th, considering most people take him in the 7th now.
Hear me out. How old's Kyle Pitts?
He's younger than you would think.
He's 25.
Yeah, I mean he was a baby when he was drafted.
20, right?
Yeah, he was just 20. Just turned 20. He's my favorite non-elite one of my favorite non-elite investments if you're gonna fade tight end.
I guess my question is he an elite investment? Last year he had 118 targets and had almost 1,000-yard receiving.
I wouldn't consider him an elite investment because
right now obviously you're not considering him that, but could he be that? I think he could. I think he could be.
Maybe
I think he could be a top
honestly
3-4 guy.
I think they have to have an actual quarterback first.
I'm just saying you've got. My point is he's 25. You've got lots of good years in front of him. I think he could easily go back up in value here.
I really want him to go somewhere else because I don't think that's happening. I would be all in on it if they ended up letting him go long term. So
yeah,
the good thing is they tagged him. They didn't extend him long term. So
I love
he's
the price
not stuck
right
there
now,
forever.
But very much like it.
You what?
I love the price for him right now.
Yeah, you're getting the same amount of production most likely from a guy like Kyle Pitts that you're getting in a Sam Laporta who usually goes around and a half later. Odds are he's gonna score, close to the same amount of production as a Tyler Warren will, and you've got upwards of a 3 to 4 round gap there. Obviously Tyler Warren's upside I think is quite a bit higher in his situation, but once Pitts moves on, man, I think it's going to be very interesting to see where he goes because
nice Cooper pick. Yeah, I mean he'll probably go somewhere and be the running back 20.
The tight end 20.
That's right. Yeah, I thought you. Sorry, you said Pitts. I thought you said Swift.
Oh.
What Pitts is locked in there for 3 more years at least, right?
No, he just got tagged.
He got tagged.
Yeah, so
that's right.
That's why I'm really hoping he goes somewhere else next year. Assuming the Falcons have a terrible year and they blow it up, they might just let a lot of people walk.
It's true. Sting asked if I bought any Topps Finest yet. Oh yeah,
because they'll pay London before they pay Pitts. They'll pay Bijan before they pay Pitts.
Weekend was good, Sting. Yeah, you're right. They should. They should never let Bijan walk out of. Bijan should retire a Falcon if they're smart. What did you do for work before YouTube? I'm not allowed to say I get chastised for it.
Avery's a data analyst. Yeah. Becca,
Shut up, Becca.
don't troll him through me. Like what? I can say whatever I want.
I don't do anything. I have a hot dog stand.
Avery does data stuff. I did supply chain planning for a local business.
Nathan had that job for like approximately 3 months.
I know. I felt really bad because it was a good job.
We got too busy.
I liked them a lot, and they were really nice to me.
I sell Dippin' Dots at the zoo.
And then I was like, hey, I can't work 80 hours a week anymore. So then I quit. So
I work on a team that tests toilet plungers before they go to production. That's what I do. I think Omar Cooper stands out to me here in the 8th round as a pick that like I think is sexier like than all other picks in this area. Like I would take him easily over Monty, Terry, Swift, Gadsden, Watson, not Addison. I love the Addison pick, and I like the Wandale pick, and I like the Adams pick. I would put him closer to those guys though. I love Omar Cooper's price right now, and when they get a new QB, just remember this: when they get a new QB, his value is going to go way, way, way up next year. He could do nothing this year, and it doesn't matter. It's already baked into his price. He's going to be non productive this year with the current situation. They're going to get a quarterback in 2027. There's going to be a lot of optimism with Wilson, Cooper, Sadiq. No, I'm not. No.
80 hours a week and colonoscopies for fun. Sounds like a busy week.
Yeah.
Yeah. Luckily, the colonoscopy was after. After the fact.
An out of 50 Ward Auto in a finest block. That's a crazy hit.
It was during the season, though. And during the season, it's very busy. So.
Yeah, I've got some good stuff. Briefly, since everybody hates when I talk about this. There's an Ashton Genty auto in there now.
Mike said analytics.
Couple lower numbered rookies like Tet and
I appreciate
Genty
that
to 50.
That was funny.
A lot of finest grades. I got a Darren Sproles over there. It's number to 50. So
Sproles, really?
Yeah, it's a really cool card. I've got some in there you haven't seen yet. Lad auto, so some good stuff. Some of that's from breaks.
I am one out of 3 manuals is completed for Rivendell right now.
Nice. What are your thoughts on the Knicks and Cavs being tied 2-2 analytically? I hate my life, and I'm not talking about this. I do like, you know who I love though, Nate? I love Travis Hunter. And Travis Hunter just went off the board.
Good.
I'm trying to see if I'm forgetting anything from up here. I don't think I. Finest has been all right. Finest has been okay. I did get a box of Cosmic though at retail price that will come when it's released. I'm excited for that. Hunter's a great pick. Obviously, Hunter's still going 9th round here. Again, the risk in investing into Travis Hunter right now with the upside is, in our opinion, one of the best risks to take in Dynasty. So
risky biskies.
Get any cool Witherspoon or Iman Wari cards?
What's Iman?
No, I don't have any good ones of those. I have you know who I have? I have a Maxwell Hairston optic that's really cool. It's the numbered 32 one. So if you're a Bills fan, Maxwell Hairston fan, I've got one for you. So. Taylor says make sure to sign up for Flock. That's right. Appreciate it. What you got, Mike? 12 pack box of 2024 Select. I actually opened some of that today. Got a nice May rookie in there. Shock. So. Evans goes there 9-5. These drafts has gone by pretty quick. These guys are moving pretty well. Lots of, again, I mean, you've seen a 7 wide receiver run now, all veterans, and that's pretty much the best value in this range in every single draft right now. So. That's crazy around. You got some good stuff. Holy smokes. I bet it's better than my best cards for sure. My best is probably the Caleb Williams Urban Legends case hit. Out of Megas. I'm waiting for the reach comments when it comes to Travis Hunter. Great pick, great value. Now, does anybody think this is a reach on Travis Hunter? There's nobody here. You're drafting Eli Stowers in the 9th. So, Aaron got too many base Hamptons. I did well. I have lots of good Hamptons.
How did you guys meet Mason? He DM'd us on Twitter.
Yep. Yep. And then we got on a call with him, and when we were
super romantic, I know.
Yeah, and when we were very small, he offered for us to come on the site. The site was also very small.
We
and
were
bad.
very small. We did not have 5,000 subscribers yet on Dynasty.
Yeah.
And our fantasy channel at that point did not exist.
It did. We had done one season.
Had we done one season?
I think so.
Okay.
Zach says, appreciate you helping with my team last week, Avery. Team draft last week. Team looks pretty nice. Yeah, hopefully you like it. I felt pretty good about that draft. Where did you end up in the power rankings? It was tough. I got sniped probably 6 times in that draft, and I ended up at the top of a tier once or twice, which could have been worse, but I really just kept getting sniped, which was unfortunate, but I still think we made it out of there okay. I'm curious if you've gotten any offers or anything for the players we drafted yet, so...
Garrett in a 10 team, you're probably looking at you're probably looking at Chase and Allen being in the same tier. If you can get any plus on top of Chase, that's just a bonus. But that 1-for-1 swap is dead even in a 10 team.
How much fab are you dropping on Ty Simpson in a 10-team start 9 Superflex roster total of 22 spots? The Simpson owner just dropped him. I mean, are there other players that are market value wise going, in the area he is that are on waivers, or is he the clear market value winner on waivers? If so, just drop all of it. 22 roster spots on a 10-team, 220. No, that doesn't math at all. I would drop every dollar on him, even in that format, even at 10 teams. So I did draft for him, Ferdy. That's correct. So Garrett did say it's a 12-team, just switched.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, we still have them ranked in the same tier. Again, same thing there. If you can get any plus on top, definitely go for it. And I would try, since it is a 12-team, see if you can sell them on that.
And so you got Stowers off the board here. Again, it's a half-point tight end premium here. Harvey goes 9-7. And then Bryce Young, another quarterback there. Quarterback 3 for BMAS. Chuba, 9-9. And then Kyle Monungai. I think we had Harvey, Monungai, and Chuba in the same tier in our running backs videos today. So this is pretty according to domain ADP at the moment, at least. So,
I swear, if you guys complain about us not spending enough time on the top guys this time,
that would be sad.
I'm gonna throw a fit.
I don't think they will. I think people know. That was the one request we got with the wide receivers, and I think people appreciate that we did the bottom guys more. So yeah, it was a 50-minute video, so that sucks. I mean, I guess not for you guys. You guys like that, but Nathan and I just yapped.
Yeah, we do be doing the yappins.
Boston goes there 9-11. Never forget. And also, did you see the clip of Boston making that catch from Deshaun Watson of all quarterbacks?
Well, no, I did not.
It was a pretty sick catch.
I bet.
It actually was a sick throw. It was probably Deshaun Watson's best throw as a Brown. And I mean,
Deshaun Watson is probably starting because they're paying him $60 million this year.
Well, and this competition is Shedeur Sanders and Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah. I honestly, I don't even
Watson's
think
better than Shedeur.
If it were dead even, they'll default to Deshaun because they're paying him until they're not. So, do you know how much money they have left that they owe on that contract?
I know it's astronomical amount.
It's awful.
I'm not sure at this point that matters. I don't think it matters that much. I think they're viewing it as a sunk cost regardless. So I do think if Shedeur were to be generally the better quarterback, they would invest in a guy they think could be potentially their future with the talent level that he has. So I don't think they would be afraid to go with Shedeur if they thought he was legitimately going to be good. But that being said, I think Deshaun Watson's better, and I think that's why they're going to start him. So
yeah,
I think if they thought that they had something with Shedeur, they would start him because it's the Browns.
Yeah.
I think either way it's a sunk cost, which is, it's obvious it was one of the worst trades in NFL history.
Yep.
Parker Washington in the 10th is a great investment. Again, you can strap him with Travis Hunter, have Bofa. Man, the Jags.
Hey, Chris, we're not sleeping on Boston. We've never been sleeping on Boston.
No, we like Boston. Boston's Nathan, my guy.
That's right.
But where do you, I mean, I don't know where you want us to rank him. We went in the second round.
I was going to say, I don't.
You can't rank him that much higher.
No.
I don't think we're sleeping. We're not any lower than anybody else on Boston.
There's no sleeping happening here. We
are wide awake.
I've got a lot of. I've got a lot of desire to want to have a lot of fun with Boston victory lapping if he ends up doing really, really well this year. So I'll be following closely.
Alex asked what you thought of the Mandalorian movie.
I liked it. I don't think I had not watched it last time we streamed. Thursday. Yeah, no, I think the people who complained about it, I understand why they complained about the movie because I understand it. I think they're wrong for complaining about it because again, what did you expect out of this movie? Like, did you expect it to be some massive, like have some massive revelations when it comes to, you know, the connections of the times and having more like Luke Scott? Like, I don't know. I don't want to spoil it for people, but to me, I had zero expectations going into this movie, and I figured and assumed that it would pretty much be a continuation of the show. And it was. It was basically an extended TV show. So like I was fine with that, and I thought the CGI was great. I loved the monsters that they introduced. I thought the bounty hunter was phenomenal. Like he's my favorite bounty hunter in Clone Wars, and I thought they did him justice big time. The action sequences were sick. And it wasn't near as good as like a Rogue One or any of the original films or prequels or anything like that. Like I don't have it even close to the same tier, but I still enjoyed the film. Like I didn't have anything against it necessarily. I think Avery agrees as well.
I thought parts of it were boring, like, and slow. And
I was bored.
That was my biggest gripe.
I was bored for the first 20 minutes.
I was bored for a part in the middle. But the action scenes, like, and it looks great. The walkers looked fantastic.
Yeah,
like, I loved that part. So
the monsters were all really good too.
It was fine. It wasn't like the best movie I've ever seen, but it wasn't bad. So
yeah.
Corey said he just finished Maul with his son. Maul was incredible.
Yep.
I very much enjoyed Maul.
Yeah.
So we got some tight ends off the board here. Kittle goes, Kincaid goes, and then Jake Ferguson as well. You had Josh Downs go here as well, and Blake Corum. So nothing crazy. We're into the 10th round. I think it's about time to pick our favorite teams now. It's time to pick our favorite teams. All right. I've got a couple here that I like. I think
I'm gonna go ahead and
you're gonna take my. Whoa, no, me first. You freaking fricker.
All right.
I'm gonna go A-Chase tonight.
Ooh, you didn't take mine.
Okay, good. Yeah. Triple wide receiver start that I like. You do have a competent running back room, even though you went heavy wide receiver. But I love your quarterback room. Nix and Mayfield at those prices and a 6-point are two of my favorite picks of this draft, and so I think you killed it, buddy.
For the same type of reason here, Camillness at the 104. JSN and HN, standard operating procedure up top. Mahomes at the 3-9 and a 6 seam, or in a 6-point should be illegal. Brock Purdy in the mid-4th, again, just as good as the Knicks pick at 405. Marv in the late 5th. AJ Brown, with people anticipating that he's going to be moved to New England. That'll be an instant value win at 6-4 prices when he's traded here relatively soon. Jacobs, I think you could have let slide. He probably would have made it back to you in the 8th just because of the recent news, potentially. But maybe not because, Domainers just listened to our whole spiel before they did this draft. And then Pitts in the 8th, Chuba 9th. Like all of those picks I really, really thought were good. So.
Lots of interesting builds here. We talked about the one slot for a while there as well. And I thought Game Tide did a pretty good job here. Crooked Toe, an interesting thing with him, he went dual elite QB up top, but then drafted the 3 rookie wide receivers all on the same team. And also has Cooper. So you have 4 of the top 5 rookie wide receivers in this year's class. A little bit risky on that part, but could work out very well. These guys have a lot of upside, and I love Daniels and Williams in a 6-point as well. And then click on Roger Klotz, number 2 here. Shout out Raj. So he went triple tight end. He followed it up with Igbuka, Scadaboo, BTJ, Stafford. Really a pretty good draft after taking those top 3 tight ends. I'll be very curious to see what kind of value he can get from these tight ends as he continues to flip them as well. Lots of good picks here. I also like Inwill at the end, the 112 here. I love Neighbors and love start. It's a punt start. Judkins is a punt start pick as well, but in a 6-point, taking Dart, Mendoza, and Ward in the 3rd, 5th, and 6th rounds, respectively, to follow it up with, Concepcion, Addison, and Wandale. I really like that team as well. I think there's just a lot of solid teams in this draft. So very well done. Very well done. Okay. So, with that, appreciate all you guys for drafting. You guys can obviously continue with your fast draft or whatever. Let's. And DDSS says he has a extra 27 first as well. I didn't realize that was you. Nice. Keep me updated on how you're able to move those tight ends. Okay, couple things here. If you want to get in the queue for a blueprint tonight, we're going to pivot over and do some team reviews now. Look at your guys' Dynasty teams. You can do that by becoming a member with code DOMAIN over on the site. We'll give you your production and value, share all the analytics for your team, and then give you your outlook, contend, rebuild, reload based on that. Then build a trade strategy specifically for your team and your league based on all of that information. Get infinite blueprint and new blueprint every month. You get all the tools on the site, the trade calculator, the bakery, tool, the portfolio. You also get our Discord. You get our brand new ADP tool we've been talking about. You can get in a domain league. You can get access to Nathan and I one-on-one. The portfolio tool on the site, the true ranks, everything is that we ever have put out is included. And again, you can get a free live blueprint when you join tonight. Again, you can find that link below. I did just post it. And again, it's the annual Mother Flock. It's your code domain. Any new members, we can get you done tonight on the stream, and you're going to unlock all that for the entire year to help you win your dynasties. It is the only membership, the only place, the only community that you need. If you only are wanting to pay for one, this is the one. And so we'd love to have you. And again, we can do your guys live on the stream. Any other, of course, members that are already with us, we love you. We appreciate you. And we've got some options in the a la carte for you as well. So, okay. Isaiah Likely or the 2026 202 here. I almost 202. You're looking at like one of the better running backs here. I personally would take the 202. I have the 202 ranked much higher than Likely. I think it's closer than this. But I'm fine taking an early second for Isaiah Likely here. It's not a tight end premium league. I would almost certainly take the 202 there. Mostly's got a trade question here for us. Brian Thomas or Marvin Harrison Jr. We have Marv ranked a tier above Brian Thomas Jr. right now, so we'll go ahead and take Marv here. I don't think
they're both risky.
They are both risky. Okay, this is a big one. Carson Beck, Rashad White, DJ Moore, and Isaiah Likely. For Wandale, a 28. I would take the side with the first here. I mean, this is really just kind of a bunch of meh, and Wandale's probably the best player. DJ Moore technically is, but DJ Moore and Wandale, you can call it a wash, and you're getting a first for Beck, White, and Likely. I would take it in a heartbeat. So. Okay. And then Linsicki, a 27 mid and a 27 late for Scadaboo and Zay. Yeah, you're trading 2 firsts for these boys. I probably would hold here. I'd want a little bit higher. My thing is, like, you're talking about Scadaboo, like low-end running back, 1 upside, Flowers, low-end wide receiver, 1 upside. You could, if you're going to spend your first, 2nd, and 10, especially a mid first and a late first, probably spend them on guys that have like league-breaking upside. So you're like, securing a championship rather than getting guys that you could flex. But if you have a Devontae Adams, you might flex him over Flowers every week. And so that would be my advice. I would aim a little bit higher here. More productive guys and slightly more valuable as well with these 27s. So, okay.
It is time.
Nolan says sign up for a live, but the membership for a membership, the live costs more. Yeah, don't pay for it. Just submit the free one. We'll see it and just say when you submit it, and we'll do it for free. So don't upgrade. No, nothing else required there. So, Callum says Josh Jacobs cooked. We talk about it at the beginning, Callum, but I don't think he's cooked. We don't think he's cooked. So, Linsicki says look at comment.
Yep, Nolan farts user.
What was there a comment I missed on that one, Linsicki?
We got you.
Corey just said would you buy Scat and Zay for 227 first between the 1/6 and 1/10, 10 team start 9? Yeah, and a 10 team start 9, I probably wouldn't. To make one of the remaining 27s I have top 2 guaranteed. Oh, that changes things a little bit, but honestly, I don't think so. I honestly still don't think so. No. Okay. Yeah, Itchy says I recently joined Domain before the stream. I qualified for a free live blueprint tonight. We're happy to do it for you, man. So if you just want to submit it and let us know your username, we'll do it for you. So we appreciate you. And then Nolan, we got you, man. You're good. Corey just submitted a trade to gauge the Josh Jacobs market. Jacobs in the 204 for Burden in the 109. I would 100,000% take Burden in the 109 here. That's like not. Go back up. What am I missing here? That's not close. That's not close at all.
No.
I mean, Burden was even before the Josh Jacobs news. You were taking Burden over Jacobs in the 109.
It's another troll job.
What do you mean it's a troll job? Corey doesn't troll.
Right. Yeah.
What's the troll?
That was a trade that was made in the middle of last season.
Who made the trade?
Me.
Not me though, right?
No.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Not a shared team. Which side did you get?
I got the the Jacobs side.
You got the wrong side. You shouldn't have done that.
I know.
Why did you do that?
He likes to remind me all the time. So
interesting. All right.
Yeah, I know, Corey. I know.
Do we think this is an overpay for Love? I'm high on Junkins.
Because
nice.
at that point, Luther Burden was scoring approximately 2 points per game.
No, this is not. I would take Love here. If those firsts are really late, I would take Love easily.
Yeah.
So see you, Chris. Thanks, buddy. Nate can't keep his mind off of Junkins. That's true.
I can't help myself, you know.
Corey Masterclass going on here. All right, CMC Niner Gang is going to be up first here. I need to get my freaking thing pulled up, so let's do that. CMC Niner Gang, if you're here in the comments, let us know. We appreciate you, man. A Tanking for Jeremiah is the team name here. It's a Superflex 12-team start 10 PPR league. Worst team last year. I had 527s. I traded for Burrow and Chase, and I'm guaranteed the 101 and 102 next year. Wow, that sounds like a good start. Top 2 teams are goated, though. Yeah, they're pretty good teams, to be honest with you.
Those are pretty good.
They're pretty good teams.
They're pretty nice.
Your production share here reads at 8.2%. So you're a fairly productive team, middle of the road, 6th in this league. It is a 12 team, so you're right in the middle. But you are 3rd in value behind those clear top 2 teams. You have a 10.4% value share, which is 3rd in this league. Double-digit value share in a 12 team is not a bad position, even when you do have juggernauts in your league. So you got Joe Burrow and Matthew Stafford here. We'll give that a 5. Jeremiah Love, Josh Jacobs, Ramondre Stevenson. We'll give that a 6. I got the hiccups, frick. Chase and Neighbors, obviously your big guys there. And then a huge drop-off to Terry and Devontae Adams. Give it a 7. And then Loveland is, Loveland's a 9. 227s, draft capital, give you a 5. You do have you don't have your 28 first, I don't think, so I'll give you a 4, actually. Bench is a 0 because you don't have any bench guys for the most part. 6.2 overall, though. You're fielding a really solid roster here, one that's definitely going to contend. I definitely see a couple moves here. You know, you're flexing Kincaid and Adams right now. We'll go standard value while we're on it. Contend. You're flexing Kincaid, technically, and Adams. So you don't have a lot of depth here.
Well, down tier from Burrow for sure.
Yeah, you don't really have the luxury of having an elite quarterback or even a semi-elite quarterback in this format. So we will down tier from Burrow. Try to get some productive guys you can get. I mean, I would say Purdy. I would say Dart's probably too small of a down tier for this situation. I'd probably go Dak-ish.
We'll look at Knicks. Purdy and Dak are on the same team, actually.
Okay, Knicks is another good one. You're down tiering far enough.
Yeah, the Knicks team has Marvin Ladd, so you could look into something there. Walker as well. The Hurts team actually has Kyron, which would not be bad. AJ Brown is also on that team. And then, yeah, if we went Purdy/Dak, that roster does have Judkins, so I would look into something there. Probably Purdy and Judkins. This is not a tight end premium format, so if I were you, to kind of prioritize getting our flex spots quite a bit better and fading tight ends, I would fade tight ends. And I would probably move Loveland for a 3rd round wide receiver or James Cook. So like pretty much Pickens, James Cook, Carnell Tate, who goes 3-4 turn in a non-tight end premium. Again, I'm just trying to kind of capitalize on the diminished value of a onesie position and focus really on running back and wide receiver where you're going to get a big advantage there. So on this team, as a contending team, like, what do we do with Neighbors? Do we hold him? Do we just pivot to another guy that we know is going to be more productive this year?
I mean,
or do we look at a down tier from one of those two guys? Because I don't really want a down tier from Jeremiah Love.
I think you probably look at a small down tier or a pivot from Neighbors.
All right, let's do a small down tier. Some options there. Really, it would have to be London plus.
Yeah, that works.
The team with Tet has Tyson, Cam Scattaboo, and then if you want running back like Hampton, then you'd probably be looking at. Let me take a look at that roster. Hello, Omarion. Hampton. That team pretty much has Hampton and Tate, and that's about it. The HN team has T. Higgins.
I like that. T's a great value right now, going consistently in the 6th round. He's a perfect flex candidate for this team.
Yes, sir, he is. So look into those. See what you could potentially do there. CeeDee Lamb's another one that's also falling quite a bit more.
And here's the thing,
like you get like Rashee Rice on top of CeeDee Lamb. Is Rashee Rice really cheap in this league?
And we gave you the Burrow move. He did just trade for Burrow, so that's important context. We're keeping your 27s. They're going to be the 101 and 102. we're giving you contend this year because I think you just are contending. But if you end up just being a reload, like, you're going to be fine. Realistically, getting Jeremiah Smith on this team next year and whoever the 102 is, whether that be Ahmad Hardy or a quarterback or something like that, you really are, you know, kind of playing with house money this year before you are one of the better teams in the league next year. So.
Yeah. What questions do you have on those moves, man?
I haven't seen him either. I think he'll be here probably watching on demand. So.
Okay.
Yeah, hopefully that makes sense. If you do have questions, let us know. I know you did just make the move for Burrow and Chase. We'll keep Chase. We'll try to move Burrow here. I think the trade you made for those guys was really good. And outside of that, I mean, it's really just shuffling around some of our value to different positions. And I think you're going to be in the mix this year, knowing full well that you're actually going to be a top contender after next year's draft when you have that 101 and 102, according to you and your reporting. So. But don't worry about those top two teams. You do. You keep building value. You'll catch them soon enough. I promise you. We love you. We appreciate you. And let us know if you have any questions.
All right. Calling out Kogonzo and Creature Feature. You guys are jumping the line.
Yep.
If you are here.
Yep. We'll give it a minute or two. We'll call it Kogonzo. And if he's here, he's going to be up. So, Kogonzo, say hey. In sync.
And yeah, just FYI, guys, we do have a pretty big queue right now. So if you want to jump the line, a la carte premiums. Do jump the line.
You are up next. So, by the way, Josh Jacobs, one of his charges is a felony. He has 5 misdemeanors and a felony. So.
I mean, I would assume it was a felony. Isn't domestic violence a felony?
No, it's misdemeanor a lot of times because most of his charges are misdemeanors, but a felony is a lot more serious. So, all right, Creature Feature, we got you, my friend. What's up, Black Lagunar? And then Kogonzo. It's our next motherfucker we're looking for.
All right. While we're waiting to hear from Kogonzo, let's get started on Black Lagooners Creature Feature.
All right, Creature, my feature. You are up, man. And again, Kogonzo, if you're here, you're going to be on deck. So let us know. Greasy K's here so he doesn't get fined. We were going to fine you, by the way. So it's smart that you're here. Let's freaking do this. It's Baby Billy's Holy Rollers. That's a funny name. This is a domain high roller league. I would love to keep the double stack of Stafford and Puka and Purdy and Christian McCaffrey. I'll do whatever it takes to win. I think I'm set to compete this season. Would like to field the strongest win now team and without completely nuking the future, which is what we try to do by default. Thanks, anyways. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, man. And if you have questions, obviously you're here. Type them in the chat. Spam the chat. No Sync, we got you, man. You're in. We appreciate you.
Nosy,
he's good. He's good. He's good. I've been talking to him this whole time. I'm fully aware. All right. Let's do this. 12-team Superflex, full point PPR, half point tight end premium. 7.9% production share is 8th in this league. So your production share is low. Your value share is 8.4%. That's 7th. It's a startup. You find yourself firmly analytically in the middle of this league. And so we are going to have to make some moves. You do have productive guys here, though. You've got Brock Purdy and CJ Stroud, Ty Simpson, and Matt Stafford. I'll give you a 7 there. Lots of, you mentioned the stack. And Omarion Hampton, I know. Omarion Hampton, Christian McCaffrey, Jadarian Price. I'm going to give that a 7. That's actually pretty solid. Puka, George Pickens, Travis Hunter. That's a 5. Yeah, it's Puka and Pickens are the main ones there. Hunter's a big drop off there. Wide receiver 47 and keeps your cut right now. And then Rondé Gadsden is a 3. And so 2027 first, second, third, and fourth, 28 first and second, third, and fourth. So draft capital give you a 3, benches a 1. Overall here we're looking at a 5 flat. And we're gonna go the 35th percentile teams we review. We're gonna really wants to contend. Out of a startup, I guess you can. So standard value, well-rounded, contend is what we'll go here. So now, looking at some of your advanced analytics. Again, it's out of a startup. I expect everything to be pretty normal here. 39% of your value on this team's at wide receiver. You have a 9.8% value share among your league at that position as well. 29% of your value is at running back, so pretty even here. It's a large portion wide receiver running back. You have an 11% running back value share, 20% quarterback value on this team, 6% there in value share. You have basically punted tight end here, which is totally good. You have a 2% value share at tight end. It makes up 2% of your team value, and 11% of your value is at draft capital. Your average age at each position is 25 at quarterback and running back. You're 24.5 at wide receiver and 23 at tight end. So plenty young on this team. Your insulation kind of follows that at a 6.5, very out of a startup insulation score there. Production score for a guy who wants to contend this year, your production situational scores here are fairly low. And there's not necessarily a large amount of rookies that are bringing that down. I'd say it's a combination of Hampton and Price. I think what we're going to have to do on this team basically is pivot from these guys that you have that are insulated assets that may not be projected to be super productive in their upcoming season and go to guys who are just as insulated and also productive. That said, this is a high stakes league. It is harder to trade for contending assets in a high stakes league, much harder. We've got you third in the power rankings, though. You do have 2 cornerstones, 2 foundationals, 2 short-term league winners. It's nice that you have McCaffrey and Stafford on this team. They really do help your contending chances. Upside Premier and Jadarian Price as well, and then a couple upside shots here. You've got Ty Simpson, Oronde Gadsden, Travis Hunter, and Jeremy Bernard. I'm almost certainly going to be looking to move off of Stroud and Ty Simpson on this team. And then
I actually would hold Simpson with Stafford because then that gives you the flexibility to move off of Stroud for another position.
And yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess the only upside of moving him is if you were to get like a Devontae Adams type, because that would really help this team. So that would be the one case where I would be okay selling Simpson. That being said, Simpson just went about a round later than Devontae Adams, so I'm not sure you could get it done. So you might just explore it, but you'd have to get high for Simpson because it is nice having Stafford Simpson. So it was also before Njoku signed with the Chargers. Trust me, I got stuck holding the bag with Gadsden too in a couple startups. So, all right, what else are we thinking? Stroud.
Yeah, the Stroud move is big. I honestly, I don't usually do this, but I'm going to give you 2 different move types for CJ Stroud. One of them is pivot from Stroud to another quarterback, like a Baker or a Ward or a Darnold. The other one would be, hey, if you hold on to Ty Simpson and Stafford, that's essentially a singular long-term quarterback. And then at that point, you have like Purdy plus the combo of Simpson and Stafford. Then you could potentially move CJ Stroud for another position entirely, which would help a lot with your flex spots. So you could go for like a Flowers, a Kyron, a Scatterbo type. Blake Corum's another one that stood out to me here. I see no reason that you need to have Blake Corum on this team, especially since you don't have Kyron on this roster. You can either try to sell him to the Kyron owner, or you can just sell him to anyone for a guy who's actually going to start consistently. Rico Dowdle, Mike Evans, Chuba Hubbard's another guy. I don't think I've ever seen a Jag Insurance running back as expensive as Blake Corum right now. So you can actually get a pretty good return for him. Jeremy and Shaheed was one that stood out to me as well. I'd probably package both of those guys, try to up tier. Probably looking at a similar value range where you're looking at guys like Adams, Worthy, maybe like a Michael Wilson, Michael Pittman type. One thing I would consider here, again, I'm trying to avoid moving off of a lot of your star players as much as possible. The only thing you may have to look into is like one down tier there, but let's start at the quarterback position first. I'd much rather down tier from Purdy than anybody else at running back or wide receiver.
So like Stroud for Zay, wide receiver 3 is a big need for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it is a domain league, and so Stroud will hold a little bit less value.
Oh, he will hold less, yeah.
But you might have to add something there to get some of the an asset like that.
Yeah.
It's worth it.
Yeah, with Purdy, if you down tier from him, the Goff team is worth looking into. That roster has Ladd, BCJ, Bucky Tucker, Kraft. So you could look into any of those. If you ended up getting someone like Kraft, then what you would want to do probably is flip him or flip Gadsden at a premium there. And again, I'll try to factor in the just general cheapness of quarterbacks in domain leagues here with some of these down tier moves from Purdy. If you went down to like Sam Darnold, that roster does have Kyron and Scatterbo. So you could look into both of those guys. Chris Olave would be like a high-end guy. You'd have to give something back there.
Yeah, you would.
Taking a look at the team with Baker, or actually let's look at Love. That would be a smaller down tier, but still a down tier. The Jordan Love team, considering that there's about a 2-round gap between the two of them, that's the same team as Goff, actually. So you're looking at like Ladd and BTJ. So look into those and see what you can get done there. You have to give a piece back. I'm cool with it.
He did say that team has been trying to work with me, but won't offer anything that isn't a mega win for him, but I can keep trying.
Okay, the Goff and Love team.
Yeah,
that's
I would
annoying.
keep trying. Like I will say that I would keep trying. So.
Yeah, and then pretty much our last move here, like what you do have a lot of interest in domain leagues are some of those high end, pretty much first round startup assets, and those are where you can have some domainers really overpay. So I don't say this lightly, but I do say it with the intent to get you some pretty significant value win if you can do it. Don't do it if you don't get a value win, but if you can down tier from Puka to another cornerstone wide receiver plus, like a Jefferson plus. That's definitely something I would look into. The Drake London team has AJ Brown and Chase Brown and Marv. I'd try to look at any one of those assets.
Yep, I like that.
The Jefferson and Lamb teams are worth looking into. The Jefferson team has Brees, Burden, Fannin, and then the Lamb team has a couple of guys there as well. I believe Derrick Henry is on the Lamb team. Rome is on the Lamb team. Rome is going in like the 6th round in domain leagues, and Lamb is going like mid to late 2nd. So that would actually be doable. What questions do you have on those moves?
Yeah, and I'm just going to give you like a piece of general advice here. Like, this is a high-stakes domain league. These are generally the hardest leagues I've ever had to trade in.
People are very stingy. And
not only that, they're slow to make moves.
stakes.
They're hesitant with everything. They're asking Nathan and I 3 times about every move, and they're also going to think very similarly to how you think and how we think. And so a lot of the moves, you're going to go in with these off the bat, off the rip, and they're not going to work right away. The most important thing you need to take away from this is these are the types of moves you need to make. This is where you need to make your roster better, not these are the exact moves you're going to make. Because if you go to your league mates right now, I'm guaranteeing you that they're not going to take these deals off the bat, and you're going to have to be flexible. You're going to have to be patient as well, especially for a domain league that just drafted. You probably aren't going to be able to see willingness to make some heavy hitter moves until we get closer to the season. And so this is more a longer term play, longer term being this year, obviously, but still not immediately. You're going to have to be very patient. I play in 3 or 4 of these leagues. Deals will get done. You just have to kind of ride the wave of everything being super slow for the time being. So,
yep.
So they all make super duper sense. I don't have a ton of questions. I like the suggestions. The Puka down tier looks like the best way forward. You're probably gonna have to. So try it again. Don't undersell though, and you don't want to be stuck without any cornerstones. You're already kind of cornerstone foundational deficient here. Technically, Puka is a cornerstone, right? But you have, 2 foundationals in Pickens and Hampton. Like, you really Puka's your only cornerstone. You don't necessarily want to go 0 cornerstone, but if you can maybe do a small down tier, that would be a good way to go. So we appreciate you, man. If you have questions, obviously just follow up with us directly. We're happy to help you. We appreciate you being here all the time and being a good supporter. I hope we love you. So. All right.
Last call out for Kogonzo. Let us know if you are here, but
I haven't seen him yet, so.
Until then, we're going to bump up back to the top for young McCaffrey.
Yeah, and shout out Jonathan, said, watched every video. Shout out to Baker. He taught me how to play market value price. Appreciate the grind you put in to make a positive impact in lives, community, 2 goes respect. Appreciate that, man. That's very nice of you. Thank you so much. Thanks for watching and supporting. All that stuff really helps when you watch, drop likes, when you're subscribed, like all that helps us, grow the channel and support ourselves. We do this full time. And so we really appreciate you watching, man. You ever need anything, Nathan and I are here for you. So Kogonzo is here. All right, Kogonzo, you're up.
All right.
Get ready. You are up, my friend. And if you have questions, put them in the chat as we go. We can answer them. Give us any context you can about this league. That really helps us get this done. Again, y'all, any new domain members are going to get a free live team review done on tonight's stream, as well as access to all of our tools, including the new ADP tool that we have. So if you'd like to take advantage of that, you can check this link out. Again, code domain annual motherflocker tier gets you that free team blueprint as well. Plus, if you are already a member or you just want the a la carte option, here's that as well. We do have 250 likes, and so it is time to give away a second team blueprint. Let's go. Where are we at here? Nightbot. Open this back up. What's our code name for this one, Nate? Code word. Let's just do :69. I've been thinking we're going to do that. We've been talking about colons tonight.
As in colonoscopy or like a colon?
No, well, both. I just didn't want to spell out colonoscopy. So :69, we're giving in this free blueprint giveaway. All you have to do is be subscribed, drop a like on the video, and put :69, no caps, no spaces in the chat. We'll pick a winner in 10 minutes. Scott, get the timer going for us. We'll give away another free team review so somebody can get another team review from Nathan, and myself. Appreciate you guys all dropping likes. That helps the videos as well. So, Colin 69, Grogu 69 would have been good as well. So, okay, I did like how he built the little Yoda hut. That was fun. It was
a Yoda hut.
Carbon copy. Yeah, yep. That was funny. All right, Kogonzo, you are up, my friend. Again, if you have any questions, comments, or anything, context for us as we're going through this, drop them in the chat as we go. That will help us give you some more pointed advice here. But we appreciate you. We're looking at a super flex 12-team start 10. Full point PPR league, it looks like here. The Titan premium is a half a point.
He said made some trades. Did you already read those?
I did not read those, so I'll let you read them.
I made some trades during the startup, but I haven't made any since it completed. So I don't have any 27 picks, but it's because he made trades in the startup.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and the walking stick was good as well. That was funny. And also, some of the chord structures of the score weaved in some of Yoda's theme as well, which was, but it's very subtle. In fact,
did you like the soundtrack?
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, I liked it.
It was so subtle that I'm actually not even sure I'm right about it, but I'd have to explain it to somebody who really understands.
Knowing Ludwig, I'm sure it was intentional.
But it was very subtle. The melodies, rhythms, not even close to the same. But I could hear it was weird. I'm almost positive he did it on purpose. Like, oh, that's a very Yoda's theme-esque. Just like when it was in ET. All right, let's do this. Grading this thing out. You're looking like, again, 12-team league here, 10.2% production share, second in this league. You are set up to be a very heavy contender this year. Your value share is at 9%. That is also second in this league. So you're grading out top 2 in this league in both value and production. Almost certainly going to be a top contender in this league this year. Your roster supports it. We're looking at Lamar Jackson and Sam Darnold here. That's a 7. Those 2 startable quarterbacks every week. I think that's great. Bijan, Kyron, Jacobs, and Tootin. This is also very good. 7. We're going to hold Jacobs here, by the way. Lamb, Olave, Lad McConkey, Omar Cooper Jr., DJ Moore, Devontae Adams. Lots of depth there on a 12 team. It's an 8. And then the tight end room there, we're going to give that a 2. That's weird. If that. So no 27s, but you do have your 28. It works out. We'll give you a 1 for your draft capital. It works out because you would have been contending anyway. Bench, I'm actually going to give you a 5 for your bench. You got a lot of good bench players here. Overall is a 5 flat. 47th percentile. Again, this is a very standard value team. Standard value wide receiver factory contend. Very good contending standard value team though, because again, your production share is in the double digits now, which is what we like to see for a heavy contender like this. But I also think you're doing it without sacrificing any long-term value. So I think your analytics here, your 3 factors and such are going to support that. When we're looking at how you've kind of built this team out from a value standpoint, 38% of the value that you have on this team is at wide receiver, 37% is at running back. So you're looking at combined about 75% of the value on your entire team is at the running back or wide receiver position. I love that number. I love the 75% combined there. The other 25% is 23% quarterback, and then the last couple of percentage points are in tight end and draft capital, which you have very little of both. 7.7% value share at quarterback, 15.1% value share at running back, which checks out. Wide receiver value shares 9.9%, so basically 10. And then tight end value shares 1 here. Your average age is 29 at quarterback, which makes sense with Lamar and Darnold there. Running back, you're looking at 25 years old, 26 years old at wide receiver, so a little bit on the older end, albeit, a good wide receiver room. And tight end is a 29-year-old. And honestly, tight end is kind of killing your 3 factor grades here. Your installation score averages out to be just below an 8 without tight end. With tight end, you can drop it down to a 6.5. Production, again, kills your production score, but you have a 9, 9, and 8 at quarterback, running back, and wide receiver. I like how this is built. 6.8 for production, but again, it's probably in reality above an 8, 8.5 there. Situational is an 8 already. So, your 3 factors are really good for a team that has a 9% value share. It's just a really well-built 9% value share team. I have you at first in our power rankings as well. You have 3 cornerstones in Bijan, Lamar, and CeeDee Lamb, and a foundational in Chris Olave, as well as Lad McConkey, who's an upside premier, Omar Cooper Jr., who's an upside premier, and some productive vets as well. Short-term league winner in Adams, we may try to get another one of those or 2. But overall, again, for a value share that doesn't necessarily pop off the screen here analytically, I think you're in a really good spot, dude. So congratulations on this team. We're going to go for it this year. We're going to make some moves. I'll let Nathan start with some of those. You've got a lot of depth. We're going to make some up tiers probably. We're going to keep our cornerstones intact and continue to build around those guys. But you're looking pretty solid for this year. So,
yeah, I actually think your depth is not too bad. which gives you a little flexibility to make an up tier or two. I don't think it has to be like up tiers from some of your really key starters here to higher guys. Is probably some more of your depth guys that we're going to package together and move up to more flexible options. But probably going to avoid a lot of down tiers here. I think we probably only need to down tier from Lamar. Keep it localized to the quarterback position. And I would avoid any sort of down tiers probably from like your top running backs in Bijan and Lamb and Olave and Ladd. I don't think we are necessarily required to make those types of moves. So with a Lamar type down tier, the Jackson Dart team does have Jadarian Price, so that's worth looking into. The Mahomes team has Chase Brown, and the Brock Purdy team has a lot of interesting guys as well. Tyler Warren, Travion Henderson, Mekhi Lemon. I like a lot of those. So definitely look into those. Those guys specifically. Actually, are there any other quarterbacks on that Purdy team? Stroud is pretty much just Purdy. So see if you can get something done there. Taking a look at a couple of your bench guys like Bashal Tutin. We'll talk about this more in the running back rankings video that you'll see tomorrow, but basically, Tutin is like, we have ranked a tier below the guys that we know for sure are going to be like solid productive starters, and that's kind of the tier that you're hoping Tutin is going to get up into.
Yeah.
If I were you, I would just take Bashal Tutin and DJ Moore and try to get up into like a really, really solid range.
That's a great, that is a great move for this. Like, and contenders will like that package as well.
Yeah, AJ Brown, Scadaboo, Zay Flowers, Saquon, right? Those are the types of running backs in that range that you're looking at. And wide receivers too, if you want to go that route. If you ended up going the wide receiver route there with Tutin and DJ Moore, that could give you the flexibility to take like a CeeDee Lamb and just pivot straight up to a running back in his range. Like if you want to move from Lamb to a Genty or a Hampton to pair with Bijan Robinson or an Achane or a Love, if you're lucky, like I would totally be okay with you doing that. But that's going to be pretty much contingent on like, hey, if you can get an up tier from some of these lower end guys to an AJ Brown or a Flowers, then that's when I would be okay with it, because then you have Olave and Ladd. You're only required to start 2 wide receivers in this format, which is why I'd be comfortable with it. Speaking of, Ladd McConkey is one of those guys where it's contingent on his price. If he's being priced in the range of like George Pickens and James Cook, I'd take Pickens and James Cook. If he's priced in like the Rome Odunze, Marvin Harrison range, then I'm taking Ladd over those guys. So I'll give you basically the guys that I would rather have over Ladd, and those would be like Pickens, James Cook, and probably Cardinal Tate as well.
Chain Reaction said he just got done DJ Moore in a second for AJ Brown, which is a great move.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so that's the type of moves you're looking at.
There you
Again,
go.
I think DJ Moore's value is slightly inflated at the moment. That's my opinion.
Yeah. And then looking at some lower end Jag moves like Rashad White and Keon Coleman, I'd try to get you up to like Travis Kelce, Kenneth Gainwell, maybe sprinkle in a little like J.K. Dobbins or something. Just guys that we're a little more comfortable are going to have, consistent starting roles in their offenses, whereas with White and Coleman, we're just not as sure there. Like at tight end, you don't have anybody at tight end that's really going to produce this year. And if you could get Travis Kelce on this team, that would be really nice.
You good over there, Scott? Gonna throw up?
I was just gonna ask that actually.
Sure.
Scott is not throwing up.
Scott's
right
not
now.
throwing up right now. We're good.
He is not. So yeah, I think the last up tier move that I would look into with some of these lower end guys is like a Hawkinson and Pacheco. Same sort of range that we're going to be looking in to here. It's going to be like Jacoby Myers, Rico Dowdle types, Mike Evans as well. So what questions do you have on those moves? Overall, I like the structure of this team quite a bit as a solid contender.
I haven't seen anything from you while we're doing this, so yeah, let's go ahead and get your thoughts in here. I'm gonna read a couple other comments while we're waiting for we'll leave his team up for a little bit. Big Mike says, I want to let you know that I'm new to fantasy, just joined my first Dynasty League, and coworkers suggested your content to learn a little bit about the landscape and strategy. Nice, man. Shout out to your coworker and shout out to you, Big Mike. We appreciate you. Really appreciate the content and channel. Appreciate you as well, man. Welcome to the community. We're glad to have you. Hopefully you're in the right place here. If you ever need anything at all or have any questions, just reach out to Nathan and I. We can help you. We appreciate it. David says, I have a live blueprint coming up. If I have questions, do I just write in here? Yep, that's perfectly acceptable. That's where we're going to be putting your comments on the screen as well. David said, there were absolutely suggestions of Yoda's theme in that soundtrack. Like the forces intended to be felt and not necessarily observed. That's a very good way of putting it. I'm glad somebody else heard it, because I'm sure if I sat down and like played the chords, I hear like the Lydian stuff that was like in the original like Yoda's theme, but also like the major 7 chords, and the 1 chord and then the 2 chord being major, like it's very distinct. And so I'm glad somebody else heard that. I'm a nerd, I know, but I was like, oh, that's pretty. Yoda is one of my favorites. So.
Yeah, I was not really sure if I needed to really chase after a tight end upgrade, but I like the Kelsey move. Yeah, I don't think if you can get a serviceable, productive tight end for dirt cheap, then there's no need for you to go pay up for a tight end, which is what we want to avoid for your roster.
Yeah. And then
also calling out Young Finger. Let us know if you are on the stream. You would be up next if you are.
And then our other Mike H said, "Damn, am I small Mike H now?" Which is very funny. That is a hilarious comment. There can be two though. You guys can both be. Also, I love the Puka jersey in the background. I'm a lifelong Rams fan that grew up going to games whose basement looks like a small locker room. Nice. Well, you'll get along very well with Nathan, who is obsessed with Puka Nacua to the point where it's occasionally sexual, I think. So like it's very disturbing on a lot of levels. So and you notice he did not deny it. So that's
what's up, man. Gotcha.
So yeah. All right, we're gonna do our giveaway here real quick. Did you answer this question? How hard should I push for a Lamar down tier here?
I mean, don't take an underpay.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say not extremely hard.
Do your due diligence on potential interests and offers, but don't undersell.
Phone Dork says, I've signed up 5 months ago, haven't got my blueprint update. I've been too active just due to life situations. There you go. I just re-entered my information yesterday. Can you see if it went through? Yeah, open a ticket over on the Discord. You can double check that, but I'm sure if you entered it on the form that we gave you, then you should be able to do it and you'll get updates starting in May. Yeah. June. But we appreciate you.
Kogonzo, you're the man. We appreciate you.
Yeah, appreciate you, dude. If you have questions on that, go Gonzo, let us know, and you can just follow up with us directly. Says, who is this? Jose. Yeah, it's been a subscriber for a while. Haven't done a team review. How much is it? Okay, we appreciate you, man. Yeah, so it just depends. The live team blueprint, like the way that the site is set up, basically it's full price team review. Domain users get 30% off. Other code users get 15% off. So we price our live team reviews for our domain users, and they are like $65. For a non-domain user, though, it charges you $99. And so we never recommend to do that. Always recommend becoming a member. It's cheaper than that. You get access the whole year. You get all the tools. You get the site. You get the leagues. You get everything, and you get a free one with that. And so that's $97 for an entire year. It ends up being about $8 a month, and it gets you access again to everything we have, and gets you a free blueprint on tonight's stream. So I would highly recommend, if you're going to do a team review, that's the way you do it, because you get so much more value with it. So much more value. So if you are interested, again, code domain is the annual motherflocker tree. If you have any other questions about that, I'm happy to answer them now. But that is definitely the most bang for your buck by far. Everything we put out, it goes there. So all of the tools and stuff we use. So, okay. If you're obscenely wealthy, is it absurd or cool to create and buy a Super Bowl-esque ring for winning a Dynasty championship? If you're absurdly wealthy, is it absurd? If you're wealthy like that, why wouldn't you do that? I would absolutely do that. For a Dynasty championship, what else? Yes. I would want a Dynasty ring. I want a Flock League ring with diamonds. A bad. Like I'm gonna make myself a ring and order it. Like, so I think I think if you're not that serious about Dynasty, then you probably are in the wrong spot. So, all right, Young Finger's here.
Yep.
All right, Young Finger, you jumped the line. Appreciate it, dude. Let's do this. And we saw him. And he did say make the ring as well. So he clearly is a sicko. He's in the right spot. If you have questions as we're doing this, drop in the comments, Young Finger. Hopefully you know the drill here, but we appreciate you. Lamar Sucks is the team name, which is very interesting. One of the Flock labeled, not our label, but Thanos builds, as we call them. Sold my future first and Junkins for love. Okay, yeah, so we just did this. Nice. So, and it's reflected. Very good. Do I need to do anything else? Very good question. I was going to try and win the next 2 to 3 years. Major aspect of this league is kick returners get 1 point per 10 yards, so my wide receiver depth is likely to outperform guys like BTJ and Pickens, but we'll nerf this next year. Okay, that's actually really good to know. Who do you have here that returns? Oh, I see what you're saying. Because some of those guys down below are kick returner, like Malik Washington is, right? I think Noel did as well. Okay, so you're telling me this is the Chim DK league is what you're saying. There's another comment. Go back up for me. No, scroll up on the screen. Yeah. Most guys ain't trying to trade me. All right. Well, let's take a look at this. We'll grade it out. It's a premium, so we're going to give you the advanced analytics on this as well. Team name Lamar Sucks. This is a 10 team. It's a super flex, half point PPR, full point tight end premium. Very interesting and very to your favor in this league.
Brother.
We're going to make some strategic roster construction moves here with it being a half-point PPR, but 11% production share second in this league. Wow. Yeah, and a 17.6% value shares first. Let's grade this out before we decide if we want to give it elite value or not. Malik Washington could literally be a top 5 wide receiver. Chim DK was wide receiver 2 in this format. Yep, so there you go. Drake May and Caleb Williams and Lamar Jackson is a super flex league. That's a 10. Oh, we're going to win this league. Love, Hampton, ETN, Tootin, 9. JSN, Neighbors, Pickens, what the frick? 9. McBride, 10. Draft capital, 1. You do have your seconds. No first. I don't expect you to. Your bench is an 8 here probably. You have Lamar, ETN,
elite.
Tootin. Yeah, it's an elite value all-around. Congratulations. What a dang team.
We'll give you a bunch of up-tier combinations.
And 98th percentile in terms of value share over expected. 98th percentile of teams that we do. How many blueprints do you think we have in the sample size now? Probably well over 1,000, right?
Probably. Actually, well, you know what? Let me tell you. Let me tell you right meow.
Overall is a 7.8 here. Okay, so now with all that being said, congratulations on elite value. Yeah, and you kind of want to know what else to do here. I definitely have some things for you to do here with your league settings. So,
found it. You have 1,341.
Nice. Okay. Very good. So big sample size of the 1,300 blueprints we have. This is a fraction of the blueprints we've done all time, because it's just from like this year at like in March. But 90th percentile is a very good place to be. Your value proportions split up pretty evenly here. 33% at wide receiver and quarterback, so that makes up 2/3 of your value. The other third of your value is running back and tight end, with more of a lean towards the running backs here. 20% of your value is running back. But you have a double-digit value share at all 4 positions. You have over a 20% value share at quarterback at 22% and tight end at 25%. So really good there. Running back 16.4% and wide receiver 16.7%. Very balanced there. Your average age is you're very young. 24 at quarterback, 22 at running back, 24 at wide receiver, and 24 at tight end. You're going to dominate this league, my man. Your 3 factors are fantastic. Installation's a 9, production's an 8.3, situational's an 8.5. I mean, you are absolutely crushing this league. First here, oh my gosh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cornerstones and a foundational and 2 upside premieres. I mean, this is just absolutely bananagrams. Again, 98th percentile. Congratulations on that. Congratulations
bananas, yeah.
On a great team. and we'll give you some moves here. I think, again, half-point PPR is going to change our decisions on some of these brothers. But at the same time, Pickens is a great half-point PPR wide receiver. I would say Neighbors actually is too. Neighbors is a big yak guy. So is JSN. That's a pretty good wide receiver room for a half PPR league, actually.
Yeah.
And even BTJ is even at his peak more of a big play guy as well.
Yeah.
He said, I'm just letting all those numbers wash over me. You should. And when you look at the blueprint, it's glorious. So it's very good. This is a very impressive team, my man.
You have a booty ton of quarterback value here. We're pretty much just going to have you flip a quarterback for another elite skill position guy.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have a preference which one we move off of. Just whichever one you get the most interest in, I guess. You move Lamar, I think I would
definitely hold May here. I would move Lamar.
We'll probably get you like a Genty, Jefferson, Amon-Ra type.
Yeah.
Actually, let's go. Yeah, you could get Amon-Ra there. I would go Etienne and Tootin and try to get you up to like the CMC, Chase Brown, Judkins tier. Because again, we just have so much depth on this team that we can afford an up tier or 2. Another thing that I think would really favor you in a half PPR is taking Neighbors plus probably BTJ and just getting Bijan or Gibbs.
Mm-hmm.
If you can get Bijan or Gibbs to pair with Jeremiah Levin, Omar, and Hampton, it's pretty much game over. And the reason I'm comfortable with that is, again, this is another format where you only have to start 2 wide receivers. So ideally, in a 10 team, I want to flex as many running backs as humanly possible, and I'm good just starting 2 wide receivers. And JSN and Pickens as your top 2 guys would be totally fine with me. Harold Fannin having behind Trey McBride is kind of overkill. I would just take Fannin and I would move him straight up for another position. That's actually not true. This is a 1-point tight end premium. I would hold Fannin. So hold the phone and hold Fannin. We'll take Jaden Reed and Romeo Dobbs, and we're going to move up there as well. Try to get one of those short-term league winners or a short-term market play. DJ Moore would be a short-term market play where you sell him at a premium closer to the season, or you can go for a Devontae Adams, Derrick Henry. I think I already mentioned there. So look into those as those guys as possible assets to move. Who am I kidding? This is a 1 point item premium. If you can get an overpay for Fannin, then I would be open to that. I would probably only entertain a running back, and the running backs that I would entertain in a 1 point item premium would be like JT, James Cook, Kenneth Walker types. But probably not going to go any lower than that. You can just stick with them if you want to. But I'll give you that, again, that option to explore. And then you already moved your 27 first. If you want to pair your second with a piece, you're more than welcome to do that. I'll give you an idea. Let's say that you don't pair BCJ with neighbors and you just decide to move off of BCJ straight up, but you want to get up a slight tier. You could just take BCJ in that 27 second and try to get up to a guy we feel a little bit more comfortable with. You could play the market with Mekhi Lemon. You could go for a productive running back in that range, like a Breece Hall type. Or you could shoot for like an Olave if he's cheap in your league, which is very possible. What questions do you have on those moves? 1, 2, 3, 4 of the 6 moves that we gave you were up tiers. The other 2 were pivots. No down tiers necessary on a team like this.
Nope. Elite value, no down tiers. So, okay, yeah, let me do the other giveaway real quick. The winner of the colon giveaway is Andrew Davis 3287. Congratulations, Andrew. Let me know your flock username. So great insights into our format that I haven't really considered. And again, that's the, not to toot our horn or anything, but that's the power of the blueprint. Is every team, every league, every league setting is different. And it's all based on that.
Yeah, the Gibbs guy, if he's willing to do something there, yeah, definitely look into that for sure. Definitely.
But
I would be a big fan of such a thing.
He said, I'll toot it for you guys. Good. Well, we appreciate it. That seriously is, though. That's what makes our process different is we try to fight for every little detail about your league. Give you the most specific advice possible. So, but yeah, any questions? Thanks, guys. I got to see my production. I thought my production would have been higher, so that's good to see. Yeah, production, there is a cap on production share. Really, you can't. The highest production share we've ever seen is probably 13 or 14%. Like, you can only achieve so high of a production share in a league, to be honest with you. So, even with the best teams. So, but yeah, we appreciate you, man. If you have any questions or follow-ups, just let us know. We're here for you. So, we're going to jump back up to the top now.
The trade question by TR guy.
Oh, yeah. TT guy. What's up, TT guy? Are you here?
Chase Brown 103, 107 for Chase. Take Chase.
Yeah, do it.
Yep.
That's easy.
Happy to do that.
It's a start 9, too. That's a no-brainer.
Easy peasy. Squeeze a lemon. Young McCaffrey, you're up next.
All right, Young McCaffrey.
Sorry to psych you out earlier.
Are you here? Yeah, we did psych him out, didn't we? He said, hey, boys, what's up? I won last year. I sold the farm to create this squad. I've been shopping Hendo, Nico, and Mahomes. No luck so far. Very interesting because we'd almost certainly have you shop those guys. Also pursuing the 101, I don't want to mess up a good thing. Tight end value, wide receiver depth, draft capital are non-existent. The rookie draft is in 2 weeks. Should I stand pat or should I keep hunting? Okay. Good questions. Let's take a look at this team for you here. And let's start with, and it's team name The Godfather. 12-team super flex, full point PPR. There is no tight end premium. Production share is 11.1%, which is first in this league.
Oh, brother, you're wide receivers.
Value share is 12.4%, which is second in this league. So top 2 team in your league by far.
Oh my gosh.
Mahomes and Poity, that's an 8. Henderson, Brown, we'll give you a 5 there. It's okay. JSN, Puka, Amon-Ra. That's a 10.
That's insane.
Juwan Johnson's a 1. Jeez, all your values at wide receiver, dude. No picks, 0. Bench is a 1 as well. So we have some holes in this team. It's a 4.8 overall. I'll go standard value wide receiver factory contend here.
Mm-hmm.
There are some holes in this team. I think your running back room upside is lacking here. I think you have slightly too much value in your quarterback position. I think you're flexing too many wide receivers, and those we're going to do moves to address all of those actually. So
move a wide receiver or two for a running back. First one that I probably do is move London for H.N. Hampton or Genty. I think the next one that I would probably do here is go ahead and take Nico and just get James Cook or JT. And then what were you saying here about quarterback? You're wanting to down tier quarterback?
Yeah, Mahomes.
Okay. So we'll down tier from Mahomes, and that'll give you a little bit extra depth to work with here. Henderson and Chase Brown as individual values are fine to hold. You'd have a lot of questions with Henderson. If you can pivot from him to Judkins, I would do that. But he's kind of in an awkward range where it's like, yeah, you have to pay a premium to get up to JT or James Cook. It's getting too expensive to get up to the Hampton H.N. Genty range from there. So you may as well just use one of your wide receivers to get one of those running backs instead. At that point, with your lack of depth, probably just want to hold on to Henderson. So with Mahomes, when you're looking at down tiers there, the Dak team does have Walker, A.J. Brown, George Pickens, Scattaboo, Rashee Rice, a lot of interesting players on that team. So I would look into that. If you were to do a smaller down tier to, let's say, like Bo Nix, the Bo Nix team does have Zay Flowers. He also happens to have Josh Jacobs. If you can get Josh Jacobs as a cheap nothing burger throw-in, be my guest. I would be more than happy for you to pull that off. And taking a look at someone like Jordan Love, that guy does have Chris Olave on his roster as well, so you could look into that. Yeah, pretty much like Avery said, just taking some of these running backs or these wide receivers in your flex spots, translating it to running back so that you raise your upside of that position. You're not taking away from the ceiling of the top end of your wide receivers. Only have to start 2 wide receivers. So those 3 flex spots, man, if we can get 1 or 2 running backs at least into those flex spots instead of it all being wide receivers, you're going to raise your floor a lot as well. So your bad weeks aren't going to be nearly as bad as if you had all those wide receivers at once. So, I'm not sure if you're here on stream right now, but if you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. Hey, he is here. Let's go.
Yeah. Well, okay, what questions do you have? Let's leave this up for a minute.
He said, got away with murder for Amon-Ra. Mahomes down tier isn't necessary, but I have no depth for high value guys.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's not really necessary.
Yep.
You may just pivot from Mahomes. Actually, you could just up tier from Mahomes as well. You could take Mahomes plus a small piece and just get to Caleb or JD or Lamar. Like, that's also very acceptable here.
It's not like absolutely vital, but I do think it would give you some extra flexibility to hopefully improve running back even more than you can by just pivoting.
Yeah, but you're 100% correct. It's not a necessary like life or death move. I mean, you're looking at your flex spots here. Like, you technically are good. So
yeah.
You could use a little bit of wide receiver or tight end help in the form of a down tier if you did a small one, but I agree with you. So.
Yep.
But anything else?
All right. If you have any more questions, again, we'll be happy to answer them for you. But we appreciate you a ton. And thanks for the patience over the long weekend. Hope you had a good, nice Memorial weekend like we did. Had a blast watching the closest finish in Indy 500 history. Love the advice. Thanks. Yeah, thank you, man.
Appreciate you, brother. Yeah, if you need anything, let us know. Yabo's got one for us here. Puka for Garrett Wilson, a 27 early and a 27 mid. I'd probably take Garrett Wilson the 2 first here. I think it's, especially with one of them being early.
It's a 12/8, 1 QB. And a 12/8, 1 QB, I think it's a lot closer.
That's true, but it's a start 8.
Yeah, and a 1 QB. So all of your quarterbacks next year are going to essentially be out of consideration there. So if those two are really looking to be like earlier, I'd still be okay with it. I'd still say it's probably fair. But the format does merit more speculation on that deal. So just keep that in mind. Chris Olave for Bucky and Javonte. Not enough here in a down tier, in my opinion. Bucky's losing value. Javonte, the market doesn't love. I don't mind the idea, honestly. I really don't. Javonte is really 707 in a domain startup. Yeah, you're moving what we would value as like a 3-4 turn guy. Domain values him as like a mid-third guy for Bucky Irving, who's falling to the mid-6th, and Javonte, who's a 7th rounder. I don't think that's enough compensation, so I'd probably hold Olave here if I were you.
All right.
All right, Zach Attack, you're up next. Holler in the chat if you're here.
All right, Zach Attack, team name Tiptoe Touchdown. Yeah, Zach, if you are here, let us know. Oh, yeah, Zach was here. He was here earlier. I made it my mission to try and get as many 27 firsts as I could. I got most before everyone knew this class was great, but now I'm not sure whether to stick it out or sell some of the picks next offseason. This is going to be a good one. And try to make some moves for the now. I think you kind of know our take on this is like, there's a pretty good argument for moving some of your picks if you have a ton of these right now. But you are first in your league in value, which we'd love to see. Let's see what your analytics are grayed out as well and see where we're sitting here in relation to the rest of our league. This is a 10-team league. It is a 10-team 1 QB, full point PPR, no point tied in premium. 9.9% production share is 5th in this league. And a 12.8% value share is 1st in this league. Jaden Daniels is an 8 here in this format. RJ Harvey and David Montgomery give you a 1. Igbuka, Tate, Lemon, J-Mo, Josh Downs, Ricky Pearsall's a 6. And Sam Laporta is a 4. Yeah, you have 8 firsts in 27 in a 10 team. You have almost the entire first round and 2 28 firsts as well. Draft capital's a 10. Bench, shuck off. Bench will give you a 2. It's not, you have some guys. You have McLaurin and Boston. I'll give you a 3. Overall's a 5.8 here. Future value team. Future value, well-rounded, rebuild, contend. You are 100. This is the definition of a future value team. And yeah, hopefully, out of those 8 firsts you have, at least one of them is the 101. Because if you end up with picks 103 through 110 next year, you're going to be screwed. But all in all, not a bad roster for having 8 firsts either. And again, even with the 27 first not technically reaching their peak value, your value share is still 12.8%. In a 10 team, 2.8% over expected is what I like to see there. So very nice. Almost certainly going to move some firsts here.
I've got 3/4 of the first in this league.
Yeah. So
it's wild. This is a 1 QB as well in a 10 team. Yeah, looking at some move possibilities here. Let's start with some of the players first. I'll take... if I were you, I'd probably take J-Mo. J-Mo consistently fluctuates. I think there are some guys in his price range currently that have higher value upside opportunity, depending, of course, on what price point you're able to move him off in your league for. But another thing I think I would look into here is probably like a Downs and Pearsall up tier. And then this is a 1 QB. So if I were you, some of those projected late 27 first, I would probably just pair and see if you can get somebody to bite on the hype. So those early ones definitely hold on to. Those later ones are going to be a little bit more volatile until we know exactly what the depth of the class is going to look like. Not saying that I don't have faith in the value of or in the depth of the class, but QB or lack of QB value makes it more interesting in a 1 QB format. And we do want to diversify a little bit. A lot of people are paying high prices for 27 first. Don't take a deal for your 27 first if you're not getting essentially an overpay. So if you were to take 2 of those picks, like 2 of those later ones, I would be looking in the range of like some of those higher end upside premier assets. You could look at like some of the rookies now. You could look at someone like Lab McConkey, for example. You could look at Garrett Wilson. You could look at Cardinal Tate you already have, which is awesome. I really, really like that for your team. But McConkey and Wilson would definitely be two guys I'd be eyeing there for sure. And then George Pickens as well. Just spreading the love. With Josh Downs and Pearsall, that shouldn't be too uninteresting for a good number of people. Number one, how expensive is Rashee Rice in your league? Let me know if Rashee Rice is unachievable. If you've already explored offers for him, you could potentially play the market with him, get him at a discount. Casey Concepcion is another one that you could look at, and Cam Scatterbu I would be very interested in as well for your team. Jameson Williams, if you're looking at guys like Jadarian Price, Zay Flowers is another one that I really like. T. Higgins, AJ Brown, those types of guys. Again, JMO consistently priced as a mainstay. There are some players in his value range that just have higher value upside in the short run. And that's something that you could probably take advantage of here if I were guessing, man. Overall, man, your wide receiver room is stacked. I mean, this is a future value wide receiver factory. Dang near. not quite, because you don't have like the cornerstones there, but you're definitely shaping up to be an insane wide receiver factory here within the next 12 months when the 2027 draft is all said and done. Rashee Rice is a very bad rep in my league. Beautiful. Take advantage and see if you can get him for really, really cheap. That is what I would recommend. Make sure you don't sell any productive vets that are on this team at a too much of a discount before August comes around, because odds are you'll probably be able to sell them high at that point. As people are more attentive and more aware of the need for production for contenders especially. You can take some of your depth and get some more calculated upside shots. I think the more you can avoid holding Jags on your team, the more you raise your upside in general. So you do have a unique amount of depth on this team for a future value team. It's just not super valuable depth that we could get into more valuable depth with more upside opportunity. So.
You saw this, right? Rashee Rice is a very bad rep in
Yep.
his.
Already been through it all.
We're going for
so
it. So
we're all set.
All right. Yeah, Zach, if you have any other questions, drop them in the chat, but we appreciate you, man. Phone Dork says, Chelsea received my Infinite Blueprint. I sent it on Monday. I'm sure we did. If you submitted it, we probably already started it. So we appreciate you, man. If you want to let me know your username, I can double check, but I'm sure we have it. So, all right, Zach. We love you, dude. We appreciate you. Let me know if you need any fantasy teams drafted. So. All right, Jaden Daniels or Justin Herbert and Quinshawn Judkins. Does this help me compete with double Intendress? I wouldn't get in an arms race. Let me see his team below that. Okay, and then go back to the trade. I don't know. I don't know if it does, to be honest with you. And it is a 10-team start line. It is a 1 QB, but 1 QB, like, I don't know. In a 1 QB, I probably would still take this. I'm just not sure Judkins is what's going to push you over the line in a 10-team start 9 where the guy is flexing 3 elite running backs. So I'm not sure this is the move. I'm cool with the move. I'm not sure this raises your production ceiling all that much. That's my take on it. So appreciate you, Coach Rob. That's a good question, but yeah, it's fair. I'm fine. I'm cool if he makes this deal for sure. Itchy says, is there any reason I can't add you on Discord? Always gives me an error. Mine might be because I'm maxed out on my friend request. So you can't add me as a friend, but you can send me a DM and we can have a DM conversation. So Josh says, a little risky, but feel like the value's there. Dylan Sampson, Puka Nakua, and a 28 mid-late for Javonte, Chris Olave, and Rashee Rice. The value almost certainly is there, actually. I mean, it's very even, to be honest with you. Rashee Rice also has tanked in value. I'm not quite sure I would do this. Nate, I want your thoughts on this one. This has Rice in it.
Yeah, with Rice's current value fluctuation and how low it can be, I don't think this is good enough if you're down tiering from Puka. I would like to get a guy that's a bit more set in what his market valuation is, and that's not Rashee Rice. So I'd hold Puka here. Not a Rice take, more of a, well, it is a Rice take, but it's not a we don't like Rice. It's a he's all over the place. It's going to be hard to have a lot of value flexibility once you make that move. All right, Cash Bees, you're up next.
All right. Cash Beezy, we appreciate you, man.
Bucky the Vampire
Slayer is the team name here. It's a 12 team. It is a super flex. Full point PPR, half point tied in premium. Production share is 9%, which is 4th in this league. Value share is 6.7%, which is 9th in this league. And so a little bit of a lower value share, but a productive team here. You've got Bo Nix and Matt Stafford. We'll give that a 3. Tootin, it will give you a 1 here. Drake London, Ted McMillan, Marvin Harrison Jr., Brian Thomas Jr., that's an 8. And then Brenton Strange is a 2. 27 first you do have, so we'll give you a 3 of your draft capital. Actually, we'll give you a 2. You haven't had your 28 draft yet, and you don't have anything there. Bench is a 2. Overall is a 3.2. 1 year reload is what I'm thinking here. Let's go 1 year reload, wide receiver factory reload content. I think we're trying to avoid a rebuild. Kendall did say present, no more Bucky though. Yeah, I see that. So, and probably was the right move for your team depending on what you got out of him. I think we're going to reload here, man. I think it's best to probably just run this and get some value this year. You got a lot of guys up in the air with Michael Wilson, Travis Hunter, Brian Thomas, Marvin Harrison Jr., Ted McMillan. A lot of unproven wide receiver value there. You probably aren't contending even if those guys did hit, you still would need some good running backs. And Tootin is a question mark. Algier obviously is not going to be productive as well. So with
the trade you made moving away Bucky was a pretty solid deal, man. This is a super flex. Yeah, he got London and Nix, and he gave up Goff, DJ Moore, Bucky, and Burden. So nice move. I mean, let's say that Bucky and Goff equate to Nix, which is fair, and then Burden and Morph essentially for London. Like that was a big value win for you. So you're already well on your way building some small value wins here with the trades that you've been making.
Yeah, I think you are too. I mean, I think you're in a pretty good spot here.
So with all of that in mind, let's look at some potential moves here. Again, kind of a unique one, a wide receiver factory team that does have a good amount of depth at that position. We'll probably move a couple of those guys just to diversify a bit positionally. There are some running backs in the value range of BTJ that we really, really like, that we think have really solid value upside opportunity. Scattaboo and Jadarian Price specifically are the ones around there that we like quite a bit. If you want to play short-term value upside, that game, AJ Brown is also priced around BTJ right now. So definitely worth looking into there. London is a fine hold at the moment. You can stick with Michael Wilson, Jaden Higgins, Travis Hunter all have solid upside opportunity. If you took a piece, like let's take Tootin plus your 204 and Sutton, for example, and let's try to get up into that next tier that we've been talking about.
He said the team was an orphan. I'm trying to build something by grabbing wide receivers guys we're low on. It's generally a pretty good strategy here.
Yeah.
You may have invested in a type that, I mean, maybe a little bit over-invested in that type of wide receiver, but overall, I see what you're doing here, and I think it's a pretty effective strategy. You're going for upside shots and upside premier guys, which is, again, on a 1 year reload, you want as many upside premier and upside shots as you could possibly get.
Yeah.
So I think it's an effective strategy here, Kendall.
I really like Kyler Murray as a target for this team. I think his value upside is super duper solid right now. Rashee Rice, another one. Again, if depending on where he's priced in your league, if you can take a shot on him for super cheap for like Tootin plus some depth, then go for it. And then Javonte is another guy that's just in that tier that we have above. You can ship him off for more probably in August as contenders start looking for production again. Marvin Harrison. Oh man, he's so iffy. He's very price dependent on what we want to do with him. What I would probably look at with Marv is like, hey, if you can get Judkins in exchange for Marv or Ladd, then I would just pull the trigger and move him for one of those guys. If you want to go for like a Jordan Tyson or a Mekhi Lemon, I'm okay taking one of those guys as well. Jordan Tyson would be like the 103 equivalent, for example. So a little bit price dependent on Marv, and that's kind of our breaking point where we would move off of him for some of those other guys. And again, that kind of two birds with one stone. Helps you flip some value over to the running back position to spread it out among running back and wide receiver as you look to reload for the future. What's the most you'd pay for Kyler? He's gettable. Tooting in the 204, baby.
That's perfect.
Yep.
I think you could do it too. I mean, actually, almost certainly they're going to take that deal.
Yeah.
If not, I'm sure you could work something in there to where they would take it. So, but I like that too. Again, I like that as a market play. Also, potential contending piece. We do have you contending a year from now. You would be a good piece for that. Again, your value share sitting at 6.7% right now in a 12 team. We need that to be 2% higher to feel really good about contending. Which Condoroga says, if I fill out a live blueprint right now, when's the earliest show would do it? Tonight is the earliest. In terms of actual time, depends on how many blueprint premiums come in. How many we have in the queue right now?
After this one, we'll have 7.
An hour. So,
assuming no premiums come in.
Yeah.
So,
correct. And then I'll check on that for you, Gaming Crusher. So, yeah. Kendall, what other questions you got, man? Let's leave his open for a minute. You'll see your blueprint. We're gonna publish it to the dashboard right now. Gaming Crusher. That's your username? I don't see something from you. Hold on.
Gaming Crusher.
Yeah.
Let me look his user up.
He submitted a trade today, and we reviewed it. So, your trade was Rashee Rice for a mid-late 28 first and 28 second. We said to take Rice. We said it was fair.
Yep.
That's probably what you were looking at. So,
yep.
What it do? YouTube says, are blueprints included with the annual Mother Flocker tier automatically upgraded to infinite? Yes. Or is the only way getting the infinite blueprint without purchasing? No. Nope. Automatically. You're a member, you get an infinite. So hopefully that makes sense, man. That's free. Would you move Marv?
Hey, Boyce, I'm assuming you're here, Boyce11. You submitted with screenshots of your team, and that's a sleeper league.
So we're gonna have you.
I'm gonna have you resubmit with your sleeper league ID.
So, Boyce, if you're here, let us know. If you need help on submitting, we're happy to help you on that too. A couple or another question from Kindle here. Would you move Marv for Brees or Judkins? Yeah, actually, I would probably move Marv for both of those guys, just because you're diversifying a little bit from your upside wide receivers to some upside premier running backs. I actually like having some running back value on this team. So yes, I would do that. I'd be cool with that. I probably would prefer Judkins with this build. So. Phone Door says, I have an infinite blueprint. For some reason, I can't get it to go through. I'm a member. The infinite blueprint is sent to you automatically each month. It's not something you submit for on the Flock site. Once you fill out the form, we send it to you automatically. It's not like you go through this process, if that makes sense. Devontae Adams, 27 mid, 27 late, 27 third and fourth, and then JSN. It's JSN here. It's not even close. So appreciate it. Appreciate you. What it do, YouTube? All right.
All right. Next up is McSwag.
Yep, this is chicken, but spelled differently. What's up, McSwag? If you're here, by the way, let us know. Hopefully you are. We're still on the 1 day ago blueprint. So reigning champ here. My roster was carefully constructed with small value wins over 3 seasons. I love to hear that. Now I have this juggernaut. Heck yeah. Help me continue my reign of dominance. I love everything you just said. So hopefully you're here. Hopefully you can chat with us as we do this, but we appreciate you a lot. Let's get into this. Let's grade it out analytically here. First of all, as a 12 team, it is looks like he did make a move, by the way. He got Marshawn Lloyd on this team. That's incredible. Must have picked up Marshawn Lloyd off of waivers. That's really smart. 12 team, 1 QB, full point PPR, no tight end premium, 10% production share is second in this league, and 16.3% value shares first in this league. So Drake May and Caleb Williams is 10. Hampton, Chase Brown's a 7. Puka, Olave, Odunze, BTJ is an 8. And then McBride Lovin's a 10. I mean, this team's real good. Wow. 4 firsts? Holy smokes. Draft capital's a 10. Bench is a 9. Overall, we're giving it an 8 point. Actually, it's a 9 flat. This is an elite value team for sure.
Yeah.
This is elite value, well-rounded. Contend. This is insane. Holy smokes.
Wells roundeds.
This is a great team. Oh, please tell me he's here. Please tell me he's here.
Luckily, this is a 1 QB, so we can probably move Caleb or May.
You definitely can. I would move probably
Caleb.
You could make the argument for both of them, to be honest with you. I would say Caleb too is my gut feeling, but you could say move May, and they probably
you could
converge in value this year, which I think is very possible.
You'll get more value return from May.
Yeah, you will. Let's try it.
You'll get low-end cornerstone, high-end foundational for him.
Let's give him that.
Okay. I will give you the most valuable foundational asset in Tet. I will give you Drake London, and I'll give you Devon Achane. He said, if I submit a free team review ticket, is it a live team review, or do I need to upgrade it?
It depends. If you're a new member, happy to do it complimentary. If you're not a new member and you have just an old voucher sitting there, you would need to upgrade the voucher, Josh. So just either whichever one that applies to you. But yeah, no, any vouchers that are not like brand new member vouchers, yeah, you have to upgrade it to a live. It's in order for it to get in our queue here. So
if you are Boyce 11, then no, you don't need to because you already bought the live team review.
Yeah.
But yeah,
now I'm assuming he's not. So yeah, okay.
Okay, so that's our first move from Drake May. I think the other thing that we're gonna do here is probably some up tiers, like some big up tiers.
I'd probably get to some running backs with these up tiers if you use wide receivers.
We're gonna take Loveland and do you want to take Loveland in a first, Loveland and Olave, Loveland and Rome? What sort of combo do we want to go with here? We'll go Loveland and Olave and get as high as we can. We'll go Bijan, Gibbs.
I think you're probably better off using Olave because you can't get up there. So
and
that's
then
my decision.
The other guys here, like looking at Rome and probably one of your, but actually not Rome. I like Rome. We'll take BTJ and we'll take one of your later 27 firsts, and we'll get up into that really solid foundational wide receiver range where you're looking at Pickens, you're looking at James Cook. You're looking at Carnell Tate. Only looking for pretty much the best of the best here. I mean, a majority of the targets we have on this team are going in the top 24 of Dynasty startups, and all of them are going in the top 36. So that's what happens when you have an elite value team and you have all the flexibility in the world, all the value in the world to play with. Get the best of the best players, win your league. Every single short-term league winner player should be on this team. Derrick Henry, CMC, Devontae Adams should all be on this team. No excuses, no questions asked like legitimately. Find a way to get them. Yeah, you like that, didn't you? Find a way to get those guys on this team.
No questions asked. All right, any questions? Any questions? What would you guys trade for Jacobs right now? We mentioned sending 27 seconds for him and seeing if that went through. Wouldn't pay a late first for Jacobs, most likely.
Cheap.
Okay, Lucky Shine. Getting my second back, competing is Gino. Gino is my quarterback 3. Getting your second back, competing, you're getting Kittle and Gino. I think you could get more for this as a contender, and I think you could get Gino cheaper on his own. I would pass on this Lucky Shine. I would pass on this one. I get what you're trying to do. I just think there are better configurations of trades that will get you more bang for your buck from a contender standpoint than that. So I would hold that particular deal. Okay. All right, O. Smith. Let's do this.
Hey, Boyce 11. If you are on the if you're on the stream right now, the voucher is in your account. So you just go through the same submission process and just go through checkout, and it'll be free. Don't select Live Team Blueprint because you already paid for the Live Team Blueprint. We just need the Sleeper League ID linked so that we can see your whole league.
Oh, Smith's here. What's up, dude? If you have questions while we're going through this, just drop them in the chat. But we appreciate you, man. And hopefully we can get this one done. This is a 14 team 1 QB start 8, so a different format here, PPR league. Finished second in the last 2 to 3 years. I'm trying to make another run at the chip. Just thinking of up-tiering, given my wide receiver depth, wanted to get your thoughts. 26 rookie drafts in July on this one, so you will get a rookie draft blueprint. I have the 214, but not showing all my 28s. Okay, cool. There is very good context. Thank you for that. And let's get into it for you here, my friend. Again, 14 team, 1 QB, full point PPR. Your grades will be adjusted for those league settings. 8.4% production shares 5th in this league, and an 8.1% value shares 6th. So you're not looking super bad here. You've got a lot of teams here in this league that are pretty bad, and so it's a pretty top heavy league, it looks like. Bo Nix and a 1 QB, we'll give that a 7 in a 14 team. Barkley, Kyron, give that a 5 in a 14 team. Chase, Pickens, Olave, Waddles, a 9. That's probably a 10, honestly, in this format. I'll give it a 9. And then Warren will give an 8 right now. No picks. No picks. So draft capital is going to be a 1. You do have a couple of seconds here. Bench is a 2. Overall is a 6. We're going to go standard value wide receiver factory contend for this format. I definitely think you're a contending team. I think you're a strong contending team. I think in no tight end premium, obviously I think we're gonna advocate for moving Tyler Warren in this format. Full point PPR, I do think your running backs are your number one pain point here that we just kind of have to make a little bit better. I think Saquon and Kyron are fine, but at the same time, I would probably be trying to get some more like league-breaking upside at running backs and try to win this league, especially in a start 8 format. The more of those league-breaking guys you have, the better. They could single-handedly win your matchup any given week. So let's do that. Let's start with the Tyler Warren move, and let's just pivot off of Tyler Warren to another position. This is a non-tight end premium league, so I mean you will get a little bit
probably
less
looking
of a return.
at Walker Judkins, McCaffrey. I'm assuming you'd be fine with.
Yeah, and that's the kind of McCaffrey's a perfect guy. I mean, I understand he may be on a contender, but hopefully somebody's looking at Warren. They're like, ooh, young.
Yeah, Chase, Pickens I really like on this team. Waddle at wide receiver is your 4th guy. That's kind of in a range where I would either play a better value upside shot, unlike an AJ Brown, or I would go ahead and take a running back instead, like a Scatterboo or a Jadarian Price. And then I think our third move here is probably going to be taking... We could, in theory, move Olave for James Cook or Jonathan Taylor. I do like Olave on this team.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's something that you necessarily have to do, but it's probably worth looking into.
Yeah, running backs have been slowly downgrading over the year. Warren would go quick. All right, that's great.
Oh, bet. That's great.
That's great.
Start high for Warren then.
Yep.
Start
for
high.
sure.
Yeah, I think those are the 3 moves that we're going to have you do because the price points of Barkley and Kyron are pretty set. There's not really anybody in those ranges that I like more than where they're being priced. Chase and Pickens, I don't want to move. Olave is that one guy where it's like, yeah, if you wanted to get a production upside upgrade, you could move him in theory for James Cook or JT. So
I love your profile picture, by the way. That's so sick. So incredibly sick. That is awesome.
I can't see.
Vader and Anakin's in front of him.
Oh, nice.
Cook might be an option that owner was looking for a wide receiver. I mean, that would work out perfectly.
Beautiful. Wow. I hope the stars align for this, man. If you can get some of these done like right away, that's going to be sick. Just want to raise that production upside as much as possible. And also, like, always look at some of these Jags. Bigsby, Ollie Gordon, Kyle Williams, Rashad Bateman, Chico Okonkwo. Like, take these guys, you're 214, package them, try to get more serviceable assets that you can flex. JT would be tough. That owner's been the top dog for years. Okay, cool. Yeah, James Cook, actually, we have ranked slightly higher than JT, so I'm totally cool with James Cook. No complaints here. Any moves at QB? Nope. Sit tight. Bo Nix and Baker in a 1 QB 14 team is more than fine. You're going to get above average production. Bo Nix is consistently a top 7 QB. Baker, if he has continues to have good seasons, he's going to be a top 12 QB as well. You're not going to have Josh Allen or May or Lamar, but it's not worth paying the premium to get one of those guys right now in your format when you have a lot more A lot more needs to focus at the skill positions first. Quarterback and tight end are always the last of our priorities, which is why we're having you move off of Warren and why we're not having you pay up for one of those rushing QBs when you've got it set already at that position. All right, I've got 2 call outs here. Extra Guac and Josh, let us know if you guys are on the stream. Cool, good looks. Tyler Warren would be a stab to the heart to get rid of because I graduated with him, but got to do what I got to do. That's pretty awesome, man. Did you know him or were you just in the same class? We love Tyler Warren. As Colts fans, I loved him in college. He was my one of my favorite players to watch that year in college. And then I was like ecstatic when he was drafted to the Colts. I actually apologized to him for being drafted to the Colts because I knew that we were going to be mediocre. Same class. Nice. Yeah, it's cool. Scott, let me know if you see any. All right, Josh and Extra Guac, we got you guys. You will stay in the line. All right. Osmit, you're the man. We appreciate you a ton. Was friends with Jahan Dotson, though. Dude, Jahan Dotson was another guy that I absolutely loved coming out of college. I was pumped when
General
he was
rule of
drafted.
thumb, if somebody's mid at football, Nathan probably loves them.
You calling Tyler Warren mid at football?
No.
Get the frick out of here, man.
Doty's
Jeez.
here. All right.
Yep, Josh and Extra Guac are good.
All right, cool. All right, Doty, you're up. Yeah. Oh, Smith, appreciate you, brother. You need anything, let us know. Okay. The Allen and May Dynasty here.
My turn to pee.
Yes. 12-team super flex here. It is a half-point tight end premium league. That's very good to know with you. We're going to make some moves based off of that alone. And a half-point tight end premium. Your production share is 8.9%, which is 4th in this league. And your value share is 9%, which is 2nd. So that's pretty good. We're looking pretty solid here. You've got Allen and May. That's a 10. That's a 10. Judkins, Chase Brown, Chuba Hubbard, Rico Dowdle. I'm going to give it a 5. Garrett Wilson, T. Higgins, Jamison Williams. 6. Dalton Kincaid, will give it a 2. You have all your picks. Next couple years, draft capital will be a 3. Bench is going to be a 1 overall. We'll go 5.2 here. Standard value, dual elite QB, contend is what I'll land on this one. I mean, you have the production share and the value share to contend in a 12-team league. Oh, man. And it's really the biggest question on this team for you is going to be, I guess my question to you is how hell-bent are you on trying to keep Allen and May both? Your flex spots are not great. Chuba's not great here. You don't really have any wide receivers, running backs, or tight ends to down tier from. So if you want to increase your chances of winning this league, I'm almost certain that our number one move is going to be to down tier from one of your quarterbacks here. So yes, Josh, you will get the premium. So I don't even think I can give you a choice here. I'm sorry. I've got to give you what I think is best for this, and not against moving either. Perfect. That works out perfectly because we would heavily prefer we're almost certainly going to have to do that. And so we'll start with that. In terms of which one I want to down tier from, I don't know. I don't think you can go wrong doing either of them. I think we'll start with May, though. Nice, thanks. There's my car. Although you can't see it on the camera, which is fine. We'll start with May. So first move here is going to be to down tier from Draketh May. He's got a dual EQB build that's he has to down tier from at least one of these guys, maybe both. I guess I'll let you decide if you think we need to down tier from both. But May down tier is going to be 100% needed here. So we'll start with that.
I'd probably look at down tiers from both, and then we'll probably pivot from JMO.
In a half-point PPR, I totally agree with that. In fact, in a half-point PPR, I'd probably look at pivoting from Garrett Wilson to another guy too. Yeah. I mean, Garrett Wilson's much less valuable in a half PPR format with his average depth of target. So, those are going to be our moves here. I mean, this is already a contending team in my opinion, but again, like you don't have the depth to hold in roster. Do you think there will be a pretty robust market for both of these QBs as well? I guess that's another question that's pretty important. So, yeah, May to Dart is a good one. We'll give you Dart as a down tier target. We'll give you Nix as a down tier target. We'll give you
the Dart team has Pickens. The Knicks team has Achane and James Cook and Olave.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Keep
going.
And the Purdy team, keep going. The Purdy team has Amari and Hampton.
Oh, you got me there. You got me.
Yeah, Josh Allen, if you want to do some smaller ones to like Daniels and Mahomes and Lamar, those are all in play as well, I think. The Jaden Daniels team has Mekhi Lemon. The Mahomes team has Tet McMillan. And the Lamar team has... he has Bucky. I just don't like... Oh, he has CMC. There you go. Try CMC. And then like Avery said, the pivot from Garrett Wilson, what wide receivers do you prefer in that range? Actually, Nico is better in that range in this format.
Yeah, Nico's okay. I think getting to Lad would be a huge win in a PPR, in a half-point PPR. Actually, no, I don't
think so.
I don't agree with that.
I think they're kind of the
Nico,
same.
You're right. Nico is better. I was thinking that reverse.
Or you just go running back. If you're down tiering from both quarterbacks to a wide receiver,
Igbuka's better in that range.
Then you could probably shoot for like a James Cook or something like that. So Carnell Tate actually has a better role as well with his big playability. What questions do you have on those three moves? A lot of down tier options from the quarterbacks, and I think honestly both of those are interchangeable. It doesn't have to be Drake May to Dart Nix or Purdy. It could be Allen to Dart Nix or Purdy, and it could be May to Daniels, Mahomes, and Lamar. Allen and May are both in the same tier. So
I'm glad you're open to it though, because I think it's by far going to be the best move for this team. So. He says, I think the market will be plenty good to move them. That's going to help you so much, dude.
Beautiful.
Said, I like though. I knew that was needed. Just need to get the ball rolling. Yep. And we gave you some ideas as well. And I'll say what I say with every single team blueprint we've ever done. You're probably going to send these exact trades, and they're not going to go perfectly exactly how we thought they would, or they're not going to accept the exact offer we put on paper. That's perfectly okay. These are starting points. They're concepts. Be flexible. Be malleable. And use different variations of the same deal and use the concepts, and you can even get other targets from guys in similar value ranges as well. So be flexible and you'll be good. These are generally the moves you need to make. You don't have to make the exact Allen and May down tiers that we gave, but some Allen and May down tiers are generally a good idea here. So bye, Becca. See ya. All right. Outside of that, brother, we appreciate you. If you do need anything, you have any follow-ups or anything, let me know. C Fox, you're here. I'm assuming you're up next, so say hey. Appreciate you, Doty. All right, C Fox, what's up? We do have a trade question here from KP Patrick. AJ Brown, for the 109. I mean, I would just hold AJ Brown for now. Hold AJ Brown for another week and a half and see if you can't get anything more than this. I bet you can. Now is not the time to sell AJ Brown. We're gonna wait till he gets traded. So, good question. Just so you guys know, we probably have about 2 or 3 more spots left for tonight if you want to get in. Any Blueprint Premium is going to jump the line. But there you go. There's the link. If you want to join, you do get a free team blueprint and any a la cartes are right there. We have probably two or three spots left. So be malleable. That's what I said. Be malleable. Why are you questioning that? I know what the definition of malleable is. Something that can be easily shaped, hammered, or pressed into different forms without breaking. Yeah, be flexible. It's a synonym for flexible. Don't do this tonight. I didn't use that one wrong. We're not doing this right now.
All right, hey boys, if you're on the stream, man, I know we've been having the conversation through the messages on the site. If you just hopped onto the stream, just drop a comment in here and say hey, say that you're Boyce 11, and we will walk you through how to resubmit your team.
Yeah, we can help you
with the league ID.
We can help you. All right. So fill those last couple spots here, y'all. We appreciate you a ton. We're going to go on next to C Fox, who is here. He did leave some context for us in the comments here. He says, I'm a contender, but the top team really got too scary. All the top teams are active, bottom teams rarely trade. Funny how that works, huh? It is funny. And that's not all that uncommon, to be honest with you. Committed to the hard rebuild. I'm confident I'll get Tyson with the 103. Should I move off of it? Any other advice when going into a rebuild? Happy birthday to our golden boy, Nathan Schmidt. This is a 1 QB league. It's a 12-team 1 QB, full point PPR without a tight end premium here. 6.7% your production share, which is 11%, and your value share is 9% here, which is 6th. This just doesn't look like a hard rebuild to me. Lamar Jackson in a 1 QB is an 8. Chuba, Dylan Sampson's a 1. Neighbors, T-Mac, Addison, Downs is a 7. Kittle's a 2. The 103 and 227 first and 227 seconds is a 6. Bench is a 3 here. Overall is a 4.8. I think we'll just go reload here. 1 year reload, well-rounded reload contend is what I'm thinking. This doesn't look like a hard rebuild to me. I think you're in fine shape here, especially with Tyson and 227 first already. Like you're reloading, not rebuilding. Your value share is 6th in this league as well. Overall grade here was a 4.8. Okay, so on a reload, we're probably even a 1 QB looking to move off of Jackson.
Bye-bye.
See you later. I like Neighbors, Addison, and Downs on this team, to be honest with you.
Yep, they're all...
We could flip Kittle. Kittle's going 10th, 11th round now. His value's gone up a little bit, and there are plenty of upside
Actually,
shots.
we could package Downs and Reed.
I'm cool with that. Downs and Reed we can package, and then I would say you could do a Kittle pivot, or you could package Kittle and Chuba Hubbard.
I don't think it's right time yet. I would wait until closer to the season.
To what?
To move them.
Who? Which one?
Both.
Chuba and Kittle?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, that's fine, but we can still give him the moves now. And because that's probably the only other 2 guys I would move on this team. So we have 228 first. I'm really just looking for tips moving forward. First time rebuilding, want to do it the right way. Always keep me up to date with y'all's videos. Yeah, and the reason I point out...
Would you rather have Pierce or Addison?
Same tier. The reason I point out Kittle, Reed, Chuba, they're not guys that are going to go up in value. Lamar's probably not either. He's probably going to maintain, but he is a better investment than those guys. Neighbors can go up. Tech can go up. I'm looking again for guys that are going to go up. Tyson can go up. I like that. The 27 first can go up. So, okay, Boyce is here. Hey, Boyce, right after this review,
we're going to screen share and we'll
show you exactly how to do it, my man. We appreciate you. Thanks for being patient with us. Yeah, Josh, you do get a full premium, but they don't jump the line since it's an upgrade. So you are in the queue, and we'll do it on stream for you. So yeah, that's pretty much what we're thinking. C Fox is like, again, I always, when I look at a reload rebuild, I basically put people in 2 buckets. Potential to go up in value, no potential to go up in value, and I move all the guys in 1 bucket. Almost every single player I have on my, actually without any exception, every player I have on my rosters are either going to maintain or go up in value on rebuilds and reloads. I mean, that is the rule of rebuilds and reloads. So,
yep.
So that's kind of how we're getting where we're getting. It's pretty simple. You're already in a pretty good spot, to be honest with you. So
yeah. So when we're shopping Lamar, you're probably looking at like Ladd, Olave, Pickens. And with Downs and Reed, I'd try to get up to probably Javonte or Concepcion. And if you're lucky, again, try for Rashee Rice, depending on how he's priced in your league. He goes for dirt cheap. He goes for 4th round prices in domain leagues. So it just completely depends. You're literally looking at upwards of a 4 to 5 round difference in his price. Let's explore offers.
He said, okay, that's pretty straightforward. QBs are hard to sell right now, but always shopping. Yeah, I know. And it may be one of those things where you have to continue to shop him as you get into the season if you don't get the right deal before the season. And I think that's totally okay. I think you can be patient with Lamar. Lamar is a guy that will maintain. I don't think he's going to go down. I don't think he will. No. So he's not a terrible investment on a team like this. So.
Yeah. And then let's explore offers for Jordan Addison as well. Mentions Alec Pierce earlier. Same tier as Concepcion. Honestly, if you want to target Concepcion or Rice for Addison, I would do the same thing. I would move him for either of those guys. Honestly, I wouldn't even move Addison for Jacobs yet until I know where he's actually being priced in your league. Travis Etienne and Derrick Henry are two other guys I'd look into there too. So what questions do you have on those moves?
Yeah, what do you think of C-Fox? Let's do a quick tutorial of how to submit and link your league here for boys. So boys, here you go. This is step-by-step. Scott, just send us back out to the home page here if you would on another tab. We'll start from the My Teams page and we can work from there.
So he already bought the live team blueprint. I issued him a voucher so he doesn't have to upgrade to live again. He just needs to resubmit with his league ID.
Okay, perfect. So here's what you're going to want to do. Go to personalized advice up at the top right corner, that orange button, do team review. Okay. And then if you have not linked your league here, you're going to go to leagues and you're going to go to manage. And then you're going to paste your sleeper league ID in here and it's going to link it for you, okay? You can find your league ID either on the app. It's in your settings at the bottom of your sleeper league. If you're on desktop, when you go to your sleeper league, it's in the URL. It's about an 11-digit number that you can just paste into here, okay? So once you find your league ID, paste it in here, press submit, and then exit out of here, Scott. Once you do that, it's going to show up here on the left-hand side. You can see all of my... Where'd it go? Where's the... It's gone. Yeah, out of the pop-up. You're fired. No, go back. Scott, I'm going to throw up all over you. No, yeah, okay. There we go. Yes, there, thank you. Stop, no, exit out of the pop-up. Okay, there we go. Once you've linked it, you'll see over here on the left side, you can see I've got like 13 leagues linked here. You'll just select the league, so select Domain Platinum League. And boom, it's linked. You'll see your roster there. You'll be ready to go. Okay? All right, appreciate you, man. Now, Scott, now we can go back to streaming. Boom. Okay.
Calling out Ty. Let us know if you are on the stream.
NY Backspick. What's up? I'm on the flock and use code domain. How do I get a team blueprint? Perfect, my man. You are in the right spot. You're going to go here. Did you already, what's your username, my man? Did you already subscribe, become an annual subscriber, or have you not done that yet and you'd like the tutorial to do that to get your free blueprint? So let me know which step you are on. Have you done the annual mother flocker tier yet? So Ty's here. Appreciate you, brother. Got probably two more spots left for tonight on team reviews. Chris did say, I love selling Addison. I have a strange hope for down, so don't want to sell him. But, well, you could do the same thing with Addison there. Hoping someone needs a tight end mid-season to compete, and I can move off a Kittle. My league is very scared of age. Thanks. Appreciate you, man.
Boys, got it, man. Appreciate you.
Boom, he figured it out.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thanks for doing that, man. That makes our that makes our life way.
You won't lose your spot in the line either. I'll make sure you're right time. So you're good. Thank you, sir.
Gavin, there were swag boxes that were shipped today. So you're probably in the camp. If you filled out the form, yours got shipped today, so you should have it within a week. So. Sorry, it took a long time. So.
All right, Nolan, you're up next. Second of the league, 12-team super flexible PPR QB, 4-point touchdowns. Thought about tearing down and getting more depth. Any advice would help.
Okay, cool.
Second year of the league.
Yeah, so let's take a look at this. Nolan farts, right?
Yep.
All right, Nolan's here. I know that. Appreciate you, man. 12-team super flex here, full point PPR, no tight end premium with you here. 11.1% production share is third in this league. And then 11.3% value share is first in this league. Jalen Hurts, Sam Darnold in the Superflex 12 team. We'll give that a 7. Gibbs, Connor, and Monty. Corum, Pollard, give it a 6. JSN, Puka, Nakua, Devontae Smith, Jamison Williams, give that a 9. and Juandale is down there as well. And then you got McBride is a 10. No draft capital. Draft capital is 0. Bench is going to be really a 1
3
with 3
or
bench.
2. We could do 2.
2 is fine. This splits the difference. It's just
Monty,
Juandale. It's Juandale.
Wandale.
Yeah. Corum, I guess.
Pollard, Rodriguez.
Geno's. Okay. Yeah, 3's probably. You're right. I overlooked Geno too. This is super flex. 6.4 overall here. Standard value here. Standard value well around a contend here for you, Nolan. We'll definitely have you go for it this year and try to win this year.
Nice team.
Yeah, it is a nice team. I think you said you were looking for some down tiers, which right now your current flex spots are pretty. Scroll up for me, Scott.
Your last flex spot is JMO. You only have one
start
flex
9
spot.
league, so I don't think a down tier is not necessarily.
You don't have to.
You don't have to. You
but
could.
If you are going to down tier, you down tier from Hurts.
100%.
Or you could just pivot from Hurts. Like, well, we can just pivot from Hurts.
Could just pivot.
It's just a pivot from Hurts to
Hurts,
like next. What do you think? You give him a down tier from Hurts or a pivot from Hurts? If you down tier from Hurts, Baker and Quinshawn are on the same tier, so I would look into that. The Brock Purdy team does have Scattaboo. You could go, if you wanted to, you could go all the way down to Cam Ward and get a pretty solid plus on top there. The Cam Ward team has Marv and Travion Henderson. And I like all those options. So that's probably our favorite down tier option. Don't want to down tier from any of your elite running backs or wide receivers, for sure.
No, I don't think you need to. Hurts is valued a little low, but I can see what people think.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Hopefully, yeah.
I tried to factor that in.
Good. Yeah, I was gonna say. Hopefully, we started a little bit low there for you. So.
JMO, if you can move him for a running back like Cam Scattaboo or Jadarian Price, I would do that. Zay Flowers is another one to look into as well.
Parker did ask how long it takes to get a team review back that's not live. We say 7 to 10 days. We run on the earlier side of that at the moment. So on average, about a week.
And then our third move, I think, is probably going to be. We could do a little baby up tier here, actually.
Sure. Yeah.
Blake Corum is on this team. So is Montgomery. I would probably just package both of those guys and try to get to like Derrick Henry, basically. And if you can do that, that would be sweet, super duper sweet. Swift is another guy that you could check out. Devontae Adams, also. If you don't want to move Corum because you have Kyron, that's fine. You can move like Pollard instead, which I would also be fine with. Questions, comments, concerns? What do you think about those 3 moves, man? A lot of those sound doable. Awesome sauce.
Good.
That's good enough. Sweet. That'll do.
Yeah. Any other questions though? Yeah. I said. Oh, he did say I have a lot of people on the same team, and he pivots because of that.
A lot of people on the same team.
So like, I mean, he's talking about
Kyron and Puka. You have Devonta Smith and Hurts. Well, we have the Hurts down tier, so there's one. JSN and Darnold is a stack. No,
we're really
the only time we would ever be concerned is if you had like Jamar Chase and T Higgins. If you had Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams, which actually at that point I don't care.
Don't care about that.
If you had Devonta Smith and Mekhi Lemon, and Hurts,
even
and
then, we rarely care about that.
I don't usually take a lot of stock into it, regardless.
He was thinking along the lines of the same moves. Okay, good. That's great. Actually, that means you kind of see the same things we do here. So, yeah. Again, I mean, this is a very good standard value team here. I think make a couple moves. I think you're going to be a really strong contender. So. Yep. All right, Nolan, we appreciate you. Yeah, let us know if you have any follow-ups or any questions or anything like that. But if you can go check it out, we should be publishing your blueprint here in the next minute. Then you can go to the dashboard right after this if you want to go look over all of it. Try to start some of the trades. See all your advanced analytics. It's going to be available for you now. So there you go. That's what the dashboard looks like. You can go over there and get your blueprint as well. Download it if you'd like. Andy says, I heard you guys do live blueprints for fantasy teams. Who told you that? You know what I heard? I heard, Andy, that you occasionally partake in said live blueprints for fans. Somebody told me that. I don't know who it was. Okay. In sync, he's still here, my friend. I know you were here earlier, but and yeah, NY Bex, I gave you the subscribe link there. Once you do that, let me know. I can help you submit your free blueprint. So hopefully that makes sense. If you have any other questions, happy to help you. Zom said he heard the same. Okay, so I'm not crazy. It might have been Zom that told me that. All right, NSYNC, let's do this. Tommy Tough Knuckles. What's up, dude? Appreciate you. I'm in a 12-team, no Superflex, no tight end premium. I've recently been stuck trying to pivot from Knicks. Okay, I like Knicks' value right now, actually. Some recent trades I got done, trading the 108, 111, and Diggs for A.J. Brown. And also trading Vidal for Juwan Jennings. Probably rebuild and try to contend in 2027. I like the Vidal trade. I also like the A.J. Brown trade. It's 2 firsts for A.J. Brown. It's a little steep. The 111 is essentially a second this year, so that's worth keeping in mind. I think context-wise, you made a pretty good trade there. Yeah, looking at your roster here, it's a 12-team, like you mentioned, 1 QB, no tight end premium. It's a full-point PPR league here. 5.7% is your production share. That's 12th in this league, so you are the least productive team in this league. But from a value standpoint, you aren't in that bad a shape. 8.4%, slightly above value share expected at 8.3%. Puts you at 5th in this league in value. You got Bo Nix and Dak. It's a 7. I really like that for a 1 QB team. If you were contending, I don't think you are. Jordan Mason, Keaton Mitchell, Jalen Wright. Give you a 1 there. T-Mac, Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown, Juwan Jennings. It's a 6. And then Kraft. Kraft, we've been given a 6 as well. When you're looking at your picks here, you haven't had your rookie draft yet, and you've got 4 picks in a row in this year's rookie draft from 104 to 107. You also have multiple seconds. We're going to move some of these picks and seconds. And 327 first here. This is a future value team. You've got 7 firsts in the next 2 years. You don't have a ton of players. We'll probably go player deficient here. Bench is a 0-1. And yeah, rebuild contend overall is a 6 for this team. It's really not a bad future value team at all. And again, you are 5th in value. You're top half of your league in value. You just have a lot of picks. He says he tried to be Sam Presti. And honestly, I think it's going to work out okay for you. You really lucked out all those picks being in the top 7 this year, because if you would have had all 3 of those picks be sub 108, it would have been very bad for you. Mm-hmm. So we need to give you some strategy. I think a lot of your moves here are going to revolve around your picks. I honestly don't think moving Bo is that big of a deal on this team. Dak, you're not going to get a lot for. It's a 1 QB league. Yeah. I love your wide receiver trio there because they're all going to go up in value, right? And so I like that a lot. Kraft, I like because he's going to go up in value. So honestly, your roster players aren't necessarily the issue. It's just over-investing in rookies would be my number 1 concern for this team.
And take 106, 107 and up tier?
Yeah, you could do that. I would just generally say this. If you can move the 106 or 107 for any random 27 first, I would do that, first of all. Even with 27 first kind of being, capped right now. In terms of an up tier, it's not a terrible idea to try to up tier from 106, 107. I would probably
try to get to the 102 or 103.
Yeah, you could do that, or you could try to get to a player in that range as well. Mm-hmm. 104, 105, willing to hold there.
I would hold because you're looking at wide receiver 3 and Price. So,
yeah, that's true.
And then once you get to 106 and a 1 QB, it's Concepcion, which is a big tier drop value wise. So
yes.
Yeah, we can try for the 102, or we can try for Lab McConkey. We really like. Garrett Wilson is another one that's a pretty good shot to take right now. It's a future value team to diversify a little bit. What do you think about Kraft and a non-tight end premium? Should we hold him still, or just move him for a running back or wide receiver?
I would probably hold and wait till I think he's going to go up in value. So.
All right.
It is a non-tight end premium league, but
we'll take your seconds then, and we'll move up.
It just says he tried the 102 and they didn't want to budge.
So 103?
Give him players with the 103 at that point. 103 is also fine, so.
Yeah. There's not that much of a gap between the 102 and the 103. I was just aiming high.
Yeah. I mean, there is a gap, but not that big of a gap, so.
205 and 207, if you can package those guys, it's technically the 203 and the 205. Try to get up to some serviceable assets, maybe some productive veterans that you can sell at a premium closer to the start of the year. I'm thinking guys like Rico Dowdle, Chuba Hubbard, David Montgomery. What questions do you have on those 3 moves? Devonta Smith, I don't even know if did I say Devonta Smith? Maybe I said it in my head. Devonta Smith is another guy I'm looking to potentially pivoting off of. You could do it after AJ Brown has moved. A lot of people in leagues are already baking in the fact that move is going to be done. So if he's going at 4 or 5 turn prices already, then I would be shooting for guys like Judkins. I think that there are a couple other guys there that I like as well. Olave is another one that you could consider. And you could shoot for the 104, which would be Mekhi Lemon. You have the 104. I'm an idiot. I'm stupid.
Yeah, he just said the 103 is inactive right now, so we'll see about that. So that kind of makes it tough too. So, what's the absolute most you do for 102? I mean, I'm not pushing that trade that hard, to be honest with you. Just trade it for a player. Just pivot from those picks if you need to.
Yep.
Yeah, I would. I wouldn't force it. Like, I'm not saying you have to have Cornell Tate on this team.
Nope.
So I think if you're talking 102 won't do it, 103 is not active, then I just forget it and go for players here.
Yep.
Well, you've got a lot of flexibility. You can pivot from the 106, 107. It's less about like getting a top 3 pick and more about not being super invested in having a ton of shares in this year's rookie draft, not being overexposed, as some would say. Does that make sense? Any questions here in sync? We appreciate you, brother. If you do have questions, just drop them in the chat here. What tier should I aim for the 106 and 107? I mean, use the ADP tool. You've got access to that, right? I mean, I'm looking at, the 106, 107 this year being Price, Mendoza,
yeah, for you in a 1 QB.
Casey. So
it
like
would be Concepcion and Cooper. Or Sadiq.
Concepcion Cooper. So you're looking at like
or Sadiq, if not Cooper. So
yeah, so you're probably looking at like 7th round guys there. So
you're probably looking at a 4 or 5 turn asset. Maybe like mid 4th in general. So
for Casey and Cooper, they go in the 7th and 8th. They go a little bit higher because it's a 1 QB, but
yeah.
Let me fact check myself real quick. KC Concepcion, 1 QB, him and Coop go. So 73, it's 6-7 turn.
Mm-hmm.
So 6-7 turn. So that is like Scadaboo's there. That's great.
Oh, he was saying value equivalent for those individual guys. I was saying if you package those guys.
No, I think he was saying.
I was talking about.
I think he's saying for them individually. Unless he's not, then Nathan's right. You'd be looking at like a 4th round asset. Yeah, that makes sense. I was like, what the frick? I believed you though. I trusted you. I was like, okay. All right. So yeah, try to get value adjacent players according to like the ADP tool and market value and things like that. So appreciate you, brother. If you need anything, let us know. If you have any other questions, let us know. J Webb is going to be up next. J Webb, are you here in the chat? Should rookie drafts be snake or linear? Rookie drafts should be linear, and if they're snake, somebody is smoking crack. That's absurd.
Yeah, that's wild.
Instinct says, all right, sounds good. Appreciate the help, fellas. Yeah, appreciate you, man. If you need any other help beyond this and you have any questions and follow-ups, we're happy to help you after this blueprint as well. You should have your blueprint published to the dashboard so you can go see it. And if you have any questions, you can ask. So, okay. T-Mac and the 112 or Chase Brown and Carnell Tate? I would probably take Tate and Chase Brown here. I'll take it. I like it. All right. Gaming Crusher, we got one in for you, by the way. My league's trying to punish tanking by having it snake. That is legitimately ridiculous. Like, that is the most absurd thing I've ever heard. Like, that is, it's not even cool. Like, I would not play in a league that did that. I'd be like, screw this. Punish tanking? How about just having a bad team? What about people who genuinely have bad teams and you want to balance out the league? And your solution to balancing out a dynasty league that you want to last for many years is to punish the people who already have sucky teams? That's fine if they want to nuke the league in a year and a half. Snake is default on a sleeper mock. Yeah, no. For a rookie draft, snake rookie drafts are virtually non-existent, as they should be. And if they are existent, they need to be eradicated with haste. Okay. J-Web, team name's Jump Swab. Reload last year. I'm looking to contend this year. Also, what do you think CD and Jefferson's 3-year outlook is? You see them continuing to drop in dynasty drafts in the near future. It's very interesting with those guys and their age being about 27-ish now. Yeah, I think they are going to continue to drop. Doesn't mean I'm scared to invest in them, though. You're going to get production from those guys. You did mention that you're ready to try to contend this year. So let's look at this. 10-team, super flex, full point PPR. You have a 10.8% production share, which is 4th in this league, and a 9.8% value share, which is 6th in this league. You've got Purdy and Mendoza and Goff. It is a super flex. It's a 10-team, though, so you're losing some upside there. That's a 6. Hampton, Quinshawn Judkins. That's 7. Jefferson, Lamb, Devontae Smith, DJ Moore. Give that a 9. Kyle Pitts is a 4. Yeah. Not a ton of draft capital here. I'll give you a 2. Bench is a 3. Overall is a 5.6. I like this team. I think it's a standard value all-around and contend team. I mean, you're smack in the middle of your production and value share here of your league. Like, I think you might as well contend here, J-Web. J-Web, if you've got any questions while we're going through this, just drop them in the chat for us. We appreciate you, dude. I'm going to have you contend. I like your depth here. I like CD and Jefferson on this team. Maybe we make a move there. I'll be interested to see what Nate says. We're going to make a move at quarterback, though. I want to flex another running back or 2, potentially. And then outside of that, I think you're in a really good spot. What are you cooking, Nate?
Shoes.
Crystal methamphetamine.
Yeah. I was trying to solve some. So.
Okay. I would probably. I'm gonna say I'm trying to decide which QB I want to move here. You are a contending team. I probably move Mendoza. Mendoza's going at a high enough price. Let's do a pivot for Mendoza.
Okay.
I'm gonna also do a pivot.
Bye, Fernando.
I'm gonna do a pivot from Lamb to one of Achane, Hampton, or Genty, or Love. One of those 4.
Beautimus.
I like that. Again, I want to flex running backs. It's a shallower league. And I think that works to your favor here if you can flex some running backs. He says, was officially going to move off of Judkins for a move proven asset to contend, but I'm hesitant. Maybe that's your 3rd move that I give you here because I honestly, you have a lot of depth, though. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take Judkins and DJ Moore. I know DJ Moore is a contending asset. Maybe you take Judkins and Smith. Nathan, pick your plus there. Judkins up tier with either Smitty, DJ Moore, Michael Pittman, or Devontae Adams.
Well, DJ Moore would get you up to pretty much James Cook.
That's what I want to do. So.
Judkins and Smitty would get you up to like Hampton. So Hampton, London.
I would probably do the James Cook JT range is what I want to get to.
Okay. James Cook and JT, it is. If you go wide receiver, Pickens would be an option there. So Fernando, who do we like in the value range of Fernando? Probably
5th round. I mean, I'd go for the league breakers. That you might want to go for some value installation at wide receiver. I'm going to give you Luther Burden, Christian McCaffrey, so 2 different types of assets, but I like them both for different reasons for your team. And then a 3rd one, you can maybe give a running back there.
Fancy in between is Walker, so
that works perfectly. Yeah, because then you can flex 2 running backs there, which is what I want to do.
Yeah.
So you'd be starting Hampton, JT, James Cook, H. or Hampton, and then like a Kenneth Walker, and that would win you your league. I think you're legitimately 3 moves away from like killing this league. And I know some of these may not be immediately achievable, but I think you I think you could. So
yeah. What questions do you have on those moves, man?
Hey, NY, let me know your username. I can check for you. Yeah, but what questions do you have? That's a really, really solid team. I like this team a lot. Again, you're kind of in the middle with your analytics here, but I think just on paper, like you have so much value to work with, and you have the right guys in the right ranges to just make some good moves. So that's what I think. Nice, nice team. Oh, man. I'm about ready for football season again. How many days we have? 100-ish.
Mm-hmm.
What is it with the first day of September, like 9th?
It's later this year.
9th would be later.
Yeah.
Pretty sure. It's Thursday night, I think, is an 8th or 9th.
I'm calling out JC789. Let us know if you're here on the stream.
Might be in. Yep, he's here. We got you, brother. We appreciate you.
Been trying to,
yep.
Yeah.
You're good. You're in the queue. We'll get to you tonight, man. We welcome. We appreciate you a ton.
Ooh.
Thanks for supporting. So yeah, 105 days. We can do that. We can survive 100 days.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I'm just ready to start getting some answers. I've made my predictions. So
yeah.
All right.
All right, man. If you have any questions, feel free to ask us and follow up with us. We're happy to help.
All right. Who's next?
Boyce
right?
is up next.
All right, Boyce. Say hey, my friend. You are up now. What's time is it? 10:15. How many is that?
6? We have 6 right now.
We're probably capped out for tonight.
Booked at.
Unless we get any premiums, of course, we'd have to do a la carte.
We do have 3 premiums right now. But
yeah, I know. But
there.
All right. Here you go, boys. He said there. That's how we felt as well. You got it, man. We appreciate you. And welcome to the community.
Thanks for dealing with us.
Let's freaking do this. Yeah, sorry. I know it's kind of a pain in the butt, but it makes our lives so much easier and it allows us to give you some really good advanced analytics because we
league context.
We look at your entire league with your league ID there. So 12 teams super flex. Your team name is Jake. Full point PPR. There is no tight end premium. I just spoke to the tight end premium. There is no tight end premium. 9.1% production share is 6th in this league. And a 9.8% value share is 2nd in this league. Okay. Drake, Maillet, and Brock Purdy is an 8. Henderson, McCaffrey, Jacobs. We're going to panic selling Jacobs. I'm just kidding. I'll give you a 5. Jefferson, Lamb, Odunze, 7. Juwan Johnson's a 1, unfortunately. But you do have a 106 this year. No 27 first. Draft capital's a 2. Bench is also a 2. Overall's a 4.6. And in a 12-team league, I think this is just your standardist value of teams. This is a standard value, well-rounded, contend. Right there in the middle. Production's a little bit low. We're going to work on getting that production share up. Definitely shoring up your running back room a little bit here. Maybe moving your 106 as well. If you have questions as we go through this or suggestions or league context or anything that helps us give you better advice, let us know in the comments. But we appreciate you. All right. Let's do these. So, you're flexing Jacobs and Rome Odunze with your first bench guys being Downs and Hubbard. I don't think a Drake May down tier is entirely necessary.
I don't think it's essential now.
I think I would rather pivot off of Henderson just as a player take pivot. On a contend. If I'm contending, I don't want Henderson. Maybe that will look stupid in a year. I'm just not feeling super confident compared to the guys in that tier. I like McCaffrey that you have in that tier as well. Now, who do I want instead?
Well, we can just go for a wide receiver in the Henderson range, and then we can move Lamb for a running back.
Nathan, you always know. You always know. How do you know?
I don't know.
You always know.
I don't know. Oh, we have the 106. We have the 106, which is really sexy.
The 106. Nathan's talking about Puka again.
I'm gonna give you a maintenance move. I'm gonna have you shot Malik Willis. For a different QB3, like Stafford or Daniel Jones. I like both of those guys more than him. Stafford, Daniel Jones, pay up a little bit to get up to Kyler Murray is what I would recommend looking into if you can do that as well. So with the Henderson pivot, if we're going for a wide receiver, Lab McConkey is one that I really like there. You're probably looking at Marv as another option, and then taking a look at who do we have? Our draft hasn't happened yet, so what pick would that be? The 104, 103, or 104? Probably the 104 is what I would look at there too. So Lad, Marv, 104. CD Lamb, you're probably looking at Gency or Achan or Love or even Hampton. But be aggressive there and see what you can get done there. 101. Just going for a running back. So that raises your upside at running back and, takes care of you at the wide receiver position as well. Nico's another guy that you could actually go for. I like Nico better than Marv there for Travion Henderson. So
yeah, I do too.
That's the Henderson pivot, the Lamb pivot, and then the Malik Willis pivot, 2 different quarterback. I think is gonna take care of your team quite a bit here. At the 106, I would expect
Price.
you to hopefully.
If it's Price, you take Price. If it's Mendoza, you take Mendoza and trade
Mendoza,
him.
and then you trade him or Purdy or
I would trade Mendoza.
Yeah, probably. But I see Mendoza go higher than the 106 in most non-domain leagues. So hopefully you can end up with Price there at the 106. That would be just chef's kiss beautiful.
I know he would be a perfect fit for this team.
Yes. What questions do you have on those moves, man?
Yeah, what are you thinking here? Josh is on deck, by the way. Josh, say hey. But we'll leave this open for just a minute. You will, yes. Actually, Nate, are you going to reject one?
If you refresh, it's already done.
It's already done. Yeah, you don't have to refresh. We want to make sure Boyce doesn't have any questions here for us. Should I worry about tight end any? That's a good question, actually. Actually, it's a really good question. Yeah, what I would do is I would try to get a cheap guy. I would try to get Kittle or Kelsey or Jake Ferguson or something really, really cheap.
Yeah.
You can move a depth guy for him.
Move Troy Franklin for Travis Kelsey.
Yep. Yeah. Great question. Yeah, we should have addressed that. I would go super duper cheap. I like, from a value standpoint, I like punting the position.
Yeah.
So.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a very good question. All right, appreciate you, brother. Yeah, you need anything, you have any follow-ups or anything, let us know. We're here for you.
Yep.
Okay. And Josh is up next, and he just said, yo, what's up, Josh?
Good
to see you, my man. He says, what's up, y'all?
What's up?
What's up, Josh? Good to see you, man. Thanks for getting a premium here. We've got you. He says, I just got out of the rookie draft. I moved the 110, 202, and 208 to the 106 to get Price. That is a masterful move. I wonder what directions and moves I should make now. Appreciate you guys. We appreciate you, brother.
Josh, you are a hard man to track, and it's not your fault. But your username, man, oh my gosh.
Oh, yeah, it's such a complicated username.
By complicated, I mean not complicated.
No.
Which is what makes it hard.
The life into our life with the glitches sometimes. 12 teams, super flex here. Full point PPR. Not a tight end premium league. You have a 7% production share here. We would expect about 8.3, so your production share is about low, expected by about a 1.3%, which is 9th in this league. Your value share is about a percentage higher than what we'd expect at 9.4%, which is 2nd. So we see a large production and value share gap, which usually indicates to us that we have a team that's ready to contend, that we just don't have a lot of contending assets on yet. And looking at your team, I think part of this is because you have, Jadarian Price. And I think the other part of this is because you're pretty top heavy here. And I think part of it's you need more upside altogether. Your 3 factors should help us figure that out. In a 12-team Superflex, you've got Lawrence, Nix, and Fields give you a 7 there. Genty, Price, Swift, 6. Puka, CD Lamb. Addison, Ricky Pearsall, Travis Hunter is a 7. And then Terrence Ferguson is a 1. 27 and 28 first here. We'll give you 3 at draft capital. Bench, we'll go 1. Just Travis Hunter, really. Overall is a 4.8. We've got you at the 54th percentile of teams that we do. Puts you firmly in the standard value, well-rounded camp here. Contend. You will definitely be contending. But let's take a look at your advanced analytics. I'm very curious to see what these say. I think they're going to tell you that you Yep. Okay. So value proportion, we'll start there. 43% of this roster is at wide receiver, where you're holding your value. You're also holding 23% running back value and 24% quarterback value, as well as 8.5% draft capital value. Okay. That's how your value split up. Again, mostly wide receiver, running back, and quarterback here, and wide receivers about double about double quarterback and running back both. You have an 8.6% quarterback value share in terms of the value of your league at that position, 10.3% at running back, 12% at wide receiver, and 0% at tight end. Your average age at each position here is 26.5 at quarterback, 24 at running back, 25.5 at wide receiver, and 23 at tight end. Insulation is pretty solid here, 7 overall. But your production situational is really where I see, it matches up with your production share. And interestingly enough, I think this is where we get a little bit carried away with the flock labels here. It has you labeled as a strong contender. I would say right now you're actually a weak contender. You need more points on this team. Your production scores a 4.5. Very good at quarterback, but bad at running back, decent at wide receiver, and bad at tight end. Situational score is a 5.8 here. We've got you at second here in the power rankings. 3 cornerstones and 2 foundationals puts you right in the roster construction archetype we want to contend. So I'm nothing crazy here outside of the fact that I think we need to close your production and value share gap, and all of the moves we give you here are going to accomplish that goal or work towards accomplishing that goal for you here, Josh. If you have any questions or comments as we go through and suggest these moves, let us know. But again, we're just going to try to make you altogether more productive with these moves so we can try to win this league this year. That's the full goal. So,
is the game of the name?
Three exclusive, by the way. Welcome, my friend. Yes, we are full for tonight, but you would be first up on Thursday, by the way, if you would like to go ahead and submit. So we're happy to, if you want to submit it, we can mark it as a live. So appreciate you, brother. Welcome, by the way.
Yeah, I'm basically, for this team, I'm going to give you a good number of down tier ideas starting at the quarterback position, and then I'll give you some conditional down tiers from your wide receivers, being like, hey, if you can down tier from one of these guys, you can hold the other, type of thing. But explore down tier potential for both, and see which one you like more. So taking a look into the quarterbacks first, if you were to down tier from Trevor Lawrence to, like, say, a Jared Goff, that team does have Jonathan Taylor. I think that's worth looking into. The Dak Prescott team has Breece Hall. The Cam Ward team does have Tyler Warren as well. So I check into all of those. The Bo Nix team, you have Bo Nix. You were to down tier from him, looking at Jordan Love, Darnold, or Baker. The Jordan Love team has Kraft. The Darnold team has Judkins. And the Baker team has Chris Olave. So again, kind of general structure, a lesser valued quarterback plus a really solid skill position asset. You can give back maybe even like a Jordan Addison or a Swift or something in that deal to sort of get some of these deals done. Moving over to Addison and Ricky Pearsall, I did see those two guys stood out to me the most at the wide receiver position, where I probably just pivot off of them. Addison for Derrick Henry, Concepcion, or Pierce. I think those respective upside opportunity, the respective upside opportunity for each one of those guys is a little bit higher. And then with Pearsall, Adams, Terry, or Wandell, I would go for any of those guys. And then taking a look at CeeDee Lamb, if you were to down tier to like a couple foundational assets, the Garrett Wilson team has Ladd. I really, really like that option quite a bit. If you were to do a smaller down tier to say like a George Pickens, for example, that team does have Henderson, has Kenneth Walker as well. I would look into both of those. And then let's say that you went down to Olave plus. That team does have Marvin Harrison on his roster. So Mahomes also on there. Rashee Rice is also interesting. Javonte. So I like a good number of those combinations. If you were to look at Puka, I don't want you to go anywhere outside of the cornerstone range. So like I wouldn't go any further down than London. The London team does have Breece, which is worth looking into. The Jefferson team, I would check that out as well, as Amon-Ra too. And looking at those two respective teams, the Amon-Ra roster does have BTJ, Tyler Warren, Kenyon Sadiq, Cam Ward is on that team. Maybe that's how you get someone like Cam Ward, right? You could look into that. Yep. I probably would be most interested in BTJ, in addition to Amon-Ra on that roster. And then Jefferson, if you're looking at his team, that guy has Jameson Williams, and that's who I would want specifically. 6 moves, a lot of moves. Again, 4 of those 6 moves are down tiers, which I think kind of reflects what Avery is talking about, which is we just got to raise your upside here and kind of answer some major questions in the holes that we have specifically in your flex spots. Because right now, Swift, Addison, and Pearsall on your flex spots aren't going to cut it, but you do have the value to contend here. We just have to move some of your value around and spread it out a bit.
It's really just about, moving guys around. I mean, that's pretty much it. So, again, everything looks good and healthy to contend. It's all about making moves that decrease that production share and value share gap. You want your production share to be about 9% too. So that would be the most ideal scenario. So, any questions, my friend? Any questions? So thanks, y'all. One thing I forgot to ask is how much fab should I drop?
All of it.
Wells? Every
in
dollar.
a super flex, all of it.
Every
that's crazy, man.
dollar.
That's crazy in the best kind of way. All right, man. Any more questions? Feel free to drop them in here, and we're happy to answer them for you. But we appreciate your support a ton.
Yep, you obviously know where to find us if you have any questions or need anything from us. Because Extra Guac is up next. Extra Guac, you here, man? I think I saw you earlier.
Yep, I called all these guys out, so they're good.
So I'm assuming you're here. Let's say, hey.
This is a 6 point, so we'll keep that in mind. -2 interceptions, non-domain, but it is a flock league. Okay, right out of a startup.
That doesn't mean anything.
Feeling like my team is kind of cheeks.
Nah, that's fine. I'm glad you got in a non-domain league here. Maybe we can exploit some of these flockers.
Man, all this guac talk is making me want some guac right now.
I had avocado toast this morning. It was very millennial
I
of me.
have avocado toast this morning.
That does not surprise me at all. That's the first time I've ever had it in my life.
Well, I usually rotate between that and like fiber cereal, but I need some sort of like high fiber breakfast. So guac does it.
Well, what about extra guac?
Do you know how many grams of fiber in like a good size avocado?
No.
A lot.
I don't.
It's very good for you.
I do like
a lot of fat too.
I do like guac though. All right, extra guac is our boy. 12 team, super flex, full point PPR, half point time premium. So domain rules.
Also, the oil I use for my Blackstone is avocado oil.
Well, I use avocado oil for everything.
Avocado oil actually,
it's high smoke point. So.
It's funny. Exactly, the smoke point is beautiful, and it's not a seed oil. So
right.
It's not super crappy.
That's all I use actually. So that's not weird.
I like the flavor of it.
I can't say I taste.
I think it's really solid.
Oil flavors, but
you can tell a difference.
I use avocado.
I mean,
I have avocado
between like canola oil and like avocado oil.
So you got us talking extra guac. 8% production share, 7th in this league. Like, I guess the moral of the story is extra guac's a good thing. 8.3% value share is 6th.
That'll be $6.69 for extra guacamole. Just don't charge me. Why don't you just offer it?
Just give me the guac,
please.
Jordan Love, Sam Darnold, the 12 team superflex. Give that a 5. Bijan, Chase Brown, Bucky. You went nice. Running backs here, 8. And then London Tate I think you did fine here. London Tate. I'm gonna give you a 6 there. Sadiq and Kelsey, I'll give you a.
Your team's not too bad here, brother.
6. No, draft capital's a 3. Bench is a 1 out of a startup, which is fine. Overall is a 5.6, 33 percentile. Is standard value, well around and contend. No, I don't think you did that bad at all. I think you're actually in a pretty good spot here. Let's check your advanced analytics, though, and see if it agrees. Again, mostly running back here, 40% running back and 33% wide receiver. In terms of your build, you got 2 trade offers here we need to look at. 27 first for Chase Brown, 27 first from Pat Bart. Let's see Pat Bart real quick. Pull that team up for me. Like that it's at the bottom. Let's do this all in.
That's going to be late.
You think? Oh, yes, late. Yes.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that. I would hold Chase Brown. And then I don't like that. The other trade I can send in Discord. Okay. Yeah, send it to me. Yeah, you have a 15.6% value share of running back as well. You have an 8% value share wide receiver. Your quarterback and tight end value share hover around 3 or 4%. 28 is your average age at your starting quarterback position, 25 at running back, 24 at wide receiver, and 21 at tight end. Three factors are literally 6.5s across the board here. 6.5 insulation, 6.5 production, and 6.3 situational. All of these are being drugged down by your quarterbacks. You get your quarterback situational, insulation, production higher, which honestly, I don't think this quarterback's room is that bad. I think your three factors are overreacting a little bit here.
Quit overreaction to me.
Yeah, I think that's what's happening here. Like the numbers are the lies. We got you third in our power rankings here, and you do have 2 cornerstones, foundational, 2 upside premiers, 2 mainstays as well. A little bit on the thinner side, but it's again out of a startup. He said he sent his other trade in his inbox to you, so you might look at that. But overall, a team that's built to contend out of a startup, and I don't think you did bad at all. I think you did just fine here. So,
am I allowed to read this out loud, or did you send it in here intentionally discreet?
I'm yeah. Oh yeah, that's correct. So
I won't say anything if it's supposed to be secret. But no, extra guac, I would not make that move. It's not because it's not fair. It's because you can't afford to make that up tier. So I wouldn't do that, because here's what we would do if you ended up making that move. We would turn right around and we would tell you to down tier from Burrow right away.
Yep.
So that would be my answer. Okay, it's Burrow, Swift, and Boston for Jordan Love, Chase Brown, Bucky, and Travis Hunter, and he has, the Love and Chase Brown and Bucky side. It's a fair deal. I'm not doing it.
I'm not doing it. So. You're just getting Burrow. I don't want that.
Yeah.
Frick that. All right, cool.
Oh, nice.
See, I don't even like that trade, but I like Burrow. Yeah, not for this roster, I don't. Out of a startup? No, thank you.
Not for this roster, we don't. Okay, so, move time.
Okay.
So I've got a number of ideas here. I would pivot off of Bucky to a guy that we feel a little bit better about. You can pivot to a wide receiver like AJ Brown, or you could just pivot to a Scatterboo or a Jadarian Price, who are valued market value wise in the same tier. And I think their value upside is just as high as someone like Bucky with less injury questions right now. Another thing I would look into is in your specific situation, you have Xavier Worthy and Stribling and Michael Wilson, which are all upside shots, and you have a lot of questions when it comes to like some of the other upside shots that you already have. You have a lot of young guys. You have Sadiq, you have Carnell Tate, you have Bucky Irving, questionable. You're taking some shots on Gainwell and Chris Rodriguez, which I'm totally okay with. But like, let's try to get some proven productive vets to pair with those guys rather than having all upside shots on your team. So like Michael Wilson, probably going to be in the range of a number of productive veterans that I would happily move him for. You're looking at guys like Terry McLaurin in that range. George Kittle is getting to be in that discussion. You're looking at Wan'Dale Robinson as well, DeAndre Swift, Devontae Adams. DJ Moore is a guy that you could play the market with now, and then you could sell him in August for more than what he's valued at currently. Mm-hmm. So worth looking into there. I do think that a Worthy and Stribling, technically an up tier, you could call it a pivot depending on what Stribling's value is. Swift, DJ Moore, Adams are guys that I would look at there. See how high you could get, though. See if you could get Henry at a discount.
Yeah.
Taking a look at your quarterback room, Darnold is fine. Love is okay, but you could potentially explore a down tier there and see what you could get. The Baker team has Addison, so I would check that out. I'll be conservative with the plus that you'll be able to get on top of a guy like Baker. I'm assuming you're not going to be able to get like an AJ Brown type, so... taking a look at some of the other guys here, though, if you were to look at like Kyler Murray, for example, the Kyler Murray team does have a couple of interesting pieces that you could probably get. Like you could probably get a decent plus on top. The Kyler team does have BTJ. He has Kyle Pitts as well. So those two things are worth looking into if you're going to do like a bigger down tier. And then I would probably check out Jared Goff. Jared Goff, that team has Travis Etienne and Harold Fannin. I like both of those options. Another AJ or another down tier I would probably explore here would be Drake London to a couple foundational assets. The Garrett Wilson team does have Jordan Tyson. The Olave team has Quinshon Judkins, and the George Pickens team has Zay Flowers. So those are all beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
They're gorgeous.
That's where low end cornerstone to foundational plus really pays off. So I think the last move that I'd be looking at here is, look, I mentioned Gainwell and Rodriguez earlier. I stand by it. I'm fine with you sticking with both of those guys. But if you did package them together and wanted to get somebody who you're like a lot more confident is going to get, like for sure going to get work, then you could look at a guy like Montgomery. You could look at a guy like Pittman. You could look at Mike Evans. So just more productive veterans. What questions do you have on those moves, man?
Slot says he traded the 205 and 27 fourth for Christian Watson as a contender. How'd I do? I mean, the 205 for Watson is a huge value when as it sits. Watson's going 6 rounds earlier than that pick in startups, so you crush just on the basis of value alone. I don't love Christian Watson as a player, as a dynasty. You know, if it were me, I'd be flipping Christian Watson now. But I think from a value standpoint, you did well. So. Josh is not letting me sign my blueprint dashboard. It happened to me last time I got a premium. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's because of the username.
Dude, what the frick?
How did you end up getting access to it the last time?
Oh yeah, open a ticket. Tommy will get it for you.
I think it's something between Josh and Josh345.
Yeah, so, open a ticket. We'll get it. Sorry, that sucks.
The way I found you was Josh345.
Interesting.
So, or maybe it's the email thing. I don't know. All right, Extra Guac, you're the man.
Yeah, if you do have questions, let us know. But you got a freaking bulky team review coming your way, so you will have lots to go over and lots of choices. Trying to figure out the QB room. I'm fine moving off of Love based on equal value at other positions. Where your moves off of London again? I didn't know that would be a good option to explore. The London moves.
Yeah, the Wilson and Tyson, Olave and Judkins, Pickens and Flowers.
So it's a down tier. So, it's a small down tier, but it's a down tier to where you can add like a flexible guy on top again. So
yeah, sorry, I know that's info overload.
Yeah, it is. But again, review
it's all in the blueprint there.
And if you have any other questions, let us know. So,
all right, Ty.
Josh, should I change my username on Flock? Actually, yeah, that would fix it. Change your username to JoshG345 and you'll be good. That would actually do it. So
that Josh345, literally, if you change that would be amazing. If you don't mind.
Yeah, NY says how do I get my infinite blueprint? We send it to you each month automatically, so you'll get it on your blueprint dashboard at the beginning of each month. So, and you're up in 2, by the way. So, all right, Extra Guac, love you, appreciate you. Let us know if you need anything. Tai is up next. Tai, I know you were here earlier. Just making sure you're still here. Say hey in the chat. We appreciate you, man. We're gonna get started on your team here. Says, hey guys, it's been a while. Yes, sir. We appreciate you, man. Welcome back. Made a few moves to try to get more production. How do I challenge the top 2 teams in this league better? Thank you. Yeah, we appreciate you, man. This is a 10-team league. It's a super flex 10 team. It is a start 12.
Relentless, we got you. You will be up first on Thursday.
All right, appreciate you, Relentless. Say hey if you're in the chat. So it's a 10 team. Let's take a look at this. And Ty's here. What's up, dude? Good to see you. Let's grade this out. So your production share is 10.8%, so right above expected. That's 5th in this league. And then your value share is 13.9%. That's 3rd in this league. So that's pretty good value share here. 4% above expected is nothing to ignore. Cam Ward and Tyler Shuck, Sam Darnold, Kyler Murray. I like that room. And from a value standpoint, it's probably a 5, but I love it. You could start any of those guys any week in a Superflex league, and they could be a quarterback one for you. Bijan, Omarion Hampton, we'll give you an 8 there. That's pretty studly. JSN, T-Mac, Romadunze, Rashee Rice, Travis Hunter, and Devontae Adams. I mean, a pretty deep league again, and you filled out your flex spots crazy nice here. Definitely pivots from some running backs, or from wide receivers and running backs here are going to be our main moves. But that's an 8 here for you. Is this a premium?
Yep.
Okay. There's a voucher upgrade. That's why I was confused as frick. Okay, thank you, buddy. All right, and then tight ends a 3 here. So pretty nice. We've got the 103 and 104 this year, in addition to 227 first. We'll give you a draft capital 7 here. Actually, draft capital is an 8.
Give it an
8. Bench is going to be a 2. Overall, we'll go 6.4. This is a team in the 86th percentile of teams we do see. You're really pushing. You're pushing enhanced value. We'll go standard value over on a contend. I think with a couple of moves, you could creep into that enhanced value range. Now, looking at your advanced analytics here that come with this team, you'll see all of these in your blueprint. You've really not invested any value in tight end. 1.4% of your team's value is at tight end. Pretty balanced across the board after that. In descending order here, wide receivers, 35% of your roster, running backs, 28, draft capital's 22, and quarterbacks, 13. So I do like that, you have about 65% of your roster value in the wide receiver and running back positions, especially wide receiver here. It's pretty strong. So the 27s are almost a lock for both top 4. Well, that's good, and we aren't going to move those first either. And again, draft capital is 22% of your team's value right now. Now, in terms of your value share at each position, in terms of how much of each position you own relative to your league, 5.7% of the quarterback market is yours, 17.6% of the running back share, 13.7% value share at wide receiver, and 2% at tight end. Your average age at each position, you're fairly young, 25 at quarterback and wide receiver, 24 at running back, and 30 at tight end. 3 factors are a little bit on the lower end here. I'm not really worried about this. Insulation's a 5.5, really dings you for your quarterback tight end insulation, but I'm not worried about it. I'm more worried about production at those and your production scores. At tight end is a 9. Your production score at QB is technically a 3, but you're going to project much better than what 3 factors are giving you credit for. Your overall production score is a 6.3 and your situation is a 6.8, which is pretty good. It's really just dinging you for your quarterbacks there, and I like your quarterback room. So I'll just disagree with the 3 factors on this one. Analytics aren't everything, believe it or not. We've got you at second in this league in our power rankings as well. You've got 3 cornerstones and a foundational and 2 upside premiers. So team is built well. The team has a well above average value share. The team's ready to contend. I think, again, in a deep league like this, you're flexing right now. All of these boys down here, from Rice, Hunter, Adams, you're even technically flexing Kittle, which I don't think is a bad thing. Although it's a half-point PPR league.
Well, you got the 103 and 104 coming.
There's no tight end premium. We got the 103, 104. We got 2 top 4 firsts coming in next year. But again, in a half-point PPR league, you definitely want to be flexing some running backs here. And so I think we're just going to make some pivots, and Nate's going to highlight some of those for you now.
Yep. I do think we need to pivot off of 1 quarterback. We have 4 guys that are going to be starting caliber. Yes. Which one do you think? I think Ward, Shuck, and Kyler all have their individual questions. Ironically, Sam Darnold.
I would actually say Ward here.
Shuck or Ward?
I would say Ward because I think you can easily get one of Javonte, Travis Etienne, or
you can with Shuck now.
Kyron. Okay, well then either one of those guys, I guess.
Okay.
If there's a taker for one and not others, then yeah, whichever one.
So
damn, the Yankees won 15-1 tonight. Holy smokes.
Javonte, Kyron. I'll go Scat. Yeah, I think that'll help quite a bit. With Romo Dunze at wide receiver, I think he's the one that stands out to me the most at that position, where it's like, hey, he's in a nice little range of solid, productive running backs. You can look at Walker, you can look at Jadarian Price, you can look at Breece Hall when you're moving him. Tyler Algier and Chris Rodriguez, just some of the depth borderline jag assets that you can just try and get up to, like Rico Dowdle, Jacoby Myers, Mike Evans, more serviceable, productive veteran options. The 103 and the 104, I'm not necessarily in a rush for you to move off of those, but there are value ranges where I would be okay for you trading those since you are contending, because again, you would be getting rookies who are probably going to start slow because they are wide receivers playing behind, productive veterans. So like the 103, if you can move that for James Cook, JT, or Pickens, do it. The 104, if you can move that and get like Lad McConkey, or you can get Ibuka.
He did say, I tried making a move for Scat earlier. The owner has Jacobs now and won't move him.
Okay, you can try Saquon instead.
That's fine. Yep.
There's same value range.
There's a lot of guys in those 2 tiers there. Lots of them.
Yeah, the same thing with the 104. We do generally view it close-ish to the 103 in that 4th round range, but Lad McConkey, we've seen in some of our drafts that Ibuka is starting to slide into the 4th. Garrett Wilson's another guy that you could look at there. This is kind of our breaking points for the 103 and the 104. Those aren't like you have to make those moves. Those are just, again, see what you can get for them. If it's worth it, do it. If not, hold and pick. Looking at your last options here, I like Jake Ferguson and Kittle on this team, but if you can move Jake Ferguson for a productive running back instead, like a Chuba or a Monty, I would rather have those guys. So look into that and see if you can get that done. Otherwise, you can just stick with him alongside Kittle, but I don't think it's necessarily paramount that you have both of those guys on this team.
He said Mendoza's going to go 2 in this league. Does that change the math on keeping 3 or no?
Yeah, because you'll get Tate.
You'll get Tate.
Yeah, so at that point, the only way you would move it is if you got Actually, Cook still Cook and Pickens, and then Tet. It would just potentially get you to Tet. So,
and even then, that's a pivot.
Yeah,
and so it's like,
yeah,
you don't need to.
Right.
So yeah, you've got a lot more flexibility at that point. That's good to know, though.
Yep.
It's fun to be in a league where Mendoza goes above Tate.
It is fun.
It's a cheat code that there's still 60-70% of the overall Dynasty landscape that still values Mendoza as the 102.
That is crazy. Yeah, you'll probably just stick with that pick at that point then.
I definitely would. I would.
I'll slide down the running back targets of like James Cook and stuff to the 104.
Again, that just gives you, more ammunition to trade for running backs and flex running backs instead. So. Freaking Thunder are winning them.
Any additional questions here, man? I'll give you some additional pivot options for quarterbacks to make up for that 103.
Yeah, that works. That works perfect.
If it's Tate, third, would price be at 4? And would that be a reach, assuming I can't trade it? Technically, market value wise, yes, that would be. Price is the one that falls as far as like the 5-6 turn in some drafts.
Yep.
And Jordan Tyson is absolutely 100% the pick at the 104 if you end up holding that pick. So we like Price a lot, but we're not willing to sacrifice market value in a rookie draft. So.
All right, Ty. We appreciate you, man. You need anything else, let us know. Obviously, you got any more questions, keep dropping them. But we appreciate you, dude. And yeah, good luck. Great team. You've done a good job with the format as well, which I think is a very good thing. Gaming Crusher is up next. Gaming Crusher, you still here, man? Say hey. Appreciate you, Ty. O. Smith said, thanks for help tonight, Avery and Nathan. I'll let you know if I get any trades done. Yes, sir. Please do. Keep us updated. We appreciate you. We appreciate all your support. Yeah, you need anything at all, Nathan, I got you. So, okay. Gaming Crusher, kind of new to Dynasty, could use the help. I feel like I drafted pretty badly last year in a startup. I just need some help. I have an infinite on the team, in this Dynasty team already. I just learned better by hearing, not on paper. Love the content and watch your video. Appreciate you, man. All right, yeah, that's what the lives are good for that. And I see you in the comments, what's up, man? Good to see you. Yeah, the lives are good for this. If you have questions, again, just ask us. So that way we can kind of have a conversation as we go through this, but we're going to go through your advanced analytics here.
Can you let us know what your actual team name is? We're not seeing KJV on here.
Yeah, you probably changed it. That's probably what happened. Yeah, what is your team name here? Scroll up. I want to see if I can get it from the context. I can't get it from the context.
Yeah, you'll have to let us know.
Sorry, you're winning. Yeah, I know Gaming Crusher is your flock username. What's your
what's your team name in your league?
Bum-ba-dum, 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 bum-ba-dum.
Jacob's Jailhouse.
All right, nice. Got it. Yeah, Jacob's Jailhouse. There we go. All right, brother. Let's grade this sucker out for you, but looks like you're doing just fine here. I like your dog. I'm assuming that's your dog in your picture, by the way. Huskies are funny dogs. My wife wanted a husky for a really long time.
I love huskies. They are escape artists, and they're very barky if they're not.
Look at that doggo. All right, here we go. 12 team, super flex, full point PPR.
My uncle had a husky, and I loved him.
Huskies are very pretty.
They're probably one of the prettiest dogs, period.
9.2% here is the production share. It's third in this league. And a 9.1% value share is also third in this league. So pretty identical value share and production share there, and both grade out as third. Gotcha. Cam Ward, CJ Stroud, and Michael Penix. We'll give it a 5. K-Dub, Josh Jacobs, Chuba Hubbard, Rashad White, 4, but some solid depth there at running back. Neighbors, Lamb, Tate, Golden, Reed. We'll give you a 7 there. And Sadiq, I think we got to go 8. So a 227 first, 228 first is really nice here. I'll give you a 5 at draft capital. Actually, probably a 6. Bench is a 2. Overall is a 6 flat. And I don't see any reason we can't contend with this roster, especially with the up tiers we can make. So we'll go standard value, well-rounded, contend. I mean, your standard value, you're like a standard future value. Like you've got 4 future firsts as well. We might actually use some of these 27s. One of them is yours. I think we could use that. The other one is catch something.
This is the predicament that we're in with so many of these teams now. Like the teams that own Neighbors, if we have them contending and Neighbors is like a key value piece to their team,
you just have to pivot from
you
Neighbors.
have to pivot from them.
Yeah,
like,
no, that's totally fair. I think pivoting from
So-
Neighbors is a good move on contending teams. I pivoted Jefferson.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't hold Neighbors and seriously contend. So, NY says, where do I message you guys for any updates? On Discord, my man. Go to your account page, press link Discord. We're in the domain section. You can send us a DM anytime you want. Can I get Rice? Or I can get Rice for a 28 first and a 29 second. Okay.
Sweet.
Do it.
Yep.
Fine.
Good with me.
Yeah, I'm good with that. Seems like a good move.
Which one of those firsts?
I don't. Where's that team at, Scott? That cat team? Cat. Catch. Oh. Open that at the bottom.
I think I am going to give you one down tier where Avery mentioned the Neighbors pivot to like a Jefferson or a Puka or even a Jeremiah Love. I'm going to give you a down tier from what?
Those 2 firsts he has that aren't his are on this bottom team here.
I thought he had his own 28
He
first.
does, so he could trade his own
Yeah,
first.
move
I would
your own
hold
28
this
first.
guy's first, though.
Yeah.
I would hold this guy's first, and I'd trade your own first. But this guy's first, I'm holding.
Yeah.
And he says my first. I can't move Neighbors for anything better than a first. You can't pivot to like a Jefferson? Feels like people would do that, but you tried that and that has not worked. I'm very surprised.
That superlatively sucks if you can't.
Yeah, you
because
can't
that-
have any, if you don't have any pivot options.
That
that's-
puts you to a future value. If you can't move
if
Neighbors,
you absolutely
like,
insist that you can't move Malik Neighbors, then we probably can't
that is a
contend this year.
large chunk of your value that you're playing with here.
Yeah, and we, I mean, we could give you a contend and just say you might end up reloading. You're just gonna have to see what happens. This would be one of those flex ones, but yeah, if you are absolutely sure that you cannot move Neighbors for somebody, he said, I will try, but it's been rough. I mean, I'm gonna give it to you.
Yeah,
We're gonna give you the contend. And what you're gonna have to know is if you end up having to hold Malik Neighbors here, there's a very good chance you roll into the season as a contender, and you have to sell off guys like Kenneth Walker, Josh Jacobs, Mike Evans, and CJ Stroud, and just you're gonna sell CJ Stroud anyways, to be honest with you. But and just pivot to a reload. It should be a very easy pivot, but you're very dependent on moving Malik Neighbors here. So Alex says some leagues are very scared of the Neighbors knee. Yeah, I think it's. It's funny we haven't really seen that reflected in domain ADP yet either. Like he's been going consistently at the 1-2 turn, which is where he should be going. So
yeah. With Stroud, I would pivot off of Stroud, just to a different quarterback in that range. Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield. Heck, I'd take Jared Goff. He's more productive than he is. So that would be our second move. We got the Neighbors pivot and the Stroud pivot.
I have an option for Smith and Jigba for Lamb and Golden and maybe my 29 first.
Done. Take JSN
instead, or maybe Golden, maybe my 27 first instead of done. Yeah,
do it.
Either way, you're doing it
easy
right now.
That's a nice move.
Try Golden first.
I'll leave Lamb alone, and I'll give you kind of a serviceable asset up tier. So we'll take like Jaden Reed and Rashad White, and we'll up tier there. Actually, we'll take Jaden Reed and QJ.
Just got Stroud. Goff won't be moved, unfortunately. I wish you hadn't gotten Stroud. That's fine, but okay. Well, we'll go to somebody else.
Kyler.
We'll go Kyler. We'll go Sam Darnold.
Yeah, I have Baker.
Yeah.
Jaden Reed and QJ. If you package both of those guys, try to get up to Derrick Henry. Try to get up to Devontae Adams. Try to get up to Jordan Addison type. Do you have any more questions on those 3 moves, my friend? Since you've got a deal in the works for CeeDee Lamb, I will leave those players alone. I love that move for JSN.
Yeah, questions on this one, my friend. like your context here has been super helpful. It's given us it's been able to help us eliminate some guys that we can't trade for. But
yep.
So thank you for that. Yeah, any question?
The Adams team wants wide receiver because he has none. His words, not mine. Well, the Adams team.
You got some wide receivers you can give him.
As in Devontae Adams?
I mean, yeah.
Sweet.
Tell him you have a nice shiny Matthew Golden if you don't end up trading him.
Because he has none. He has JSN, Lemon, Adams, and Wandell, and he's... Wow, that's hilarious.
That guy's clearly a good guy to trade with. He has both.
Yeah, I was going to say, any way you can get Hampton for really cheap?
Yeah, I would try it. Try Kenneth Walker plus.
Yeah.
That's an exploratory
He doesn't have any wide receivers, but he's totally good at running back where he has Hampton and Charbonnet.
Make it make sense.
Yeah.
It's time for the Blue Room months ago, but due to live things just got infinite setup. Thank you. All right, appreciate you, man. Yeah, you'll get your starting in May, or sorry, in June. So you should be looking for that here next week. Probably next Monday or Tuesday. We'll send that out to you.
Yep.
Appreciate it, man. Hope you're doing all right.
All right, JC, you're the last one up here.
All right, and this is our boy NY Bex.
He says, "How long does it take to get back from you guys?" So the blueprint once we're done here right now. So once we complete the review, you'll be able to see it.
Team name CT ESPN. Say hey in the chat. By the way, if you have questions as we're going through this, just let us know. Feel free to ask anything, but you said any advice what I should do. I finished 9th place. I missed the semis by under 1 point. What do you think? Okay. Well, let's see just where our analytics fall on this one so we can try to see what the smart way to proceed here with this team is. CT ESPN. 12 team, super flex, full point PPR is a half point tight end premium as well. This is domain rules. 7.7% your production share, which is 9th in this league. But 9.6% value share, 2nd in this league. So fairly
top heavy.
Decent production value share gap, and part of that is because you're so top heavy. Now, grading out your positions here. Superflex 12 team May and Purdy is an 8. Hampton, Swift, Warren's really just Hampton. We'll give that a 5. Oh, maybe a 4. Jamar Chase, Nico Collins, Devontae Smith, Rashid Shaheed. It's a 7. Dalton Kincaid's a 2. Yeah, you only have. Wow, this is very interesting. You have all your free draft capital. We'll give you a 3 draft capital. Bench, we're gonna give you nothing. Your Emmett Johnson, yeah, no thanks. Overall's a 5.
Hey, here's Emmett Johnson.
That startled me.
Did it really?
Yeah,
that's funny.
I never hear you yell like that this late.
I think we can do it. We down tier from May, down tier from Nico.
Yeah, we can do it. It's just interesting that his value share is reading as high as it is, where I just
because he has May and Chase.
I guess, yeah. So we're gonna go standard value well rounded contend. We will have you contend on this team. I think you're close.
And he's also 2nd in value share. This guy up top is hogging a lot of the value, so 2nd is less impressive.
Yeah.
Than some leagues. Not that I'm not saying you're not impressive. I'm just saying.
No, it's impressive. You are an impressive person.
Yeah.
He said bacon, egg, and cheese, salt, pepper, ketchup. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Okay. Yeah, so we'll do a down tier from Nico. We'll do a down tier from May. Probably only need to do those 2 down tiers, and then we can probably just do a pivot.
I think
explore offers for Devonta Smith.
I do be due to things that's good.
There are a couple of receivers where if you can get like Ladd McConkey in exchange for Devonta Smith, then I would go ahead and just pull the trigger right now. Chris Olave is another one of those guys again. In non-domain leagues, they're going closer and closer and closer to each other. And I really like that. Quinshon Judkins would be a running back that you could go for there too. Now to the fun part with the 2 down tiers here. With Drake May, if you went all the way down to all the way down to Joe Burrow. That team has Marv, Chase Brown. Those are both worth looking into there. Let's take a look at the Lamar team. The Lamar team has some higher end assets like Pickens and JT. You'd have to give a piece back there. They have some middling assets like Tucker Kraft and Cam Scadaboo.
He does have a question. What do you think I can get for Nico?
Well, we're going to give you those ideas in just a second.
Yeah, I was going to say that's going to be.
You can finish up the Drake May down tier here. So the Lamar plus Scadaboo, the Burrow plus Marv. And then if you did like Jackson Dart, which would be a bigger down tier, that team has Flowers, Rashee Rice. Oh gosh, could you get both?
Yeah,
you could get both. I'm gonna put a placeholder as like Dart and Flowers. I can't add a third, but for the love, trade Drake May for Jackson Dart, Zay Flowers, and Rashee Rice. That would be sick. That would be sick.
I agree. He said, what's your best bet? On which one?
My best bet, like for the Drake May down tier, probably Lamar and Scadaboo is my favorite, or Dart and Flowers and Rice.
Yeah.
It would have to be Dart and Flowers and Rice. So I'm telling you that. I don't usually do this, but I'm telling you that because you're on the stream, so you know what I'm saying when I say just Dart and Flowers on here. It's got to be Rice as well if you do that move. Otherwise, you're probably going to look at you can probably explore a smaller down tier like to Daniels or something, Daniels plus. Now with Nico down tier options, the Lad team does have Casey Concepcion. If you down tier to Lad, I would definitely look into that. Let's say we go down to AJ Brown in a totally different tier. You could get a significant plus on top there. That team has Henderson, Josh Jacobs, Derrick Henry. If you got Jacobs and Henry on top of AJ Brown, that would be fair. If you got Henderson on top of AJ Brown, you'd have to give something back, which I would be fine with.
Sure. Yeah.
And let's say we down tier to T Higgins. Good gap between T Higgins and Nico in domain leagues. Might not be the case in non-domain leagues, but a couple of interesting pluses that you could check out there on that team as well. That team has 27 capital, Chase Brown, etc. So Marvin Harrison also on that roster. So if this is, I mean, in a non-domain league, Chase Brown is also a lot cheaper in non-domain leagues. He's like a 6th round asset, which is right around where Higgins is, and Nico's more of like a 3-4 turn guy. So
Young Zay says no one's trading that for May. They always at the most unrealistic trade ideas. Okay, what are they trading for May? You tell us. You would know. Here's the other thing. You know, I'm sure you would know better than us how to help people make trades, but the idea is you start high so that as you negotiate and work your way down, you land on a deal that is fair. Whereas if we started with our trade suggestions at a fair deal and then you negotiate down, well, you end up actually taking a value loss. So as we say with every blueprint we do, yeah, we're going to
it's all dependent on the league economy.
It's number one, it's all league dependent. Number two, of course we're going to start high. Why wouldn't we? That's the smart thing to do. We're not going to start fair and we're not going to start low. We're going to start high, and if you can get the high deal done, yeah. But again, you got to be willing to make adjustments to the deal. You got to be willing to counter yourself and accept counters. So, but again, you would know.
Do you have any questions on those moves, man?
Yeah, what questions do you have? You waited a while, so we appreciate you. But
I also like the combo of Quinshon and JMO too for a potential Nico down tier as well. Ugh. 3 moves, 2 down tiers, 1 pivot. Devonta Smith pivot, down tier from Nico, down tier from May.
again, be prepared. Would you rather down tier from Nico or May? If I had to choose, it would be May, but both.
I mean, both. You're gonna need you're gonna need a down tier from both. I'm trying to avoid you down tiering from Jamar Chase. That's really one of the biggest reasons that you're contending here. So.
And again, if you have follow-ups, you're now a member, so make sure your Discord is linked. You have that button on your account page. You can also message Nathan and I anytime. Your Infinite Blueprint is going to come out at the beginning of each month. We'll send it to you automatically on your Blueprint dashboard, so you'll see that the first week of each month. And should I aim for both or just one? Both. Both, for sure, without a doubt. So. But yeah, make sure you go check out the site, check out the post page. We have some tools on the post page. Check out the Discord, check out the leagues. And again, message Nathan and I say hey. So, all right. And that's going to do it for tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, fun stream. We're tired. We love you. We appreciate you. We will be live tomorrow with a video on the channel. We will be back here in studio on a live stream on Thursday. And then we'll have our second video of the week on Friday this week, since we didn't record on Monday with Memorial Day happening. So we've got content every day for the rest of this week. So hopefully you enjoy that. A little bit of a staggered schedule this week. Outside of that, you guys need to crush your Wednesday so that when we see you back here Thursday, everybody's in a super happy mood to celebrate Nathan's birthday. All right. You guys are amazing. Thank you all for your support so much. We appreciate it. You guys help us do this full time, support us, and I hope you know it means the world to us. And we're going to continue to try to put out the highest quality content, tools, advice we possibly can. We love you. We appreciate you. Have a good one. We'll see you here very soon tomorrow with a video, Thursday for the live stream. Peace out, guys. See ya.